Looking for Otherwise, one more time, otherwise, last call. You were needed at the door 3. Otherwise, you were the first round on the door 3. You are about to start your class. This beautiful Saturday, Mr. Bob May, Federal Point, Wisconsin. And Jimmy Russell is still on the Oklahoma, proud to have these two gentlemen here with us. Giving us the news and the moments all day long. The 2021 Stierwalt Colorado.
what I need is I wanted to really high quality keep this two division. I'm going to keep two considering one of the past. That place in the past, I do understand completely that this is very good. We should have to get through the wall. It's not so much that I would think it wrong. Maybe I would consider a little more seasoned and a little quicker. So with that being said, the young lady that leads out here, and we're going to keep two, by the way, out of this heat to come back and continue. Young lady's got a lot of ring savvy. She gets her efficacy to get by the other cattle. She just swung out and used the whole ring to her advantage. Right on her tail is a young lady with the red steer that goes out now. She's really, really good too. She's well seasoned. I think the main thing I would say about this two out of this ring, and when they come back, it doesn't mean they're going to be placed in that same order. We can flip-flop them however we want. It's how they come to the game the next time. So, outstanding way to start the morning.
And placing some heat number one of the junior division. Sixth place goes to Pacey Freck. Fifth goes to Amberly Lopez. Fourth goes to Brick Cartono. Third, Abigail Jones. Reserve goes to Bailey Page. Angel wins second place in the heat. Come back into the overall show at the end of the age division.
Good morning, Peewee Showman kids out here doing a really good job. As we get through a couple heats of Peewees, I went ahead and pulled off the three that I would like to see back for the finals. I'm going to go back through and visit with these young people, but let's give them a hand. Looking forward to a great day today.
Ziva Adams, we need you at the North Ring. Ziva Adams, we need you at the North Ring. Your heat is about to enter the ring.
What are they doing? Leedey. Good. Nope. Nope. Good. Alright, well, we're going to watch a little bit more of this. Ah.
So like the class that preceded, we got an outstanding group of kids in this class. I'm going to keep the two showmen that are on the top of this class to come back. That they're going to represent this heat. Both are outstanding in their own right. Actually, there's not probably a less than average showman in this class, to be quite honest. A couple things in case you saw me talking to the kids, and I know, these kids are still young, but I think, as we progress forward and get them into those older divisions and get them up in that senior division, a couple things I'm probably a little bit critical on in this class is and it's just a little bit what I call ring savvy in terms of some of these kids, when you pull one out in front of them in the lineup, they got to fill that gap. I mean, it's just common sense that when you pull ahead. So I probably got up on some kids for that reason. I would comment about this young lady with this mouse-colored heifer going on right now. She's an outstanding showman. Your heifer took you out of it a little bit. She wasn't really wanting to cooperate today, and so I can't punish another kid for that reason. But you do really good. If I was the advisor, I'd probably slow it down just a half a notch and get just a little bit nervous. And then, as I said, I could kind of group these kids together as we go down the line. I want to see these kids get those cattle set up. But then when the judge pulls a head of cattle out of the lineup, certainly need to fill that gap. I mean, because if you're in a natural cattle show, that judge wants to evaluate your calf against the one that's going to be the next one placed in the lineup. So that's probably, I didn't want to be overcritical on that, but that was kind of a deciding factor for me, how I placed this class.
And pricings for heat number 2 of the junior division showmanship. 8th place goes to Bryn Bush. 7th goes to Cooper Dudley. 6th goes to Chisholm Setzer. 5th goes to Cooper Johns. 4th to Charlie Johns. 3rd, Denton Cook. Reserve goes to Kylie Schilling. And your first place winner, Clancy Cunningham. Clancy and Kaylee will come back at the end of the junior show.
Let's give this second heat of Peewees a big hand out here. We're going to bring back these 3 for the finals, and I'm going to go visit with these other young people. But let's give them a hand for coming out here and working hard so far this morning.
So in the North Ring, we have our kiddos coming back in the Peewee division. This is Bradley Fuss, Claire Cunningham, Keller Oaks, Hunter Harris, Cooper Keelon, and Sage Schilling. Those are our 6 in the Peewee runoff right now, being judged by Stillwater, Oklahoma's own Jeremy Lester. We will see what our placings turn out to be. Another big thank you to all of our corporate partners as we look through the Chaplain Cattle Company, Trade Thomas Fencing, R&R Feed Store, Rounds Insurance, Country Rhine Feed Store, County Line Feed Store, SC Show Supplies, WW Livestock, Custom Wood Fibers, Quartermaster Creek Angus, and many, many more. Make this a $32,000 in cash and prizes show today, as we're looking at nearly 300 exhibitors on this beautiful Saturday in the Heartland. So we're excited to have you. Welcome. A big thank you to all of our corporate partners. I know we've got some with us here as well. We certainly could not do this without you. So thank you. We find out who's going to win the Peewee division as we look at heat number 3 of the juniors in the South Ring.
So I want to reiterate something I said in class 1, and I think I skipped it in the next class, and that's simply that how they're placed in this class is how I see them. But when they come back out here for their final division, their junior division, I get to completely switch that around. That being said, the young lady that's going to win this class, she wins this class, and in my opinion, she wins it quite handily. She's very calm. She leads her heifer into her stance. She kind of knows proximity-wise where she needs to be out in this ring. One thing I would suggest when you come back is refit the halter on that heifer. It's a little long for that heifer, in my opinion, and I think she'll fight her head just a little less if you refit that. Not trying to be critical, I'm just saying I think that would be a positive for you. The second and third place was a little tougher for me. I'm going to keep all 3 of these kids. I know we're going to get quite a few kids back in here, but I want to give every kid the opportunity. The young lady that shows the little prospect steer that's standing second when down the pink shirt, she does an awesome job. She's quite relaxed. One thing I would suggest that I would change if I were you, when you want your calf to come ahead, you pull ahead real hard, and as he starts to come ahead, you're pushing back. And he doesn't know what you want exactly, okay? At home, I think that practice will just lead him into what you want, be a little calmer at that halter, okay? This young man in third intrigues me. He probably does as good a job as the young lady in the first place in his class, the way he evaluates the foot placing, and he wants to lead his heifer into that foot placing. One thing I'd like to see you do, young man, I'd like to see you fill that gap a little better. You leave a little bit. You don't have quite as much ring awareness as I want you to have, okay? I want you to be a little more aware of your surroundings. And when you had a chance to use the whole ring a little earlier, you didn't take it. But you do an awesome job. That heifer's relaxed because you're pretty much relaxed. You do an awesome job. And as I said, I'll restate it again. As you kids come back out here for the final drive, if you improve on a couple things that I think you need to improve on, the whole placing could be different. So this is just for this heat. The kids that I got down 5 placings below them, really a nice set of kids as far as paying attention. Maybe they need to be a little brisker at the halter, get those heads up a little quicker, fill that gap ahead of you. Maybe just be a little more aware of what the livestock under that halter is set up like. But a really good group of kids, and I think as we go forward here, you know, the junior and the intermediate division is truly my favorites to judge because those kids are hungry. They want to reach the level of those senior kids, and they fight hard to get there. So really good group of kids here. I think that I know I sound like a broken record, but I think as we went down 5 placings beyond the tree, I think we just need a few more miles in the ring and a little more comfortableness when they get out here.
Let's give all 6 of these young people in the Peewee finals a big hand out here. You know, you'll hear me say it all day. In this ring, in this business, there's no better catalyst to getting these young in production agriculture, in the cattle business, and you hope that they're there and the willingness to get up early, come out here and show a calf that outweighs them by quite a bit. Just shows their determination and their grit, and more now than ever, we're going to need every person that wants to show determination and grit fighting for us in production agriculture. And it's awesome to see these kids well on their way to doing this. We got to pick 2 today, and it's going to be a big show. So I'm going to get on with it. I think there's 2 outstanding young people out here that do a fantastic job. They're going to be nothing but a force to be reckoned with throughout their whole show career. So give them a big hand, reward them for a good job this morning. I'll go show you the 2 that I like.
And in the Peewee division, your reserve champion, Peewee Showmanship, is going to go to Briley Fuss, reserve champion, Peewee Showmanship, making your champion, Peewee Showmanship, Claire Cunningham. How about a big round of applause for all of our kiddos in the Peewee division? That's cool to see all those youngsters start their dreams right here. And now in the North Ring, we will move into the senior division of Showmanship, heat number 1. We say thank you to Little Buster Toys, Phantom Halters, Showfresh H2O, Jeffrey's Livestock Marketing. They are live streaming our event today, so check them out on their website. You can keep posted with everything Stierwalt and Stierwalt Cattle and Clinics on Facebook. That's where we're going to be posting all of this show. All of the orders and everything else for the show today.
Trying to keep in mind how many kids we're going to have back out here. I'm sure we're going to have to split this heat to get us our champions out of this division. That with being said, I'm going to keep 3 out of this class again. I think these are all 3 outstanding showmen. One thing I would tell you kids and your parents, I prefer, this judge prefers you don't come in the ring with a steel comb in your pocket. Now, I know it's not a big thing, and I'm not going to beat your kid if he's got a steel comb in his pocket if he can show the whiskers off one, but with that being said, I just think it's safer for all involved if you come to the show with a plastic comb in your pocket. So enough on that. I'm going to keep all 3 of these kids, like I said. I think all 3 of these kids have probably had some miles under their belt. They're pretty savvy. They're probably ring savvy. They're interested in leading their cattle into a setup rather than poking them into it. They're pretty relaxed at the halter. So I'm going to keep these 3. The young lady in the 4th spot, I can tell there's a lot of talent there. Your steer wanted to be a little bit of a stinker today. He didn't want to set up good. And with that being said, I can't punish the 3 that stand above you. I can tell you knew what you wanted, but your steer really didn't want that as bad as you did. So with that being said, talent galore there, just needed a little more of a cooperative steer to get you in one of those top placings in this heat. The young lady that comes out now with the red heifer, you do a really nice job. I just want you kids that are left, and you 4 kids, I want you to be a little more ring savvy as far as be attentive to when cattle go out in front of you. It's your job to get them pulled up. Maybe keep those heads cranked up a little. You got to remember, when you put those cattle in the ring, I've never seen your calf before, and so you got to give me the best look possible for the 5 or 10 minutes you're out here. So with that being said, I want you to be a little more alert, a little more tentative when you get out here. Awesome group of kids.
Looking for Briley Harmon and Brooklyn Buckingham. Briley Harmon and Brooklyn Buckingham in the north ring. Your heat is about to go in. Placings in the 4th heat of the junior division. 8th place goes to Josie Jones. 7th goes to Jessica Hobaugh. 6th goes to Kennedy Dudley. 5th goes to Kenan Stoner. 4th goes to Kylie Callis. 3rd goes to Kenan Dirksen. 2nd goes to Kate Sweeney. And 1st goes to Kira Ingram. We will bring back the top 3 in that heat. Kira Ingram, Kenan Dirksen, and Kate Sweeney. We will see them back. Junior Mini Hereford. Junior Mini Hereford show classes in heats is posted on the backside of the Cimarron trailer sitting behind the announcer stand. The Junior Mini Hereford steers are posted on the backside of the Cimarron trailer behind the announcer stand.
Here's a big hand out here as we get started in our first heat, and I think that for the finals we're going to bring the top three back. I mean, them three right there doing an awesome job, and I think we could work on them until 10 o'clock tonight, and they're going to stumble a little bit, but they're never really going to just really fall on their face. And I think there's little things to tweak, but I think they all three kind of deserve a shot to compete for the finals, and then we got plenty of senior showmen to get through. But the rest of you, you know, it's more of a swiftness issue. Just get your calf set up as quick as possible, having it look as good as possible, especially with as many cattle and kids as we'll see today. So give them a hand, and we'll see them back, the top three back.
Placings in heat number 1 of the senior division. 6th place goes to Abby Veer. 5th goes to Abby Helmke. 4th goes to Brandon Keelan. 3rd goes to Avery Blakely. Reserve goes to Blake Henrich. And first, your winner of heat number 1 in the senior division goes to Abby Emberson. We'll move to heat number 2 in the north ring as we are in heat number 5 of the juniors in the south ring.
So folks, I know it'd be simpler if I just keep one out of every class, or maybe two. I'm going to keep 3 out of this class again, and I just certainly don't want to cut a kid out of the chance of winning this overall division. And so I'll pick, you're standing third, right? You get that? That doesn't mean you couldn't still win your division, okay? What I would say about this class, a really nice class is Showman in this class. Young man that wins the class, he's real calm, he pulls his steer into his setup. And then he realizes when something's out of place that maybe he should put it back together and do it quite quickly, and I really like that. Likewise, the young lady showing the Charolais colored heifer here that stands second in this class, she's savvy too. I like the way you lead your heifer into it, you don't poke her into it. You can tell a lot of the time, and people that judge showmanship will admit to you, if they're being honest, that you can kind of tell the kids. Sometimes your mind will change as you're judging, but when those kids get 10 yards in the ring, you can kind of tell what fits together the best. The young lady with the pink vest on, she does a really, really nice job. You pulled up and filled the gap. You did really good. You let your heifer get just a little stretched out at times. The young man that stands fourth in class, you were at a little bit of a distinct disadvantage that you were stuck up in that corner. I thought you let your heifer get just a little stretched out. I wanted to see you put her back together a little quicker, if you will. With that being said, really good class. I commented to this young lady in the yellow vest. The longer she was out here, the better she got. She relaxed. One thing I would suggest for her parents, yourself, when that heifer wants to walk, let her walk. She doesn't want to run. She just wants to walk. When you start tapping on the nose, then she clamps her top up, and she isn't as good a looking heifer when you do that. So my suggestion that you kind of let her go and have a little more of a free rein on her. And what I scolded you on, I guess I'd say, I really wasn't scolding you, but a lot of these kids aren't filling the gap. When a judge pulls one out, it's your job to know and get that gap filled up. And she stayed back. She had her heifer set up absolutely perfect, but she had a 20-yard gap that she needed to fill with that heifer. But she did get, the longer she was out here, the better job she did. The two young folks here, I didn't even count how many are in this class. Just want you to be a little more attentive on that halter. It stinks, doesn't it, when they fall over like that? I hate when that happens. I've had it happen too. So the longer you show this calf, the better he's going to get. And I think if you tug a little less on that nose, you won't have that happen.
Let's give this second heat of seniors a big hand out here. I know that wasn't as big, and for me, I think we're going to keep the young lady to come back for the finals for sure. She just calm, cool, collected, does a really nice job. I think the next few boys in line, just make sure that when I pull one out, you're always pulling up to kind of use the rest of the ring. So let's give them a hand. Look forward to seeing that young lady back for the final.
And in heat number 5 of the junior division, 6th place goes to Mackenzie DeBerry. 5th place goes to Kyron Rodriguez. 4th goes to Creighton Carpenter. 4th, and coming back, is Kawa Jorgensen. 2nd goes to Raina Danielson. And 1st goes to Landry Fuss. Top 3 will come back: Landry Fuss, Raina Danielson, and Peewee Jorgensen. They will all come back. All right, well, we've got a special guest in the house tonight. He's fixing to hop on his pony and head back to Austin, Texas, where the OSU Cowboys are about to defeat the Texas Longhorns. Would everybody say hello to Mr. Mr. P in the house tonight? Oh, what a special thing it is. If you've got kids, he is going to the backdrop. If you want your picture with Mr. Pete, send over to the backdrop. He's going to be here for a few minutes before he heads back to Austin to go whip up on some of those Longhorns. How about it one more time for Mr. Pistol Pete tonight?
I'd be better off at first run. I don't live with nothing wrong.
Placings in heat number 2 of the senior division. 6th place goes to Brogan Devlin. 5th goes to Chancey Hawk. 4th goes to Carter Weber. 3rd goes to Case Carlson. 2nd goes to Cash Bixby. And 1st goes to Emma Shaw.
What if I'm right? Still don't have somehow I'm alive now. So walk somewhere into the night. Well, if we both lean into this feeling, you can't believe it, I can already see it. What if tonight that you live in my kids like a part of your world? What if the stars line up and we end up falling in love over a girl? I'll be willing to go wherever and all, but never wrong out of my mind. What if I'm right? What if I'm right? Oh yeah. Girl, we could keep on hiding. Just like I did. What if tonight that you live hidden out of my kids like a part of your world? What if the stars line up and we end up falling in love over every girl? I'll be waiting to keep you long,
Over $32,000 in cash and prizes being handed out this weekend. As we say thank you to Weaver Livestock, the Bank of Western Oklahoma, the Stierwalt Crave Products, Scott Consulting, Western Equipment, Cimarron Trailers, Purina, Andis Clippers, friends at Helderman Show Cattle, K-Bar Cattle Company, Black Hereford Ranch, the Vanderwerf Hereford, Barbara Dyson, Winnebuster Toys, friends of Supreme Trailers, TLC Rentals, Mike Cobb Construction, Cud Energy Services, and Hollywood Services. Big thank you to all of our corporate partners. If you see them around, if you visit the Purina booth, shake their hand, look them in the eye, tell them thank you for making this 2nd annual Stierwalt Cattle Battle so special, with once again over $32,000 in cash and prizes.
It ain't a thing. Wait this thing. It's good so get out the door. It's only good shit that's for sure. Let's get it on right. That's why we should. That's why we dance. That's why we don't back down. That's why we're winning. All trying to win it. Don't think for a minute. We don't give her all again. We'll be rush for the high. For the ride that runs in our way. That's why we do what we do. It's that bullshit face. We keep building on. It's that document brain. Do what you say. Keep it moving strong. But it's that blood dust, that chicken dust, that Jesus dust. Yeah, that's why we show. That's why we dance. That's why we don't back down. All the story love. That's why we're winning. All trying to win it. Don't think for a minute. We don't give a right to get it. For the rest, for the high, for the ride, they're deep in our room. That's why we do what we do. Around here we don't expect no man that respect makes it work. It's what you work for. That's why we show. That's why we dance. That's why we don't back down. All this what we do. That's why we're ready. All trying to win it. Don't think for a minute. We don't give her all again. For the rush, for the fire that runs deep in our room. That's why we do.
So since I've stepped in the ring this morning, this is the toughest class I've judged out of the first 6 in the junior division. Seriously, it is. In terms of, yeah, there's a little spread from the top 3 on down. We are going to keep 3 incidentally. But man, these kids are pretty darn good in this deal. Not filling their gaps, maybe not getting ahead up like they should. And then on a couple cases down the line, I probably won't single you out, where you got your calf pretty well set up his feet, but they had their top roached up, and you kind of need to be aware of that in order for me to get you up here on this top end of the class. With that being said, the young lady with the strip-faced heifer, just really calm, really collected. I like the way she handles herself. You know, it's kind of one of those deals where you kind of forget where she stops and the heifer starts in terms of everything just blends together really good. She's real savvy where she's at in the ring. She wants to lead her heifer into her stance, something that I'm going to guess that heifer's been taught at home, not here today. Likewise, the young man in the cowboy hat, he does a really good job, leads his heifer into it. I always like to give the benefit of the doubt to someone that has to park in that first spot because they don't have other cattle to look at. And with that being said, this young man is very seasoned, he's very calm, does a really, really nice job. And he's more in tune to leading his heifer into it than scratching her and poking around and making her mad and getting her set up. So does a really nice job. Really an intense young man that's going to make this final drive with this little Hereford heifer. He maybe gets just a tick more nervous than the 2 that go out ahead of him. I don't say that as a fault line, just simply because, you know, it takes a little of that intensity to get one across, and he certainly has that. But really nice job. Really aware where the feet placement is on that heifer and does a really good job. When we get down and we go a little deeper into this class, the young lady with the white steer, you really watch your feet good. I thought you let your calf get a little stretched out at times, but as far as you watching and knowing what you want, I like the fact that you're aware that you want him to walk in that rather than poking into it. And then as we go down the line here, like I said, some kids maybe didn't have their cattle set up quite as good as the ones above them, but they're darn sure good showmen. This truly was the deepest class from one. I didn't count them. I think there was 8 or 9 in this class. However many there was an awesome set of showmen throughout.
over here on the north side, a real stout group of senior showmen in this particular division. And we're going to bring the two young men back whenever we get to going through the semifinals and finals. And I kind of visited with, because I thought that these two young people here in third and fourth warranted it. I visited with the young man. I'd like to see her front feet just a little closer together on the side view. And that young lady come out here with the Hereford, and she was doing really good, and her calf just kind of gave up on her, and he wants to be a little ornery. But let's give him a big hand. We'll look forward to seeing those two back.
In class number 3 of the senior division, 7th place goes to Gage Watley, 6th goes to Hudson Scribner, 5th goes to Ivy Cohen, 4th goes to Chloe Corbin, 3rd goes to Cooper Lynn, 2nd is Colton Ward, and 1st goes to Connor Moore. In class 6 of the junior division, 6th place goes to Tatum Bixby, 5th place goes to Olivia Jones, 4th goes to Rachel Watley, 3rd goes to Quade McIntyre. He will come back. Top 3 will come back to Quade McIntyre. 2nd went to McCoy Landwehr, and 1st Swayze Dunsmore. We'll see Swayze, Quade, and McCoy all back. Seniors coming back, just a PSA, seniors coming back in showmanship. Out of the first heat, it will be Abby Emerson and Blake Henrich. And Avery Blakely. In heat number 2, it is going to be Emma Showmanship. Emma will be the only one out of heat number 2. And in heat 3, it is going to be Connor Moore and Colton Ward. Those are going to be your seniors as of right now, coming back.
So folks, we're going to keep following the APAC. We're going to get our next group leader and then we'll finalize this junior division. But if you're watching from ringside, it's personal preference, absolutely personal preference in terms of you don't have to be a rocket scientist or a degree to see these kids out here. They're all very, very talented. I think that for what I like, and again, it's personal preference for the way they put their paddle in motion, the way they stop their paddle, and they don't put them on slam the brakes broken, they lead them into it, they keep those heads up. You know, they do a really nice blend in my opinion of watching the judge. But to me, that's something that really gets overkill. You know, you have parents that, hey, I probably told my kids it when I was young, and I'm sure you watch the judge. Well, I think that gets a little overblown. I think you need that. If you're going to spend a year's worth of work on the right stop to put them in the ring and present them at their best, yeah, you need to know where the judge is. I think that's the way this should have been taught. And my opinion is, know where the judge is at, but watch your cap. Make sure you pick up your cap. You know, we've all seen kids watch the judge so darn much that their heifer steer or whatever they're showing moves, and they're not even aware of it because they're zeroed in on the judge. And I think these 8 exemplify a good combination of knowing where I'm at, but being more concerned with their capital. Awesome group of 8. We're going to keep 4 out of this group.
Another really stout heat of senior showmen, and the three that I'm going to bring back to the finals. You know, you can get nitpicky. We could have again stayed out here all day, and I think this young lady has just been solid since she came in here. It's really hard to get on her in terms of the fault of what she does. Her camp's always not all day. When man, you come out here, you're working hard today. I thought that probably would split that pair when we got up here. We got to move out in front of it and stuff a little bit, okay? Just pick them front feet back up underneath. Kind of the same thing here. You're dialed in. She's looking really good. We're looking while the head wants to drop, and we're coming straight out of it, okay? So these three will be coming back. You other young people did a nice job. Let's give them a hand.
Senior class number 4, years license on the follows 6th place goes to Jenna Williams, 5th goes to Karen Owens, 4th goes to Jacob Hammond, 3rd goes to Chase Gordon, 2nd goes to Jody Lee, and 1st goes to JC Vega. Those are your basics in class number 4 of the senior division.
So as we get this class of kids back out here representing another group of youths, it's hard to imagine that when you get them all out here that this isn't the absolute final five, and these kids are that good. They really are. Just a few things that separate them, I think. And some of it has to do with the crowd. You know, maybe quickly when you come in the ring, I had in my mind you were definitely going to make this next cut. And it had nothing to do with you. It has to do with your Heifer. She's not going to play right now. And I can't finish another kid who's going to have another. So it's not you that your Heifer kind of took you out. But she was really good after the first go around. And I'm not just saying her out, but sometimes the cattle don't just give you that what you need, or they get what you need, or many obvious reasons that could happen. Anyway, we're going to be 4. That's going to leave us with 8 to come back and finalize this division. I've taken a little longer than maybe I should have. I don't really apologize for that simply because this group is really good. And I think it demands a little time. It's going to be exciting to get Leedey and back out here. I think we're going to end up, I'm going to clarify this at the desk. I think we got to get our top 3. So awesome group of kids. It's been a real treat out here.
On final drive in the junior division, we've got Bailey Page, Fancy Cunningham, Ella Danielson, Kate Sweeney, Kira Ingram, Landry Fox, McCoy Landler, and Swayze Dunsmore. They're in our final drive of the junior showmanship in the South Ring.
What a stellar group of showmen. How about a round of applause for these kids and several kids that didn't get back out here for this drive. Truthfully, you know, I guess I'm a believer like probably just 99% of the people here that to the victor goes the spoils, and you don't share trophies. And boy, when you get in a situation like this, you're like, man, oh man, I wish we could spread this out a little more. But with that being said, as I see these kids, you know, some of these kids have had the opportunity to be in this ring a couple of times, and you just see them do things so right so many times. And so if you're watching from ringside and you got a granddaughter or a grandson and one of your kids out here and they don't make the top three, I understand. I live on that side of the fence way more than on this side of the fence. I understand that. I didn't like it. Any one of these kids can make us. I'm not saying that to make it feel good, but they're top to bottom. With that being said, though, also, like I said earlier in the day, it's all personal preference, the way things all come together. And so, with that being said, there is a showman out here that I think just hit me hard when he or she walked in the ring, and every time he or she walked in the ring, it's been the same. I'm going to pick you the top three here. We'll move on to what an outstanding set of kids. Also, what I would also like to add to that, I'm sure we'll talk about it today, is when you get in this livestock setting, very seldom you'll ever see a kid with a bad attitude. You'll see a disappointed kid, and I'm all about that. If you got skin in the game, you're going to be disappointed. But I very, very seldom deal with a kid that gives you a bad attitude for not winning. And with that being said, to me, that's a tribute to you on that side of things. So, at any rate, we'll give you a pick of your top three. I do have an individual pick out here that I think just exemplifies an outstanding showman. It's a really close race. We'll get you your second, third.
Over here in senior showmanship, this was the first 4 heat winners that we come back and work through again, and then we got plenty of cattle to get through. And then we're going to see for the finals will be your division champion. I went to a visit with these young people on my ROC. Again, showmanship is as much up to personal preference and how you like it with the judge and anything. So don't quit showing. Let's give them a big hand and we'll keep working through everyone.
Kendra Walter to the North Ring. We got it. Placings in the junior division, your second reserve champion. Second reserve is going to be Ella Danielson. Reserve champion Junior Showman, recording name here. Name your champion Junior Showman is going to go to Swayze once more. I want to have an applause for all of our kids in the junior division this morning. They did a fabulous job. We'll move on to the intermediate in the South Ring. And we are bringing in heat number 5 of the senior division in the North Ring.
blending the two, and actually not coming to the other where I find we can either capture that or we can put the two up to lead it in. So probably, I guess what I'm saying is I think if we follow suit to the two for us, we're going to be blending it in. I think they're going to take that leading and come into it. And I started to say that after we get the third, I noticed the kids, they settle up and they watch me. They're kind of for that part of their job. They're keeping an eye on me and all of that. And I'm not even saying that I'm not out of position. But if they do get out of position, if you're so zeroed in on the judge, you lose sight of the fact that they don't have investigate. So I think we lost a little sight of what was in front of us. We did a good job of right at the alternate and kind of acted good, but I think they need to do a little less watching me and a little more watching the rest.
Looking for Logan Cook to the north ring, please. This is an intermediate class number 1. We will bring back 2 out of this class. 6 points goes to Crossy Garcia. 5th went to Bryson Leedey. 4th goes to Aubrey McIndo. 3rd goes to Wyatt Larry. 2nd goes to Ansley McIndo. And 1st goes to Camden Coleman. We'll take back the first 2 out of that class.
We get into our 15. Let's give these seniors a good hand. We're going to bring these 2 young ladies back here to just do an incredible job. They might have to talk to the young lady that's going to be second. When you bring the cat back here, I don't know if this is for sure or not, but she will help you full length coming in, but that one's settled down and it's really good. And then this young lady is just letting back on water, just calm, cool, collected. He's sharpened her craft quite a bit, but I look forward to seeing yours too. I'll go back through the top of these young people.
Six in heat number 5 of the senior division. 6th place goes to Caitlin Skills. 5th goes to Kimberly Window. 4th goes to Connie Dodd. 3rd goes to Kim Silas. 2nd to Kinsey Johnson. And 1st place, Kendra Walter. Just an update, Purebred Charolais Heifers. Purebred Charolais Heifers will move to the AOB class. Purebred Charolais Heifers will move to the AOB class. Let's give thanks to Angus Clippers, Career Fees, Sorrel Trailers, Western Wood, Scott Consulting, Vincent Van Walters, Showfish H2O, Spring Trailers, Walter Cattle Company, Goodwood Cattle, TLC Rentals, My Call Construction, driven by Scott Clark.
So admittedly, when this class come in the ring, I thought, well, we've got some top showmen in this class. And momentarily, after I got into this, we showed up really confident here, talking about all four of the deep in this class. Spilling gaps, don't think that the kids have in this class, you need to go a little longer than that, you need a bit like that, and you need to go down. Young man that comes in third in this class, he's got kind of get a side in this class. He knows his steer up, but still wants to, despite that, despite that, he wants to get up in the middle. Absolutely, he get up. But after wants to get up in the back, and when he pulls it forward, he puts his feet up, he wants to get up down the middle. Let's go for it, that's better. Likewise, you do a really nice job of watching the placement. When you throw that top down, just throw it. Maybe you wear just a little over the board when you put that top down. Just a little more back and back through. But you're aware that you need to get very nice leg and the three that come out now just do a really nice job of just a little more delivery. Actually, I can't say it about the young lady right now like last year. You're really intense on the mountain. You're steering you're still totally out of that way. Get a little bit of rest out here on the place today. So he wasn't set up as hard for somebody that got his pass. It wasn't your ability, it was just your ability to go in the great one. The number two did get more pass. I think you just need to be a little bit more around. You need to get attack, and we're going to pass that house.
Licensed Club Intermediate Class 2. 6th place goes to Dyson Dunlap. 5th goes to Happy Hunt. 4th goes to Finley Rocky. 3rd goes to Braden Callis. 2nd goes to Avery Source. And 1st goes to Berlin. We'll take the first 4 out of that group. So Emma, Emery, Finley, and Braden. You will be coming back.
Our next seat of senior showman, 2 exceptional showmen in my mind. Up in the top, also the young lady in the 3rd round. I think all 3 of these young people do a really good job. This young man, he's dialed in, he's ready to go. Caps on point. So I like about him is he uses the entire range, he knows where he's at, always has his gap. This young lady, there for a minute, I thought her camp was going to drop his head, kind of lowered a little bit, just keep out here, got after it, so I appreciate that before to see her. Young lady with a 5'1" one, probably just kind of a little tired out here, but I think she does such a good job showing when we need to bring her back for the line. Let's give them all their hands.
Placings in class number 6 in the senior division. 6th place goes to Brendan. 5th goes to Michaela Hunt. 4th to Lizzie Duvall. 3rd goes to Casey McIntyre. 2nd goes to Libby McIndo. And 1st is going to Parker Lockhart. We'll bring back the top 3 in that group. So we will see Parker, Casey, and Libby all back once again.
So as we advance up into our division here, I feel a little more critical, I guess. I don't think we need to do much more critical than this more as we get a little more age and knowledge on these kids. I guess what I'm looking for, I think I'm very going to say this, but I think it's not in any of it. At this age, I really like to see if people who are the best really savvy, get around, get ready. Once this young lady did a great job and she was getting up, she looked at her and she got 50 good opportunity to see all the talent. Just I just had something to say. She just got it that, you know, we got to have in this class and she needs to get her better. We're going to get herself here. So that's what she decided this past year to bring savvy and awareness of where she needs to be. Young man that got a second class, you're a little more nervous than she is. But with that being said, you got your effort put up in place. You never wants to run to round there, or you never run to right now. But back to in the second one, and you really need to fix it. Fix it from down here, okay? Back to this time. That's just right out there, your effort. She is just what I understand. We got to play that 2-3. You need to fix that right. You can fix it quick. You're really good at the deep lanes. You need to get that out there. Otherwise, you could have been in a top shot. The young lady that comes out is really pretty good. But I can say is a couple things. One is, I punished her a little bit because, again, moving up the ladder on the age here, and you do that to your back, put the young lady on the you get that young lady, you feel like that. If you move out, do what you can, and one of those numbers you don't have, it's too abrasive to have it. And I think the control that instead, if you can fix that lead, so you can hold it, it's going to hurt the company. It's so sharp. So with that being said, if you can run that up and push through the head, I think you have to get more control of the head. I think you can do it once you have to do a great job, fill that gap really quick. The young man here, does a really nice job. Probably folks, you know, a little way that I think is opposite, but otherwise does a really nice job. He's not going to have to get anything that way. What we did is the bottom three, if I could just get them together, in my opinion, we do too much more to the not enough actual training in the media to it. That just irritates your cash. So with that being said, maybe if you don't know that much teaching on media, but not go through it, that's usually not a good scenario. Anyway, really nice group kids.
I see the senior showman, pretty stout set of kids, and I think these two young ladies will come back for the finals and an exceptional job. They're just pretty calm, their camp was always set up. I thought they did a really nice job. Let's give them a round of applause.
Trent-wise in the senior division, your heat is about to enter the ring. Trent-wise, Division 14 or 3. Placings in Heat 3 in the intermediate division. We will bring back the top 3. In 6th place, it was Hope Springer. 5th is Cassie Kelly. 4th, Kate Hendricks. 3rd, Jillian Sherman coming back. Wyatt McIntyre 2nd, and Jimmy Donaldson 1st. 1, 2, 3 will come back, so Jillian and Wallace, we will see you again.
As we round out our final senior showman, but I'm wanting to sort through, I think this young lady on top does a really nice job, like most of them today, and all the 8 class winners. Just always got to get positioned and looking correct whenever you're out here from every angle, get some ring awareness. I commend this young man. I come on here in second. Again, that Heifer calf was a little amped up when he first came out here. He calmed her down. He got her looking right. He does a really nice job. Let's give him a long hand. We'll look forward to seeing him back.
Okay, so we got a really nice group of children here. We're going to keep 3 out of this division. The young lady that wins this division, she gets her heifer up in the corner and she pulls her equipment. I would advise on this heifer. You set her up good, but when you go to pull her forward, to me you jerk forward on her too much and she isn't quite comfortable with what you want. So she kind of lunges forward. I think if you were just a tick kinder, if that's the word I would use, on that halter, but if you know exactly how you want it to look, and you get that done 99% of the time, I would relax that halter when you pull it forward. On this 2 and 3 pair, like I said, we're going to keep 3. What I told this young man is, he does a phenomenal job with this heifer, but it kind of reminds me of that pet dog you have in the house, and you know, in the mornings they want to go out for a walk, and they're jumping on the board, and they're shouting over the door, and you let them out, and they go crazy. Well, you show them, you do a really nice job. Every time she gets out of position, you take her for a walk. Okay? And all you're doing is rewarding her for that. It's like a little kid in Walmart when you don't get the candy bar, they pop down for her. You get gut candy, and that's going to fix that. Don't walk there every time you don't have to do it. Just step her up into it, okay? Because she's never going to stand for it for you. When you got her parked, you got her parked awesome. When you got wing savvy, but don't reward her for that either. Your teacher at home, but walk in what you want to stay there. The young lady with I was tempted to change these 2, but I thought it really doesn't matter because they get to come back out. But that is the way they're going to place 2 and 3 today. You do a really nice job. Your steer, he gets a little relaxed in that front knee, and I think you should move him just a little bit. You get him set, and then you get comfortable with it. He gets a little comfortable, he wants to get just a little forward on that knee. I think if you move him up and press him up just ever so slightly, I love your calmness at the halter. You keep that head up and really present that well. Now we get down, and again, I've canned a few reasons, and if they've been the way I see them, I think these kids going forward, you get a little nervous, and you get broken with that stick. I think you need to all just calm down, just ever so slightly. And I get that every situation is different. You may have a heifer that's coming in weak, foggy, maybe you just hauled in this morning, and they're not acting quite as good as they did last year, even through. But I think you just need to get them a little more time at home to exactly what you want, and lead them into it instead of going into it. And I think I can say that about all 5 of these players.
Senior Class 7 results as we get called up. 6th place went to Weston Frazier. 5th to Ryder Sims. 4th to Red Snyder. 3rd to St. Schmidt. 2nd to Piper Pro. And 1st went to Cheyenne Bixby. In Class 8 of the senior division, 6th place was Tyler Manis. 5th went to Taylor Rondo. 4th went to Taylor Millick. 3rd went to Trevor Williams. 2nd, Trent Wise. And 1st, Tim Mefford. We're looking for division number 1 of the Showmanship. Abby Emerson, Connor Moore, Chase Jordan, and JC Vega. We need you station 4 on the north ring for your runoff. In the intermediate division, Class 4, 6th place was Keelan Dirksen. 5th place was the Macy Reese. 4th with the Kylan Oaks. 3rd, Kylie Ward. 2nd, Kelton Dowdle. In 1st, Kennedy Bacall. We will see Kennedy, Kelton, and Kylie back in the runoff. Junior Mini Hereford. Heifer classes, Junior Mini Hereford. We are going to see you very soon in the North Arena, right after this set of seniors.
Let's give all these heat champions a big hand out here as we pick through our second division. There's a lot of good senior showmen, and again, like my what I said earlier is, good showmanship is really fun to watch. It's tough to judge, and I think all these kids do an exceptional job. These kids to my left are going to come back and compete for the finals, and I appreciate everyone that come out that's on my right. Let's give them a big hand out here.
Coming back from that division in senior showmanship will be Libby McAdoo, Parker Lockhart, Tenley Medford, and Kendra Walter. And we will see them back with the Division I exhibitors for the final runoff of the senior showmanship. We're in class number 5 of the intermediate showmanship in the South Ring. As we say thank you to Scott Consulting, Friends of Andis Clippers, WW Livestock Handling Systems. Super big thank you to them. Jeffrey's Livestock Marketing is where we are live streaming right now on the World Wide Web. For the Cud Energy Services, Quartermaster Creek Angus, Custom Wood Fibers, SC Show Supplies, County Line Feed Store, Rounds Insurance, R&R Feed Store, Trey Thomas Fencing, and Showfresh H2O. Big thank you to all of our corporate partners helping make this day possible for all of our exhibitors.
So in this, I think this is our final class. I hope I'm stating that right. We've got a really good showman that excels in this heat. She did the most things right the most often. Now, one thing I would want to see you do different in terms of geographical awareness. When you lead out, hug the edge of that ring. Okay, all right. Use that ring to your advantage. Richie had to tell you, to swing out wide. We got a lot of cattle in here, not a huge show ring. So at your age, that's one of the things I want you to practice a little harder. Just be aware of your surroundings and use that whole ring. Shoot out as soon as you get past the last cattle. Get out there and hug that edge, okay? So you get everybody. And then it gives me a better opportunity. Was I judging your cattle, and I can get away from them and see them a little better, okay? But as far as the way you set your calf, you're relaxed at the halter, that calf's comfortable with you, you do a really, really nice job. Young lady that's going to come, we're going to keep 3 incidentally, that comes second in this class. Hey, young lady, get a comb in your pocket. Where's your comb? You forgot your comb. You do a really nice job showing this calf. You set him up good. You get his back down. Maybe if I were you, I would probably, are you a little nervous? Are you kind of nervous? A little bit nervous. I would slow it down just a little, but I like your savvy. I like when you pull up in place, you get that top down, you get him set really good. Maybe just tone it back just ever so slightly and come back with the comb, please. The young lady with the heifer that comes third and going to get saved to come back, you do a really nice job also. I think at times you get your heifer parked pretty good, but then I think you zero in on me. And when she tends to move a little, you miss a little bit of that, okay? So I think it needs to be a little better combination of watching me, but more intent on what your heifer's doing, okay? The young lady that comes out fourth, and I didn't bring you back. I think you're really, really good. Back when it really counted, when I was making my decisions, your heifer got real wide on her front end, and you didn't fix it. And you were watching me again, like I said, a little more intention on me than what your heifer. She's standing fine right now, but here toward the end, when you really needed it, she got way wide on her fronts, and I needed you to fix that. Okay, the young lady with the gold steer here, he's been a rattlesnake. The longer he's out here, the tougher he's got for you to handle. And so he kind of took you out of the race. I think you've got a whole lot of talent, but he just didn't want to cooperate. He didn't want to stand. With that being said, I couldn't punish another kid. I can see your talent, and I'm sure you got talent. he pretty much wanted to do that the longer he was out here, and it kind of took you out of the race. Young lady with the pink, you let your calf get a little bit stretched out for actually both these girls let their cattle get a little stretched out for my liking. So I'd like to see you been a little more attentive to that. I will give you the benefit of the doubt. That's not a nice place to be up where you were, is it? You were stuffed up in that corner, and I always try to take that into consideration. Again, in a reiteration, to be redundant, I thought maybe these cattle got a little stretched out, and maybe you girls should have paid a little more attention to that, okay? So being zeroed. Young man at the halter, I think, that's coming in next, I think if you were a little bit more savvy and a little stricter on that halter, you let that calf's head get down, that heifer's head get down, you get just a little plainer in a look. You just for the 15 minutes you get to spend out here, you got to give it 100%, okay?
And in intermediate class number 5, 6th place goes to Olivia Salmons. 5th goes to Samantha Graves. 4th goes to Rylan Flinner. 3rd will move to Savannah Ingram. 2nd, Timber Medford. And 1st, Madison Shout. We will bring back our top 3. So Madison, Timber, and Savannah, we will see them back.
Good, how are y'all doing? Good. Uh-oh. I'm glad you did. Good to see you. Okay. Bye. Good luck.
Let's give all these senior finalists a big hand out here. It's been a lot of work, and I just wanted to go through and visit with each one of these young people, and I just ask them how long they've been showing and where they're from, and you know, when you get to do each end of showmanship, we started this morning with the Peewees, and most of these kids are real experienced. They've been showing for a long time, and you like to see that. Again, like I said this morning, there's no better place in my mind than this show ring right here as a catalyst to build up young people. Showmanship's as good as any. You got to just be a team with your calf, and sometimes they can give up on you pretty quick. And I like watching a lot of good showmanship. It's always more challenging, especially when you get to this moment and you got to pick three. So I want you to give them a big round of applause. I'm going to go show you the three that I like, and I think that I'm confident that I found the 8 best in this particular division. Let's give them a hand. I'll go show you the ones I like.
One's the project, and one's, you know, it's still good. Still good. I mean, they're not good enough. How have you been, man? I called, left a message on you, hello or something. Oh, it is. Through kind of last weekend with Tulsa and stuff, it's been kind of crazy. Kirk said that people here from 10 states. That's pretty awesome. I heard 290 some entries, 290 some exhibitors, 500 and some guys. But you know, part of the reason y'all do what you do with him and all that, he's a nationwide. His how deep's he going to pick? I don't know. I wasn't paying any attention. Has he picked any more? He picked the boy that you mentioned. Okay. So that was second then. I believe so. That's just nearly expected. So yeah, pretty darn good. Looks like the wheat's coming. Good, and it here you can just drive up over the hill. It's really good at my mother's, as good as it's ever been. It's only about a mile and a half wide. You know, either side of that. And you know, it came in second. So we've got some. I mean, the guy, one of the guys told me, somebody said that way my mother had never seen it that good in all years I've been up here. And he's a neighbor that watches everything we do. But it's just like, and it's honestly, we didn't have very much rain there. It's just barely had enough. So that wheat's never been beat down or anything. It's just good. But then 3 miles from there, it was
We're going to keep 4 out of this, out of their respective heats, and bring the next group in, and we'll get her whittled down for you so we can move on into the market end of the cattle show. But 4 awesome. I think there was 8 out here, or 7 or 8. I think there was 8, and it's just nitpicking by the time you get to this point. You're hoping for a kid to make a mistake, and oftentimes they don't even make a mistake. It's just simply that someone that made it to the finals did it just a little quicker and just a little better maybe, but it wasn't so much that they made a mistake. But these are the 4 individuals that'll be coming back to represent the intermediate division.
In senior showmanship, your results are as follows. 3rd place went to Kendra Walter. Reserve champion goes to Parker Lockhart. And your champion in the senior division goes to Jace Vega. JC Vega. Congratulations to all of our senior exhibitors. We're moving on to the Mini Hereford, Junior Mini Hereford in the North Ring. In the north ring, we're about to kick off the pre-junior mini Hereford Heifer class as we finalize our intermediate showmanship class.
We've opted to keep 3 that represents the respective heats as they come out. Just an outstanding group of kids. I was a little tough on a few of the kids leaving the ring right now. One heifer in particular, as I talked earlier in class, the young man, his heifer wants to get up on her top, and I specifically stared right at that heifer's top, thinking I'd pull that heifer out and get her in the top 4, and it just didn't get fixed. Now, I'm not trying to be mean-spirited here, but those are all things that going forward, if you want to compete at that level, I think you got to fix those things. And so it was the young man showing the Hereford heifer up here on the rail. The young lady in the yellow shirt back here, I considered her to go in those top 4. I just wanted her to fill that gap immediately. You know, we're getting up in our age group now where we need to be really aware of those things, whether you're showing your cattle or you're competing for showmanship. It'll be interesting to get these 3 back out here with the 4 that preceded them to wrap up our intermediate division. But just an outstanding group of kids, an outstanding, talented, high talent group of kids.
A really good way to get started here in the Heifer Show, and the Mini Hereford Show to be exact. And young man brings us a really high quality female. She's flat shouldered, she's strong top. You like her flexibility at the ground with her joints, really moves level out of her hip and hind leg. Let's give that young man a hand. Two awfully nice females here in this second class. They're both different in their type and kind, and I elect to use the better bodied, better structured female. She's one that you like in terms of muscularity down her top and out of her hip. She's the heavier bone, bigger footed option as well. Really like this female in second. From the side, she offers some length and extension. She ties high into the point of her shoulder with her neck. She's strong and straight down her top. Probably one that just needs to open up wider from the ground up, just be more functional in her body shape. A single entry again, one that I think excels from a brood cow shape standpoint. She's big ribbed and bold sprung. She's muscular if you stand in behind her. Sets down on a really good shape to her foot. Let's give that young man a nice hand.
So as we wrap up our intermediate division, including some kids that aren't even out here, seriously, there won't be a part of judging the market division that'll be any tougher. I don't care what's coming today in terms of trying to decide between these. I guess we got 7 kids out here, and truthfully, that's not a feel-good statement. These kids are that stellar good in their own right. They're kids that have some show ring savvy. They got presence. They belong in terms of they fit their animal, the way they lead their animal, the way they lead their animal into their stance. So with that being said, we're going to go 3 deep here. There's going to be 4 parents, grandparents, whatever, are going to say, well, why didn't my kid win? Well, that's a darn good question, because it is simply that tough. It's that good, and things stick in your mind as you see these kids come out, and they just do things exactly the way you like them or think they should be done. One other thing I'd add to showmanship, and then we'll wrap this up, is it's certainly very, very subjectional. You can win a showmanship this week for the same reason you get beat by a judge next week. I know that. I get that. To me, it's just a commonsensical thing. I don't get into the what they're wearing for clothes or what if they got a blingy belt or don't. I guess that's really not my job. That's more for a style show, as far as I'm concerned. I just like these kids that you can tell. And I'm not saying some kids that were out here earlier today that cattle didn't show well, that they're not working just as hard in the barn. Some days these cattle will have an off day, but with that being said, I couldn't be happier with this group of 7. And some of the kids I hated sending back to the barn because they were really, really top showmen. So I'm going to walk around these cattle quickly one more time. I'll get you your top 3.
On our next class, 2 females that are radically different in their type and kind, in my mind. I'm going to go with the young man in the cowboy hat from a quality, a balance standpoint. She's neater in her shoulder, and I think what sorts the pair in my mind is her flexibility at the ground, particularly out of her hip and hind leg. Bigger scaled, higher performing female that is in second, and I read all that. She's one that's softer in her midrib and flank. Today, she just wants to labor. She gets out of her front end. I'd like to see her softer on her rear pasture. And 2 awfully nice females.
And in the intermediate showmanship, your third place finisher will go to Madison Shout. Reserve goes to Kennedy Lockhart, and your champion intermediate showman goes to Emma Lynn. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. We will now move on to the pre-junior mini Hereford steer show in the South Ring.
A really nice class, led off in my mind by an exceptional class winner that's not only captivating from the side. If you study her through her front 1/3, she's tucked neat into her shoulder and chest. She's good in her top line and square out of the backside of her shoulder. She gets around the ring the most flexible at the ground. Really like the big ribbed, heavy bone, big footed female that's going to be second. She's moderate in her type and kind. I think, though, if we compare her to the one in front of her, she's a shot deeper in her chest and more open in her shoulder. Sure like to see more genuine width when you stand in behind her.
In class number 5 of the pre-junior mini Hereford Heifer show. Class number 5, second place goes to Hudson Harris. First place goes to Brooke Fuss.
Hey, you might announce that junior mini Hereford steers, we need them to be making their way over here.
Pre-junior mini Hereford steers, you need to be making your way to the South Ring. Pre-junior mini Hereford. You need to make your way to the South Ring. We're about to kick it off.
Another high-quality single entry, one that's really good from a body type perspective, particularly in her heart through her rear rib and flank. Big-footed, heavy bone female, one that I'd like to see better in the angle of her shoulder, move square from hock to ground.
We're needing class 1 of the miniature Hereford steers on the south side ring. Class 1 miniature Hereford steers. Right off the bat here, I think we're missing 2 of the 3 out of class 1 miniature Hereford steers. So if you can hear this, head to the ring. All right, class 1 miniature Hereford steers.
Another phenomenal brood cow prospect in our last class of the miniature Hereford heifers. One that I read to be really good from a body shape and type standpoint. Huge volume, bold sprung female. You like her in terms of freshness as she's getting a little probably age on her. She's good at the base of her shoulder and chest. Let's give that young lady a nice hand.
So we're needing Class 1 miniature Hereford steers to the makeup ring, please. Also, as the day unfolds here on the cattle, because we're showing 2 rings, steers and heifers, if you feel like you're going to be running close, and we will time out in one ring to let you show and then finish in one ring so you can come to the other. So if you think you're getting close, because we're doing 2 rings, steer and heifer side by side, you brought steers and heifers, then we just ask you to come up to the table, let us know, we can time out briefly, let that class finish, and then we can go ahead and restart. So Class 1, miniature Hereford steers to the makeup ring, to the south side of the show arena. Class 1, mini Hereford steers to the makeup ring.
As we get ready to pick our first breed of the day, let's give all these young people a big hand out here. I think if you look from the first class to the last, you see females that have quality. They're feminine, they're good structured, they're really flexible in their lower joints. You like their body shape. They're still practical and functional in their build. I think there's some that once you kind of go to the next level and put some balance and some look back into them, there's 2 in my mind that rise to the top quite easily. Today I'm going to go with the little girl in the pink to be your champion. Let's give her a big hand.
And in the pre-junior mini Hereford heifer side, reserve breed champions going to Keller Oaks. The breed champion will go to Brooke Fuss. We will wait for Legend Cooper to get over to his steer, and then we will begin the steer show of the pre-junior mini Hereford division. Legend Cooper, you're in our first heat of the steers. Legend Cooper, make your way to the steer ring. We're waiting on you.
Yeah. They're going to need to quit feeding the big one and feed the little one. Because the big one's going to get too fat if they continue to feed her very much. That other is just such a beast. Oh, boy. Well, let's play with today.
First class Angus heifers, again, two females that I read to be plenty different in their type and kind and probably at different stages from a performance standpoint, but I think the fresh, feminine, sleek and slender one's the one that's going to win for me today. If you just study her through her front 1/3, she hinges better out of her shoulder. She's more comfortable in her knee. You really like how her neck sits high into the top of her shoulder and she's square out of her pins. She gets around really flexible. I really like the power and the body of this one here in second. She's the higher performing, higher weight per day of age female for sure, and you got to like how bold sprung she is. I think from there, though, she gets plenty coarse and open into her shoulder. You'd like to see her leaner through her base of her chest and all the way through her lower third. Two nice females. Let's give them a hand.
Placings in Heat 1 of the Angus heifer class is going to be second place Wyatt McIntyre. First place Quade McIntyre. We'll move to Angus Heat number 2 now, as we are just getting started in class number 1 of the pre-junior mini Herefords.
So as we kick off things over here on the market side in the miniature Hereford, our first class in the ring, we've got a steer that he is the combination cattle in this class to be sure. He's big bone, he's ultrasound on those back two, really good through the center part of his body. He's big backed, he's big loin, he's really wide through the center of his quarter. Is he the most elite fronted one that we're probably going to see today? No, I'd like to trim him up, but all things considered, from the ground up, from his nose to his tail head, he has to win this class. The 2 and 3 placing gets a little closer for me in that I'll admit to you they're identical, different, which doesn't make sense. They just couldn't be any more different in their type and kind. We got a real bold, sprung rib cattle, a calf that's not as elongated up through his front end. I'd like to change that about him, but he's just a bolder top, bolder hip calf than the calf that's going to go third in this class. He's a little shorter coupled than what I think in a perfect world. With that being said, there's more true product under the hide. The steer that comes third, I admire this steer's longevity from the top of it, from the pole all the way to the back of his tail head. He's a longer bodied steer than the steer that beats him. If I can change this calf, I love his foot size, I love his angle to his back leg. He gets a little flatter in his rib cage, and I'd like to give him a little more true punch and power from his hooks to pin. Just give me a little more sign of product there, but a really nice calf. He is a longer bodied calf than the calf that goes second. You got a nice calf there, young man. Good job.
Highly competitive class here over here in the Angus show, and I think 3 females that I genuinely mean all have some positives, and I think just kind of working through them. The young man in the hat that's going to win today, I think that's the complete functional female. She's the good neck, good shouldered option that's the squarest out of her hip. She's the best in terms of her tail head set, and you like the swoop to her midrib and flank. I think that what keeps this all close in this particular class, this young man's female in second is the better bodied option. She's bolder into her forerib. She's bolder sprung down her top. You like her foot and bone. Today, I'd like to see her just a little easier on the halter. Probably like to smooth her up in her shoulder and her chest, move her out just ever so slightly better in her hind leg. The one in third, I think, is the greenest and the rawest in her build, and there's nothing wrong with that. That female's neck ties high into a good shoulder. She's really strong down her top. Where I change her today, she's just a little frailer in her bone and footwork. I'd like to make her tail head sit better into her hip and hind leg. 3 awfully nice females. Let's give them a hand.
And on the steer side, the first class of pre-junior mini Hereford steers. Third place went to Keegan Rodriguez. Second place, Caden Reichert. And first place goes to Legend Cooper. On the heifer side, in Class 2, third place goes to Avery Blakey. Second place goes to Denton Cook. And first place goes to Cade Henrich. We'll say a big thank you once again to all of our corporate partners, from Purina to Andis Clippers to Weaver Livestock, WW Livestock Systems, all the way down to Walter Cattle, Supreme Trailers, TLC Rentals, Cud Energy Services, Showfresh H2O, Phantom Halters, Barber, Dyson, Vanderwerk, Hereford, the Black Hereford Ranch, K-Bar Cattle Company, Helderman Show Cattle, and our friends at Custom Wood Fibers. Big thank you to each and every partner that has signed up and said we want to support this amazing event for the second year. We were the first ones to kick it off in the COVID season. We showed that it can be done and we can all get together and have a good time. And we are so thankful for the Stierwalt family bringing it back for the second time. Over $32,000 in cash and prizes.
Young man brings a really nice single entry. I think one that you like in terms of her moderation. She's sensibly sized. She's got some depth of body. Maybe one from a design standpoint we could restructure up through her front 1/3, particularly her shoulder and her chest. Nice heifer for that young man. Let's give him a round of applause.
So at the risk of confusing someone on the sidelines, in some of these smaller classes, I think what I'm going to do is do like we're going to do in this class. When there's a couple, 3, maybe even 4 head, I think what I'm going to do is I view these cattle and then we circle them to be a little more expedient with our time. I think I'm just going to park them like I did. So this class, as you look at them from the bleachers, is going to be placed the way that you see them right now. The young lady with the steer with the nose ring in him, just a really, really nice calf. I think as he fights that nose ring, he wants to get up in his top just ever so slightly, and I'd like to change that about him. And standing out here, I'm not going to try and convince you at ringside that he blends into his flank as good as maybe both cattle behind him. But with that being said, lays really good in his shoulder. He's nice up through his front. He's real fresh looking. He's got some top and loin in him. He's good in his center quarter. Got a lot of quality in that calf. Could I blend him into his flank just ever so slightly? I probably would. I love the way this gets out and this calf gets out and goes. He bends that hock good. He reaches good. Real big-footed kind of cattle to go first in this class. The second place steer it kind of reminds me a little bit about the third place steer in the last class. He's really nice. I love his elongated look. He's got a lot of length from his pole to his tail head. I admire that in cattle with a little extra body length. He gets just a little flatter in his rib. I'd like to give him a little more explosion coming out of the top of his spine. And in order to get in that top spot today, he just got to give me more product from hooks to pins. The third place steer, he is wolfy to be sure. He's big in the center part of his body. He's a big top calf. When we put him in motion, I wish he could be a little more athletic. He gets up and around on those back legs. He gets a little shorter in his front 1/3. It's just a little staler looking, and then you can see he gets up in the middle of his back also when he moves. I just wish I could put him in motion a little different, make it a little easier for him to get around the ring. 3 really nice steers. They couldn't be any different in type and kind.
And in class number 2 on the steer side, third place went to Hunter Harris. Second place, Connor Keelan. And first place, Devry Darbon. That is our placings in class number 2 on the steer side of the pre-junior mini Herefords. On the Angus side, in the third class, Baylor Seafried was your winner in class 3. We're looking at class number 4 right now.
Two females that are really nice in their type and kind in this particular class, and I think if you get a different read on both of them, I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's higher performing, bigger outline female. She's still wider set in terms of functionality. She's good bodied, and I like that about her, and probably from a balance standpoint, she hooks up better into her shoulder, and she's stronger down her top and out of her hip. Really like the moderation and the swoop to this one's midrib and flank. I think from a design standpoint and being a little flatter haired, we'd like to just see her stronger down her top, particularly right behind her shoulder and out of her hip. 2 nice females.
And in class number 4, your placings is going to be Macy Reese, second place, Denton Cook, first place in class number 4 on the heifer side.
Young man brings a single entry here. As we get into the older females, I can compliment this one for being fresh in her build, particularly if you read her through her shoulder and chest. She's one that's got some length and extension. Probably one, if we really study her on the move out of her hip and hind leg, we'd like to set her square from hock to ground.
Got a really nice pair of miniature Hereford steers over on this side of the ring. Steer I'm going to start with, phenotypically from his hock up, is made really, really good. Love him coming out of the back of his shoulder. He's a big loin cattle. He's got adequate width from hooks to pins. He's adequate in his bone work. Now, with that being said, I'd also grant you, I'd like to change the angle on both ends of this calf. He gets a little straight up on his front end, causes him to want to toe out a little bit, and he gets just a little more rigid at the ground when we put him in motion. That being said, and I'm certainly a soundness guy, I would like to change the structure on this calf, but he's just pretty much phenotypically too good to be denied in this class. Again, like I said, I love his freshness up through his front. I love the way his shoulder blends into him. Nice from hooks to pins. He's probably could set up in his pins, but I think he's certainly wide enough in his pin set. Carries down into his lower 1/3. Just a really nice calf. The calf that comes second in this class, he's a bolder sprung down in his flank than the calf that wins this class. And quite honestly, his angles are probably better. He's real good boned, his angles on his both ends. I want to clean him up in his chest. I want to clean him up in his front 1/3. And then as I view him to the calf that's going to beat him today, he just isn't as much explosion from hooks to pins, in my opinion, but love this calf through his center body.
In class number 3, the pre-junior mini Herefords on the steer side. Second place goes to Danny Ann Hammond, and first place goes to Weston Simpson. Looking for Cooper Lynn on the Angus side in the heifer ring. Cooper Lynn.
So, like, I was going to hand the checks out. They've been like...
So we got a really, really nice trio of steers representative of the miniature Herefords. The steer that wins the first class, as I talked, there was 3 calves in that class, and he was the combination steer in the class. Big boned, ultra soft on both ends as far as his structure and his running gear. Good through his center body. Could we tidy him up from the top of his crest down into his jawline just ever so slightly? Yeah, in a perfect world, we probably could. The steer that comes out of the second class, just a really unique built calf. I love the way this calf is designed, really lays in his shoulder. And when I talk about that, you know, I like these cattle at shoulder to lay in them nice, not be too round and too much cutaway and throwaway when these cattle get killed. With that being said, I still want him to have a lot of product in him. He's real good coming out of the back of his shoulder. He's good out through his loin. He's certainly adequate from hooks to pins. As I talk to him in class, and I may not, he's a really big-footed cattle, and I really appreciate that about him. Does he go quite as soft at the ground as maybe I'd like to see it be optimum? He doesn't, but I think it's certainly acceptable. Real nice, fresh-headed, got a real good feeding-looking head, just a nice calf. The calf that wins the last class, just a big old bold rascal. He actually, in his shape and design, as far as from his knee up, but not including his knee, that calf is quite similar to the calf that comes out of the second division. Big, bold, coming out of the top of his rib. He's good enough coming out of his spine as far as his barrel. He's good enough from hooks to pins. What causes me question marks on this calf is his running gear on both ends. I'd like to definitely give him more angle to his shoulder. As I said, he wants to park a little wide in order to be comfortable. He wants to toe out up front a little, and then he wants to get pretty rigid behind. As far as getting above his knee, then he can win this division quite handily, in my opinion, but I certainly got to question the running gear under him. I guess for me, I think there's one that wins this division quite handily, and that'll be the young lady steer out of the middle class.
Really interesting class of Angus as we get into some older females, and I apologize for taking a little longer. I just wanted to study each of them, make sure I got the read that I wanted to see, and I think the one that wins today does so not only being the freshest, most genuine female, if you really study her through her head, neck, chest, and down her top. She's the soundest structured female that hinges the best out of her shoulder. She gets out of her hip and hind leg the most coordinated. She's the squarest from hock to ground in my mind. I think between 2 and 3 is where it became interesting in my mind. I think females that both need to be leaned up and both need to be freed up as we really study them. The better bodied, more moderate options here in second in my mind. I think she's the one that 2 toes ahead truer. As you really study her, she is better at the angle of her shoulder. She's just one I sure wish would move out of her hip and hind leg a lot better. The female in third is one that when you really get on her from the ground up, she's big-footed, she's heavy bone, she's the heaviest muscled female in the class. To me, she's too upright in the angle of her shoulder. I'd like to see her toe ahead truer. She's one that wants to get off in a rump ever so slightly. Big outline, big scaled female that I like all the muscularity that she has. She's the heaviest bone, stoutest one out here. I think from a balance standpoint, she falls out in my mind. She's pretty flat into her heart and her foreribs. She's cut up into her flank. I'd like to see her square out of her pins. Nice females. Let's give them a hand.
And on the steer side of the pre-junior mini Hereford, your reserve breed champion is going to be Weston Simpson, and your breed champion is going to be Devry Darbon. Back on the Angus side, looking for market heifers in the steer ring. Looking for market heifers in the steer ring. Class number 1, we're kicking you off right now. Looking for Hunter Harris. Hunter Harris, you are needed with your heifer, with your market heifer at the steer ring on the south end. Placings in Class 6 of the Angus Division. 4th place goes to Cooper Lynn. 3rd place goes to Bo Buckwall. 2nd place goes to Clancy Cunningham. And 1st place, Camden Colby. Andrea Smith, we need you in the makeup area. Andrea Smith in the makeup area for the Heifer Angus class.
This next class, I think this female that leads off wins this class quite handily in my mind, not only from the ground up, from a flexibility standpoint. She's the softest in her joints. She's the most correct in the angle to her shoulder and moves the best out of her hip and hind leg. She's still fresh in her overall appearance. She's good-bodied. Really like that female. I think it becomes closer probably here between 2 and 3, and I like to go with just a stouter, cowrier female that's more moderate in her type and kind. She's the better bodied option, particularly through her rear rib and flank. She's the one that has the most pin width as you stand in behind the cattle. A really long, extended female here that's going to round out the class. I think structurally, though, we need to redesign that female. She needs to move square out of her hip and hind leg. She needs to be square from hock to ground. 3 really good females. Let's give them a hand.
Final call for Andrea Smith. Final call for Andrea Smith in the Angus class number 8. In the steer ring, we're about to get kicked off with the first class market heifers. First class market heifers coming your way next in the steer ring.
Well, this is kind of a fun way to start the market heifer division. Got a really nice pair of heifers. They're babies, they're young, they're green. With that being said, trying to read through all of that, this black heifer that's going to win, and they're both really nice in their type and kind. Love the way she extends coming out of the top of her shoulder. She's really elongated in her front, beautiful through the center part of her body. I love the bone work on this heifer. And then we put her, I love her angles from both ends. She's long, soft pastured on both ends. She's a heifer. Where she excels the red heifer, she's a little bigger and a little heavier, I guess. I didn't ask the weights on them. I think where she beats her is I think there's more total hip in this heifer. She definitely has her beat through the center part of her body, the way she carries back into her flank. I think there's a little more true shape in her lower 1/3. And then as we put those two heifers in motion, we definitely got more hinge in the hock of this black heifer. The way she gets out and goes is really acceptable, just really nice. She's a nice wide-skulled heifer that reads to me, she's certainly going to get some power and thickness to her as we pour some feed in front of her. And then the little red heifer that goes second to her, just not quite as much heifer. And then I concerned a little bit about her overall movement when we put her in motion. I think she wants to toe out in that front end just ever so slightly. Nice pair of heifers.
Let's put our hands together for all our class winners out here as we look through picking a champion Angus female. I think if we kind of study how we started the day in this particular breed and how we ended it, I like cattle that are built functionally correct in their structural base. They still got to have some genuine substance and body and muscle shape and power. We're going to actually study some width in these cattle. And then from there, they got to balance up and be fresh and lean and just have some genuine look to them. I think there's a few of them out here that do that. I'm going to take another look while you give them a hand and pick you a champion and reserve Angus. Let's give them another nice hand.
First class of market heifers. Second place goes to Hunter Harris. First place goes to Jody Mead.
A unique pair of market heifers, to be sure. They probably couldn't be designed any different. They're nothing alike in type and kind. I won't try and convince you that they are. That being said, the heifer that's going to win the class, the all-black heifer, love her phenotype, love her freshness and her angle to her shoulder, the way she extends up front. She's certainly adequate through the center part of her body. I love the structure and soundness, the foot size of this heifer. Now, the question mark on this heifer going forward to me is she a breeding heifer or is she a market heifer? Is there really enough width and punch to this heifer going forward to make her be I'm not saying she doesn't, but that is my question mark. Is there enough true shape and design in this heifer? Everything about this heifer is very likable, but that's the question mark I have on my mind going forward as we keep that feed bucket in front of her. The Baldy heifer that comes in second in this class, as I describe her, she truly got more shape and design coming out of the top of her spine than with the heifer that wins the class. She's not as good. She doesn't tie in as good to her flank. She doesn't sit up in her pins as good as the heifer that's going to beat her in this class. And then when I put her in motion, and I do admire, I admit, this heifer's got a lot of muscle, a lot of shape to her. I want to pick her up in her pins things to make that hip look a little longer. And then when we put them in motion, if she's going to beat this black heifer, she just simply got to go better. She's got to go better out of her flex, out of her hock. She's got to go better out of her flex down at the ground. Really nice pair of heifers, quite different in their overall God-given design.
Really exceptional way to start the Charolais heifer division. Female here that comes out that you like her in terms of her silhouette. She's good in terms of her shoulder and neck and strong down her top. You still like her flexibility and how square she is out of her pins. Really nice way to start off this particular breed.
And going back to your Angus division, your reserve breed champion is going to be Clancy Cunningham. And your breed champion, Camden Colby.
Another really nice single entry in this particular class. I think one that dang sure could stand some more competition. If you just study her from the ground up, how genuinely how wide she is in her base, how heavy muscled she is, but still good bodied and feminine. She's flexible in her lower joints with an abundance of foot and bone. Congratulations to that young man.
Well done, Braden. We are looking for market heifers on the south ring. Market heifers to the makeup area on the south side of our building. Market heifers to the south side of our barn, please. In class number 2, the market heifers, second place went to Jessica Hobaugh, and first place went to Trent Wise.
Our next class here in the Composite Charolais show, another single entry female that you like from a moderation standpoint. She's sensibly sized, she's bold bodied, she's soft in her rear rib and flank. Maybe one from a balance and design perspective. I'd like to clean her up through the base of her navel. Sure enough, tuck her tail head down into her hip and smooth it in there. Really nice female.
Looking for class 5, 6, and 7 in the Composite Charolais. 5, 6, and 7 classes in Composite Charolais. Please make your way to the makeup area.
Well, first contested class here in the Composite Charolais Heifer Show, and I think this female that wins does so pretty handily in my mind. From a comparative sense, she's the most flexible, best structured female, particularly out of her front end. You'd probably like to see her get out and grab the surface just a shot better out of her hind leg. But she's bold in her body, she's muscular, she's still fresh and good in her look. Tan females won, super muscular as I read her down her top and out of her hip. She has some shape from stifle to stifle. Today, I just like to design her better, particularly from the side. She's plenty straight and open into her shoulder. I'd like to see her lean her through her chest.
Still looking for market heifers on the south end of the barn. Market heifers, please report to the south end of the barn. Class 4 of the Composite Charolais, you're looking at Heath Lamach second, Avery Blakey first place. And we are looking for Class 5 as well as Class 6 and 7.
So we got 4 head presented to us, and we specifically got 4 different types and kinds in this class. The heifer that I've opted to start this class, to me, is the combination cattle of these 4. She's a heifer that's real wide through her pin. She's real wide through her hip. She's good enough in the top part of her skeletal makeup. She's a heifer that's really good when she goes at the ground. She kind of puts me in the mind of a heifer, although she's a little wider sprung than a heifer I saw a couple classes ago that I stated if she stoutens up and if she's enough true muscle to make a market heifer. I don't really question that on this heifer. Love her extension, love her through the center part of her body. She is green as she is. She's still got some top product in the upper 1/3 of her overall skeletal makeup. And then as we go forward, she just does so well at the ground. Just a really nice heifer, real big-footed, real good cattle to start this class. A problem heifer, and quite admittedly a heifer I missed when she first came in terms of, this is a high quality heifer. Is she good enough in her flank? No, that's what drops her into the second hole. I'd like to drop her down in her flank and make her just a little deeper in her overall body makeup. As she goes away from you, she probably shows as much pronunciation in her top 1/3, maybe even a little more than the heifer that beats her in this class. She's not as straight as prominent and dominant from hooks to pins as the heifer that goes first in this class. Big bone, far-reaching, really sound kind of heifer. Would I like to soften her up and give her a little more true shape to her barrel and drop her down in her flank? I would, but there's a lot more product in that heifer under the hide than what I first thought when they come in. The 3rd place heifer, a lot of muscle in this heifer, and I know we're in the market division. If I can get this heifer to go better off of both ends, then she goes up. She goes up higher in this class. She's got a lot of shape and design on the backside of her shoulder. She's got some turn out around her loin, and she's got some width from hooks to pins. She's a heifer that, in my opinion, is good-footed heifer. In my opinion, she's a little straight hawk. She's definitely a little straight in her pasterns. I'd like to give this heifer a little more mobility when she goes. Likewise, the white heifer that comes out next, she's a heifer that I think falls a little more on the side of a breeding heifer, if you will. I wish I could make this heifer more athletic off those back wheels in particular. She gets quite short and choppy in her overall stride. She's wide enough in her pins. She's very nicely presented. She's a heifer, I think, as the young lady gets her parked, she has to go quite wide because of her angle to her shoulder. Nice extension up through her front. Really nice out in her hip. The line from the top of her tail head to the ground is pretty much straight as an arrow. I'd like to give her a little more true flex as she goes. As you can see, when she goes in motion, she gets quite tentative coming out of that hock.
Placings in class number 3 in the market heifer division. 4th place goes to London Horn. 3rd place goes to Tyler Manis. 2nd place goes to Riggs Robideau. And 1st place goes to Trent Wise. Class 4 is entering the ring now.
Charolais, keys are next.
Update out of Austin, Texas, the OSU Cowboys 25 over the Texas Longhorns 24 with 4.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
As we get back started here in the Composite Charolais Heifer Show, a female that's muscular in her own right. When you study her down her top and out of her hip, she's built wide from stifle to stifle, big-footed, heavy-boned female. Maybe one that's just a shot nervous out here. We'd like to see her move better out of her front end and her hip and hind leg. Nice female for that young lady. Let's give her a big hand.
In this, our pair market heifer class, the Charolais colored heifer that wins the class. There's no question this is a market heifer. This thing is a big muscled, nice looking, extends nice. I love the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. She extends forward in her front 1/3. She's still fresh enough. Really good in her barrel. She's huge coming out of the backside of her shoulder. She's a big hip, big ended heifer. I think what makes this heifer unique to me, when I'd like to bring her tail head down, and I certainly wouldn't try to pretend that that's not an issue. I'd like to set her tail head down into her spine, a little different than what it is. She brings so many good attributes to the table. With all the muscle and mass she moves around the ring, I think she still does so relatively well. She's got good enough flex down at the ankle. I think she's got enough athleticism and movement in her hock as she goes. Just a really, really nice heifer. To be sure, that heifer is full of red meat. Could we bring that tail head down and refine that? I certainly would take that opportunity given the chance. The young lady you got in a class with a really nice, really stout heifer, and you got a really nice heifer. I think your heifer, your black baldy heifer, is really nice in her phenotype. She's good at coming out of the top of her spine. She's adequate in her barrel. Where she gets in a little trouble trying to get her in that one spot today is she doesn't carry back into her flank as well as the white heifer that's going to beat you today. But you got an awfully, awfully nice heifer. Your heifer, like the heifer that beat you, sits up in her tail head just ever so slightly. That's a nice pair of market heifers right there.
Second place in class number 4, the market heifer show is going to be Jocelyn Reichert. And first place goes to Tristan Horn. Tristan will make her way over to the heifer side, and we will see her show her Charolais. Looking for Logan Cook. Logan Cook to the south end of our barn.
Our biggest class so far today, the Composite Heifer show, and I think the one that wins does so for me. And from a balance perspective, I think if you study that gal from the side, she's the smoothest into her shoulder. She blends the best into her body shape and the squarest out of her pins. She's one that I think moves adequate out of her front end. I'd sure like to just loosen her up ever so slightly out of her hind leg, but a real nice, feminine, fresh female. The moderate, stout, heavy-boned females here in second, and I can appreciate that about her. She's one that's pushing it in terms of condition in my mind. She's opening up plenty into her shoulder. She's deeper through her chest. She's a little uncoordinated on her hind legs. I'd sure like to make her square from hock to ground. And then the younger appearing female's one I like from a muscularity standpoint. She's big top, she's thick-ended, probably one that I'd like to see open up into her heart better, be better into her flank, move freer out of both ends of her skeleton.
Well, as we bounce over here to the market heifer side, we turned up the temperature on this side of the ring just ever so slightly when this class came in. Really nice class of heifers. That being said, the heifer that I've opted to start with, this heifer brings a lot of good things to the table. She really, I love her extension and freshness up through front 1/3. She's really tidy in the top part of her crest, drops down into her jawline, just really nice, sits in her chest floor, really nice in her barrel, really adequate through the center part of her body, the way her rib sweeps. And then I think where she beats the Baldy heifer that comes second in this class, I think there's more true heifer from her hooks to her pins. I think there's a little more pin width. You stand behind them, I think there's a little more true shape and dimension through the center of her quarter. Put her in motion, she certainly can do that adequately. Just a really, really nice heifer. Not only has she got some meat and product in her and still looks really fresh, she's still got some overall look. She's got some length to her skeletal to keep coming with some more pounds. Just a really nice heifer to start the class. The heifer that goes second in this class, as far as look and the way she's marked, where she'll draw you to her in a heartbeat, really good through the center part of her body. She's a heifer that's really super good in her reach. She's good through her center body. Where she gets in a little trouble to try to beat the heifer that goes first in this class, she's not quite as tighter in her jawline. She's not quite as tighter in her chest floor or her crest, but she's a heifer that I admire this heifer through her center body. And then as I viewed her compared to the lesser hair heifer that wins the class, so I just don't think there's as much true product under the hide on the from the hooks to pins on this heifer is a heifer that beats her in this class. The gold and white heifer, or silver and white heifer, I guess, really like this heifer. As I compare her to 1 and 2, I wish I give her a little more true shape coming out of the back of her shoulder. I think she flattens out in her rib just ever so slightly compared to two cattle that are really excellent in that area. As far as her hip, she doesn't sit up in her pins quite as true as the 2 that go out above her, but a lot of muscle, a lot of shape in that heifer. That's a really, really good heifer to stand third in the market heifer class.
And in our next class, the Composite Charolais females, one that I read to be sensible in her size, moderate in her type and kind. I really like her flexibility at the ground. She's fluid in her structural base. She combines that with being a bold body, really soft center type of female that you like from a freshness perspective. Let's give that young lady a nice hand.
Placings from Class 6 in the Charolais heifer side. Tristan Horn's going to take third. Second goes to Katie Davis. First place went to Chancey Hawk. Finley Reike was the single entry in the Charolais in Class 7. We just watched that wrap up. In Class 5 of the market heifers, we had third place went to Ella Danielson. Second place went to Josie Jones. And first place went to Bailey Wilborn. And with 2 minutes left in the game, Oklahoma State University 32, Texas 24. Cowboys are bringing home a win. We are on our last class of market heifers, so if you're showing a steer, if you're showing an American or Angus steer, you need to be in the makeup area on the south side. And with the conclusion of the game, it is Oklahoma State University 32, Texas Longhorns 24. How about them Cowboys?
So we've got a really deep class of market heifers representation here in this division. The black heifer, the all black heifer I've opted to start with. This heifer from her hock up is just really, there isn't a whole lot you'd want to change about her. She's depth in her body. She's smooth in her cover. She's still, with the cover she's got, she's still fresh enough up through her front 1/3. Her chest lays in her good. She's good enough in her depth of body. Now what I would suggest on this heifer, I think when you lead her, if you would let her walk and don't hold her head so high, she does get up on those ankles just ever so slightly, and maybe it's just her. I would like to see that change about her just ever so slightly. I wish she was truly a little more relaxed right at the ground. She's big-footed. It looks like her angle is sufficient. She's wide from hooks to pins. Just not a whole lot not to like about that heifer. When we put her in motion, if I could set her down with a little more relaxedness, if you will, at the ground, that would be an opportunity I'd like to take on that particular heifer. As far as overall mass and power, and still has a really nice look, she's got it going on. The red heifer, I think, comes the closest to her in this class, adequately good through the center part of her body. As I compare her, I think she takes a little shorter, choppier step off those back two as compared to the heifer that beats her. She gets a little out on those hocks. I'd like to make her a little truer there. Big muscled heifer here, the mouse-colored heifer that comes third in this class. She's a heifer that's good at the ground. She's got a lot of shape and design. She's a little rounder in her shoulder. She's a little rounder in her hip, but just a really good cattle. The white heifer here, the white heifer with the black ears, heifer that's really good in her kind. She's probably a little overcooked in her condition, in my opinion. I think she's just a little past 12:30. I really like your heifer. I'd like to give her some more true angle to both ends. I'd like to give her more slope to her, some more angle to her hock. You watch her as she goes. She has to get outside of her track to be comfortable. She doesn't hinge those hocks. She has to swing those back legs. I'd certainly like to change that about her. The gold heifer, from her hooks forward, I love this heifer. I love her through her center body. She's good coming out of the back of her shoulders. As far as true product from hooks to pins, she just gives up too much ground for me to the three heifers that go out above her. I'd like to widen her out in her pin set. I'd like to just make her a little bolder. Actually, to me, this is, and again, it's not my decision, This heifer here needs to be on that side of the ring in the breeding heifer show. She's very, very good, very high quality. I'd like to see this heifer have some more true hip and design to go any higher. And then the black heifer that comes out next, really nice, elongated in her overall body makeup. She's a heifer, as I compare to 4 heifers above her, she gets a little flatter in her rib. She narrows up in her pin set, camps up in her tail head just ever so slightly. That's a high quality heifer. Again, her muscle shape and design to me is a little more fits a breeding heifer than a market heifer, but an awesome class of 5 heifers to be sure.
Placings in Class 6 of the Market Heifer Division. 5th place went to Finley Reike. 4th place went to Connor Moore. 3rd place, Charlie Jones. 2nd place, Ella Danielson. And 1st place, Kendra Walter. On the steer side, American and Angus beat to the makeup. American and Angus. We will move to the Charolais and then the Keys. So we're taking a bit of a break on the Charolais side before we crown the overall champion in the breed, as we've got an exhibitor we're working right now in the market heifer class. So we'll take a slight breather, and then we will crown our champion Charolais here momentarily.
Well, I expect the representation of the breeds as we go forward to be as strong as this group was, where there wasn't a ton of numbers. I think the quality speaks for itself. I'll quickly go over these heifers just as quick as I can because you've heard me talk about them once already, but the heifer that wins that first class, just very unique in her overall design. Skinny, yes, she's just a baby. She's a heifer that needs some feed bucket time in front of her, but she's got some really good parts about her. Her angles, her depth of body, her width of pins, the way she comes out of her front 1/3, that thing could be quite interesting going forward. Love the angles at the ground of this heifer. The heifer that comes second, a heifer that's somewhat like her in type and kind. I don't think she's maybe quite as bold and expressive truly out in her hip as the heifer that stands right in front of her, but just a really, really nice heifer. This Charolais heifer, Charolais colored heifer, comes in the 3rd class. As I talked to her, she's definitely a market heifer. There's a lot of meat and product in this heifer. She's certainly in the division she belongs in. She's got some angle to that hock. She's got some angle at the ground. She probably wants to toe out on that right front specifically, just ever so slightly. I love the way her neck joins into the top of her shoulder. As I talked to her in class, and nothing has changed, I'd certainly like to relax her in her tail head and make her a little more modified there. But a whole lot of shape and design, gets around the ring quite well for one that's built up the way she is. The heifer that comes out of the 4th class, she beats a brockle face heifer in that class. Just really nice in her design. She might be the least haired heifer of any of the 4 or the 5, in this group. And with that being said, I don't think she needs a lot of hair to under the hide is what I'm looking at, and I love her from hooks to pins. She's got some width in her pins. I watched her as she goes away. Her muscle kind of jumps out at you. She goes fresh up through her front 1/3, good in her chest floor, deep enough in her overall body. And then we put her in motion. I think she does so quite adequate at the ground, pretty much north and south on those front 2. Just a really nice heifer to come out of a class with a nice baldy heifer that goes second. The heifer that wins the 5th class, she is market ready for sure. She's got some cover to her. She's really got a lot of depth and dimension. She's a heifer that, again, she's further along in her condition than the heifer that stands right ahead of her. But with that being said, I'd like to tidy her up in the top of her chest down into her jawline. She gives it just a little more throwaway in her chest, but you could argue, well, she's market ready, she should, and I'll give you that. But I would like to tidy her up in her front 1/3 just ever so slightly. This heifer shows me just ever so slightly a hint of wanting to get up on her ankles. I wish she was a little more relaxed when she goes. I'm certainly not saying that's flat unacceptable, but in a perfect world, if I could change that about that heifer, I probably would like to see her go a little better and be just a little more relaxed at the ground. With that being said, there's a heifer out here that I think exemplifies a market heifer. I think she checks the most boxes. I'll pick her. We'll let a second come in, and then we'll get your reserve. I think this was a really nice lineup of heifers.
In the market Heifer division, your breed champion, reserve breed champion, is going to go to Kendra Walter, reserve. And your breed champion in the market Heifer division is going to Bailey Wilborn. We'll move now to one in class in the American division. One in class in the American division. Then we'll roll to the Angus on the steer side. We'll finalize the Charolais with the final runoff for the Composite Charolais here momentarily as well. Big thank you to our partners, Chaplain Cattle, Trey Thomas Fencing, R&R Feed Store, Rounds Insurance, WW Livestock Handling Systems, Custom Wood Fiber, Quartermaster Creek Angus, Phantom Halters, Jeffrey's Livestock Marketing, Hollywood Services, Stierwalt Cattle and Clinics, the Stierwalt Superflex, Stierwalt Crave, Scott Consulting LLC, Western Equipment, Cimarron Trailers, Andis Clippers, Weaver Livestock, Bank of Western Oklahoma, as well as our friends at Purina on our show. Big thank you to all of our corporate partners helping make this a $32,000 worth of cash and prizes paid out over the next few hours here as we get set in the breed show.
So in our single and only entry in the American division, we got a really nice representation here in this white steer, really good in his lines. Let me tell you about the things I really like about this steer, and a couple things I'd probably like to change, but I guess I could say that about every head of cattle that's ever existed. He really comes out nice and high out of the top of his shoulder, extends nice. He's a little straight shouldered, as you can see. He gets a little bit straight and a little bit up on that front end, and I'd like to change that about him. I think he's good enough through his center body. He's a steer that's got a lot of product coming out of the back of his shoulder. He's big enough in his loin, and he's wide enough from hooks to pins. If I could change this steer, and like I said, any head of cattle I've ever seen, whether it's mine or yours, there's probably something I would change about him. I'd like to change his angles off of both ends. I'd like to give him a little more true angle, set that knee a little different off that front end, and then give him a little more angle in that hock. You'll be able to watch him as he goes, get just a little tentative and a little stiffer in that hock. He's big-footed, high quality steer right there.
They're supposed to be cheap and dry, but there's different sizes in there.
You know what the Swiffer drive? Swiffer is for that microphone. Yeah, it might be. It's got cord running to it.
In the American division, your champion is going to be Rance McIntyre. We'll let Judge Jeremy Lester do his thing as he crowns our champion, Charolais.
Well, it's as bigger than a Darby.
Trey? I just noticed you out there. I said, where's Trey?
Good to see you. Good.
Are you showing? You don't think so? How old is he?
Just turned 7.
It's about time to gear it up, Dad.
We're laying back
Are
as
you?
long as we can. Take a little rest.
So this is just a May baby Angus calf here, and this calf is quite unique. typically, the most noticeable thing about this calf as he hits the ring, in my opinion, is his center body. He's so soft through his middle. He's good coming out of the backside of his shoulders. Oftentimes when you get cattle, or at least in my opinion, when you get cattle that are that bold and that good in their middle at this young of an age, a lot of them don't have that true muscle shape and design, and that's what makes him unique. He's soft-legged. He's got some width and dimension through the center part of him. Could I tidy him up at his youthfulness from the top of his crest down into his jawline? That might be where I'd want to change him. That's something I think this young lady's going to want to keep an eye on going forward, that you don't push him too hard. But boy, that thing's got a lot of things that I admire about him. Again, going back to his foot, his leg design, and that super kind of center body and as much product coming out of the back of his shoulder. He is so nice and so wide in his hip and out in his center design through his center hip.
Yeah, there you go.
Cross country in the street. Where's he going to school?
Let's go, Perry.
Well, as we get back started here and picking a champion Composite Charolais, I think there's exceptional females from the first class all the way to the end, and I think it warrants a round of applause from the crowd for these young people to come out here. And we got a little break, but go ahead and reward these young people for bringing a high-quality set of females out here. I think there's plenty of directions you can go, and I do think that there's plenty of breeding flexibility for these young people on these cattle that are sitting out here. Again, kind of like we've talked breeds so far today, females that are functionally correct in their structural base. They have some body shape, some pin width, and some muscularity on top of some balance and eye appeal, and I think there's plenty of them that do that out here. I'm going to go show you the ones that I like the best as we keep moving through this today. Let's give them another hand.
We've been waiting on 2 or 3 of the kids had heifers in the market deal, so we wait over here. Well, because they were sewing over there. Well, they followed up. They had market already. Yeah, well, there's market heifers over there, and now it'll be.
But isn't Big Nasty and Daddy's Little Angel?
There's another one.
How are
I've seen
you?
you recently. I just haven't seen
He
this
don't
guy.
come out much.
I haven't seen him in
We're gonna come
forever.
over here this neck of the woods.
I see him on Facebook. That's all.
He's
I
pretty
can
active
see.
there, huh? When you live that far, you might as well be active on Facebook.
I know. Nothing going on. Are you showing today?
No, but my child.
Looking for Neely Davis. Neely Davis, Class 3 in the Angus side on the steer show. Neely Davis to the makeup arena. In the Charolais, your reserve breed champion is going to go to Finley Rocky, and your breed champion, Braden Callis.
We don't like heifers or bitches.
We're looking at Class 2 of the Steer Angus show.
I think you're used to it, buddy.
Is that what he said? Oh, he's heard Dad say it.
No, he had a maintainer every few of Moody Red.
What is she?
She destroyed a gate. There's some gates that go down to the hot wire pin, those little lightweight prefer gates.
Yeah.
She mangled one to pieces about a month ago
Do
because
you let your child show that cat?
she's gentle until you don't feed her on time, I guess. There was a feed pan, I guess, about 10 steps away
She
from
couldn't
her.
reach
She
it?
just mangled it.
Yes.
And the wind was blowing right at her. She just,
Well, you need to feed
I got-
that girl.
you can throw rocks at her and she stays fine.
That's the kind you want.
Exactly.
Easy keeper.
We had to
That's
get,
kind of the way I am.
we kicked her out after Peter Nationals to grass.
Yeah.
And we had to get her up before our county fair because she got too fat. We had to put her back on the top.
So we got a trio of Angus steers here. The steer that starts this class, he wins this quite handily in my opinion. Tremendous body length in this calf. He extends nice up through his front 1/3. Really nice bone work, good footed cattle. He just dominates this trio as far as when you view his quality from coming out of the back of his shoulder back into his loin, and then he's just so dominant out in his hip. Just a really, really nice calf. He's a calf that when we can drop him down in his flank just ever so slightly, he don't know that he wants to be a show steer yet, but when he decides that That's a really, really nice calf. You can argue second and third if you want. I'd still probably stand my ground on this pair simply for this reason. Is there some things I'd change about my second place steer? Absolutely. I'd like to drop him down in his flank. That's where I'd start. And when I got done there, I'd probably like to relax him at the ground. With that being said, I think he's real smooth coming out of the back of his shoulder. He's good up through his front 1/3. There is a surprising amount of quality and power coming out of the back of his shoulder back into his loin. He's a steer that's not huge in his pin set. I'd like to change that about him. Where I decided to put this steer in second as opposed to third is I compare him to the steer in third. Yeah, this steer in third, he's a woolly rascal. To me, I've got concerns of this steer off of both ends. I got concerns on my second place off his back tooth. I've got some concerns about this steer off of both ends. He wants to get up and over. He stays engaged on those back ankles. He gets real close to his front knee, and he gets out on that front end. So I just got to consider we got to work on both ends on that steer. I've opted to go with the slick-haired steer in second, but I think we got some issues just on his back too.
But every time you do something like that on any list,
you lose
then
it.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah, you got to be ready to step up the plate next time it comes up. Go around. If you know
a really nice way to start off the Key Heifer show, and I think this one wins. Does so rather handily in my mind, not only when you start at the ground in terms of her flexibility, but you get off to the side of that gal. She's aesthetically pleasing in her silhouette. She's clean into her shoulder and long and level out of her hip. So tremendously deep when you get on her side, but good in terms of her body shape. To me, the decision comes between 2 and 3, and I think as you get into these shows and you start just studying these calves, they're greener in their build, and I do like the better-bodied alternative in second. She blends better out of her heart into her midrib and flank. She's still wider set in her pin. She's a bigger-footed, heavier-boned female. Really like the sleekness and length and extension of this female here in the third hole. She's one that shoots her neck high out of the point of her shoulder. She, again, just a little greener today in terms of the show ring, but after today, I think she'll be really good when coming out here. Let's give them a round of applause.
Give them $100.
On the steer side, in Angus Class 2, third place went to Rustin Fraser. Second place went to Laramie Taylor, and first place went to Carter Weber.
Look on that lease paper, find the names, and it'll say what their percentage that get of it. And find them one. Get enough, we got 51%. And get those people to find your acceptance.
And on the heifer side, in the Key Class number 1, Chancey Hawk takes third place, Kira Ingram takes second, and Kennedy Lockhart takes number 1.
If I know that I don't have to go up for auction with this thing every time.
The inflation on that goes off a little bit of what the average.
Yeah, the Bureau might put it, they bumped ours $150 for a year contract.
Like that place there last time we had.
Looking for Trent Wise on the heifer side. Trent Wise on the heifer side.
This last time it went down to like 41.
Oh,
because
well, now you need to get it.
I tempted up some guys' asses on some other places.
Yeah.
And they quit bumping me on my stuff.
Well, now's the time to go. Now's the time to go around and get it renewed then, so you don't have to go to auction.
Like this lease, that one lease I leased it for less money than what I've been getting, for $2,500 less.
Well, see, now the Indians, the tribe up there, Pony, they're starting to take back some of the places. They're bidding them out.
I knew that.
And I guess they're trying to run some cows themselves. And like I had a place up there by the agency, and it's 100 acres, but it's all hayfield. It's a little crazy.
As in our last class, we got an outstanding steer to start this class. Really good through his center body. He's a steer that's fresh enough up through his front 1/3. I love him through the center part of his body. Is he a steer that's incredibly dominant in his pin set? He isn't. I'd like to set him up in his pin set just ever so slightly, but I like the way he carries product all the way down into his stifle. He's a steer that reaches good off those back two. Just a really, really good feeding kind of a steer. Could I change him in his pin set ever so slightly? That would probably be where I'd want to change his calf. But man, he brings a lot of good stuff to the table. The calf that comes second in this calf, I just don't think there's as much true shape in his lower 1/3. He doesn't handle those back two with the authority authority of the steer that goes first in his class. He's a steer that gets up on those back ankles when he goes, and I'd like to change that about him. I think there's actually more shape and design through the center part of the quarter of the steer that wins this class, but I think they're a really, really nice pair of steers. Want to change the movement off those back too. The steer that comes in third, the real hairy steer here, I think he needs to balance up a little better. He sits a little slower, lower in his chest floor. He gets a little rounder in his shoulder. He just probably runs out of balance a little more than what I think's optimum, like to pull him down in that flank. And then he shares a commonality with the steer that goes second in this class. I would like to see him be a little more comfortable at the ground. You could argue this steer brings just a tick more bone to the table than the steer that goes second. We wouldn't have that argument. We can have that discussion, and I wouldn't even disagree with you. I think there's just a skosh more bone in the steer. Both those cattle, I'd like to see them be a little more relaxed. If I'm going to put this steer in the 2-hole, I want to balance him up. I want to redistribute the wealth. If you want to take a little of that chest and that shoulder and run it to his back end, drop it in his flank there. Just a really nice trio of steers. Those are the types and kind of differences I see in them.
Look a cigarette at the wrong time and it'll be on you, man. Well, the tribe came out, and when they came out, they brought this little machine that ground it up.
Final call for Trent Wise. Final call for Trent Wise. Placings in Class 3 of the Angus Steer Show. Third place went to Abby Veers. Second went to Neely Davis. And first went to Colton Ward.
And that was like probably 7-8 years ago. And Cedars are twice what they are. Because they done it on a time for
reseeding.
Yeah, reseeding and for like by the almanac to promote growth. And then you have this circle of cedar trash, and nothing's going to grow there. No grass grows there, and they got to let it cure before they come in and burn it. So basically, you got this area just it's nothing but a lost grass out that deep. And they didn't go into any of the thick timber, and then they just did this stuff out in the open. And some of that stuff feels like it's an uphill battle, you know.
Anytime the government's in charge, you're in trouble.
You guys have any school land down there?
Have any what?
School land?
We have some, but we don't have any. No, there is some. We've turned back some of our leases. Grant just wanted to quit, you know. Grant, we can't quit.
You drive to the crazy?
I would go crazy. He bought a motorcycle, though.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he went to Virginia here 3 or 4 weeks ago.
On his motorcycle?
By himself. Rode 500-600 miles a day.
Hey, that's hard.
I couldn't do it.
Hell no, my hips would die.
It's all what's up here, you know. No way, Jose. Now he wanted to sell all the cows and sell everything. Grant, I'll take care of the cows. We'll just put the hay up in the summer. I can take care of them. Help me work them when I wean them. So I basically take care of the cattle. I wanted to work cattle tomorrow, but he's going to go ride his motorcycle. I said, well, we're going to wean that last group Monday, so you just put that on your... Oh, sure. I don't have all my cows weaned yet. One more pasture. Well, I'm down to one.
We got 3 places left.
Well, I've got 4 places weaned, one to go. I'm gonna get my calves there at the house. We just wean them whatever SLC decides to wean. And they're right there, you know. You don't have to go.
No stress involved.
Go gather them out. Of course, they don't know how to load on a trailer, you know. They have to learn. No, he put me up about 1,000 bales of hay, so I'm good for the winter.
You what?
He put me up about 1,000 bales of hay this spring, so I'm good for the winter.
I bought one of those bale wrappers a few years back. Put that wheat rye up.
Like the marshmallow bales?
Yep,
so, how did you like all that waste, though?
What waste?
All that wrap stuff. What do you do with it?
Oh, that plastic?
Yeah.
Go to the dumpster.
Don't you just fill your dumpster up with it?
Yeah, real fast.
Yeah.
But see, we got a dumpster at my house, and then the community also has another dumpster that's over by some of our passions. We fill this up too.
You do.
I told my dad, I said, We might want to have the community put another dumpster out on the road.
But that is a great way to feed. I think it is a great, because so many times we get our weed hay rained on because it's just that close to raining, but it's not ready. And then it sits in rains for 2 weeks.
That's the best part about it. What it used to take us, 4 or 5 weeks of beating your head against the wall, trying to get it to dry here. Ready to get it tedded for a long while. You got some freaking this stalk out there because you done shook everything good off of it. But now we cut it in the evening, and the next day by noon or 2 o'clock we're wrapping it.
The next day?
Yeah, and then as soon as you get it baled, you got to get that thing where you're going to stack it and get it in that machine. Because just like any wet bale, it sags down.
Yeah, it's going to settle.
So we'll make it about 48 inches, maybe 50 inches tall at the max. But you go any bigger than that, I mean, that thing weighs 1,800 pounds at 48 inches.
Yeah.
They're heavy.
So how do you keep them from settling though? You just get them smashed together?
No, you just
you
get it there quick. You don't let it set in the field very long.
Right.
You have the crew ready to go, and you wrap it. You put
Got a nice class of Angus steers, a little type and kind variance, if you will. The calf that wins the class. I like this calf a great deal. He's too full. I don't know. He's got quite a bit of middle to him. And I can still accept the way he goes around the ring. I'd like to see this calf not quite as full as he is, because typically when you get them that full, they can't walk around the ring, and he can still do so. He's got too much fill in the center part of his body. He extends right now. He extends nice out in his front 1/3. He comes out high out of the point of his shoulder. He's a calf that's good enough in his shape from hooks to pins, although he looks just a tick round there, and I think it's due to the fact that he like if you eat too much supper and you just feel bloated, and I think he is definitely close to that. I'd like to change that about him. But with that being said, he's unique in that he can still go around the ring. Great hip shape. He's a steer that's really nice in his overall design. And like I said, you get one that full and then they can still go that good at the ground. That's not typical. This is a really nice steer to go second this class. He runs downhill just ever so slightly. I think he runs just a tick out of balance when I compare him to the steer that wins this class in terms of his shoulder and his freshness from the top of his neck down into his jawline. Now, that's a really, really good calf. He's true through his center body. He's good enough from hooks to pins. I think he's sound enough at the ground. The young lady that comes out right now, if you're just looking for a backdrop steer and nothing more, this calf is phenotypically really easy on the eyes. I love his extension, his freshness at this stage of the game for this calf. Young lady does a great job showing him. As I evaluate him up against other cattle I've seen today, I just wish there was more true lower 1/3 shape in his calf. Yeah, he's good coming out the back of his shoulder. He's ample, we'll call him. He's not tremendously stout-hipped. I'm going to call it good enough. But as I view this calf compared to 1 and 2 in this class and several we've seen today, along with all that phenotypically awesome look, I just like to give him more true shape and design down toward his hock and down into his lower 1/3. Beautifully profiled calf. Young lady does a great job showing him. Then we come up to a big-ended steer that runs a little bit out of balance for me. This steer also runs a little downhill. He gets a little bolder and rounder in his shoulder than the cattle that go out above him. I'd like to change that about him. Maybe want to pull him down in his flank. You can't deny this steer's got a tremendous amount of muscle mass and dimension to him. I just like to balance him up a little better if I could to get him any higher. And then this steer that comes next, another high-quality steer, flattens out in his rib, doesn't have that true boldness and shape and design coming out of the top of his skeletal, in my opinion. He gets a little narrower in his pin set. There just isn't as much true product from hooks to pins. He wants to duck his pins when he goes a little bit. If I'm going to get him higher, I just got to give him more true shape and design from his hooks back.
Here in our next class, the key heifers, 2 females that are high quality in their own right, and I'm going to go with the better balanced, better structured alternative here that the young lady has. I really like how that female balances, and both of them are acting a little ornery out here, but when pulled to lead, she's the one that moves the best out of her shoulder. She's the squares from hock to ground and fills her track more appropriately. I sure like the front 1/3 of this female here in second. That gal does shoot her neck high out of the point of her shoulder. She's strong down her top and out of her hip. Today, I'd sure like to see her just move better out of her hind leg, hit square from hock to ground, be more flexible in her lower joints. 2 nice females. Let's give them a hand.
In class number 2 of the key division, Trent Wise, second place. First place goes to Henry Chamberlain. As we move over to the steer side in the Angus class number 4, Fifth place went to Cash Bixby. Fourth place went to Libby McIndoe. Third place, Chloe Corbin. Second place, Pacey McIntyre. And first place, Hadley Hunt. We'll bring back all of our heat winners to crown our champion of the Angus breed.
A single entry, brockle face, white chested female that's sure impressive from a muscularity and stoutness standpoint. You stand behind that female and she's big top, she's wide out of her pins, she's super powerful from behind and from the ground up. I guess today, to be just a shot picky on her, I'd like to lengthen her out through her front end. I'd like to make her more relaxed in her shoulder and knee. Really nice entry for that young lady.
And congratulations, Jocelyn Richard, Class 3 winner. We will move to Class 4 for the keys on the heifer side. But we are still looking to crown our champion, Angus steer, in the steer ring.
In our finale, in our Angus steer drive here, quickly, the steer that wins the first class, the single entry, like I talked, so bold and good through the center of his body. He's a steer that I think as we go forward, if we can keep that front end in check, that's just a really, really nice calf. His angles are good, his structure's good. The steer that comes out of the second class, as I talked, tremendously bold out in his hip. He's as bold as anything out here, no matter what their weight range is. Nice and extended up through his front, certainly good enough through the center part of his body. You could probably pull him down in his flank just ever so slightly. What I like about this steer with the muscle mass and the quality that he possesses, he's still real sound at the ground, certainly can go. You know, we got a lightweight steer there that's got a lot of future ahead of him. The steer that comes out of the next class, from his loin forward, I love this steer. He's my favorite steer out here from his loin forward. There's not a lot to be desired. He's good coming out of his skeletal, out of his top 1/3. His boldness and shape is really good. He lays in his shoulder good. He goes pretty much north and south off those front two. What probably takes away from this steer when you evaluate him then from his loin back, he gets a little funky around his tail head. I wish there was more true product there. I wish he gets a little narrow in his tail head, around his tail head, excuse me. So I just wish there was a little more true shape and design there from his loin forward. I love this calf. The steer that comes out of the last class, as I talked him, he's full, and I think he's getting fuller. He's getting more uncomfortable. He's getting up in his top a little bit. I wish I could see this steer in a little more of a normal condition. I think he's got a lot of top. I think he's got a lot of loin. He looks to be off in his hip, and I think that he's uncomfortable, makes him look a little more that way. And being that full in the center part of his body, he looks a little high up in his flank, so don't you think? So at any rate, that's what I see in that steer. I wish he could have come to us in a little different condition as far as I could read him out in his hip just ever so slightly. I think in my opinion, this comes down to two steers. With that being said about that steer, to me it comes down to the steer out of the second class and the steer out of the third class. If you'd indulge me, I want to look at those one more time, and then we'll pick you a champion.
A really nice class here in the key show, and I think two exceptionally high quality females lead off, and I'm really confident in the one that wins this class, and I think she does so relatively simply in my mind. Not only does she tie her neck better into her shoulder, she's still better into her forerib. She's smoother and hooks up stronger in her loin, back into her tailhead. You really like her flexibility at the ground, which you like to clean her navel up just a little bit, but that's being nitpicky. Really like the fresh, genuine look this slicker-haired female gives you. She's one that, too, is flat into her shoulder. She's good right behind it. I'd just like to see her open up better into her heart. I'd like to see her lay neater into her tailhead, hip, and hind leg. And then the smoky female's one that's moderate. She's stout, big-footed, and heavy bone. From a balance standpoint and comparatively, she's open more into her shoulders. She's shorter and thicker over the top of her neck. Three nice females. Let's give them a hand.
Reserve breed champion of the Angus Steer Show is going to Colton Ward. And your breed champion in the Angus Steer class is going to be Carter Weber. On the key side in the Heifer ring, third place went to Riley Sims. Second goes to Clancy Cunningham. And first place goes to Abby Emberson.
Two females here that are different in their type and kind in my mind, and the Blaze Face that wins does so from a balance standpoint. She's the better bodied option, who's better down her top, square out of her hip. She still has more muscle shape when you stand right in behind her. From the side, she's tighter into her shoulder. She's more proportional from forward to flank. This Bronco female is just green in her build. You do like how flat she is in her shoulder. She's square out of her pins. Today, though, she runs a little shallow from heart to flank. In my mind, we'd like to see her just move better from hock to ground. Two nice females.
So I would expect, and I sure hope this calf right here is indicative of what's coming in this Charolais division. That's a good calf right there. Got a lot of good parts and pieces, that calf. His extension, young man said he weighs 750, he's just a baby. Good through his center body, fresh up through his front 1/3. His angles are good. Is he the biggest ended steer we're probably going to see all day? I don't know. I don't know what we're going to see. He's certainly got some shape and design for a 750-pounder. I love his center body. Really good. Love the way his shoulder lays in him. That's a really nice calf. I love when you put him in motion. It's fun watching him go.
On the key side in the Heifer ring, second place went to Hudson Scribner. First place went to Taylor Robideau. On the Charolais and the steer ring, Trevor Williams, Riverton, Wyoming, wins as the single in class. We'll move to Class 2 of the Charolais, Class 6 in the Keys.
Young lady brings a really high quality single entry female here. One that's really impressive from a body type and volume standpoint from the ground up. She's big-footed and heavy-boned, and she's moderate in her type and kind. Maybe one that's probably getting a little open into her shoulder, and I'd sure like to see her just move more flexible from hock to ground.
Abigail Jones takes Class 6 in the Keys. We'll move to Class 7 as we look at Class number 2 in the Charolais and the steer ring.
As we move into Class 2, as I'd hoped and expected, we certainly got some quality in this Charolais division. The white steer that wins this class, so dominating in the center part of his body. A lot of product in his top, really good from hooks to pins. Now, could I lengthen his hip a little? I probably could. He shortens up in his hip just a little bit, sits in his chest floor nice, extends out through his front nice, beautiful through the center part of his body, big-ended kind of calf. Where he excels the steer that comes in second is simply because of his overall body shape and design. And then when we put him in motion, he just simply, I think there's a little better angle. While I don't profess that it's perfect on that white one, he gets just a little straight fronted and wants to turn out ever so slightly on that right front. The mouse-colored steer coming in second, to me, I think his angle and his front shoulder is a little more suspect. I don't think he carries into his flank quite as well. And then when I put him in motion, I think the straightness on both ends catches up with him a little. I'd like to see him a little more flex to his hock and a little more ability to go when he gets in motion.
Class number 2, the Charolais, Tyler York is going to be second place. Rachel Watley is going to be first place in the second class of Charolais.
Really intriguing class over here as we get into older heifers and the key show. And the one that leads off for me today, I think, does so from a power and mass standpoint. You study every angle of that female, and she's wider into her forerib. She's softer through her rear rib and flank. She's stouter in terms of her pin width, foot, and bone, and still has a balanced look. Really like the silhouette on this star-headed female here. She's one that is better into the base of her shoulder. She ties her neck higher and to a point of her shoulder, and she's longer over the top of it. From there, though, I just want to see more substance as you study her on back. She's narrower down her top and into her pins. She's flatter through her stifle, frailer in her bone work. And then the female that rounds out the class, in all honesty, is just greener in her build, and I encourage that young lady to just keep feeding on her. She just needs to open up, just get stouter all the way through. Let's give them a nice hand.
Class 7 of Keys in the Heifer ring. Third place goes to Brianna Keelan. Second place goes to Owen Adams. And first place goes to Lena Danielson.
So this will get your blood pumping just a little faster when you get 4 come in the ring that are this nice. And with that being said, we got a pair of steers on the top of this class that I think are exceptionally good. They're not identical in type and kind. I think they're really, really good in their type and kind. The steer that wins the class, he fits many, many things for me. I love his front end. I love his freshness going forward for his future in this calf. Love him coming out of the backside of his shoulder. A lot of product going out into his loin. Real square from hooks to pins. And then I said, as you couple that with the fact that he's real clean in his sheath, he's real good in his chest floor. I love the head on this steer. And then when you put him in motion, I hadn't even mentioned that yet. That's probably the part that impresses me the most. To have that much look, that much power, and still be able to do it the way he does it. Big footed, great angles off of both ends. Really nice calf. Love the way that God put that tail head joined into his spine. Just really nice. If you want a burly one, this rascal that stands second, that's a really nice calf. He probably doesn't join into his flank quite as optimum as the steer that beats him, but that's really good cattle. Big bone, big, bold. He probably doesn't lay in his shoulder quite as nice as the steer that beats him. Love that steer when he goes away. He just screams at you with hip. Just a really, really nice calf, really good bone. The steer that stands third simply goes third because where he excels the fourth place steer, in my opinion, is he's better and bolder through his spring of his center body. He comes out of the top of his spine better. He carries down deeper. He's a steer that gets a little deep from the top of his crest down into his jawline, but certainly not bad. I think he's certainly sound enough. Just a really, really good calf. Got beat by 2 really good calves in this class. And again, as I'll reiterate, where he excels the fourth place steer is center body, the way he's designed coming out of his spine, the curvature to his rib, the depth to his rib. He's a little squarer hip. The calf, the kind of brindley colored calf that comes next, high quality calf to be sure. He stands a little wide on those front end, on those front 2. He gets a little flatter in his overall rib shape and design. I'd like to make him a little bolder in his rib shape and design. I think he's deep enough bodied. I'd just like to see a little more boldness, a little more curvature to that rib. And then I'd like to make a little more true explosion out in his hip. Nice foursome of Charolais steers.
As we move into our oldest class of Keys, 2 nice females that I think both need to be redesigned in different aspects. And female that leads, I think if you really clean up her chest and make her more coordinated off her hind leg, she's still the most genuine in terms of her muscularity. She's the boldest bodied and the deepest through her rear rib and flank. I think she still hinges the best out of her shoulder. She's the most comfortable at her knee. I really like this female in second from the ground up in terms of how heavy structured she is. She's wide-based. To me, she's just a little greener in her build, particularly when you study her down her top, over her rib and loin, and back through her flank.
Placings in the Charolais Steer Class 3. Justin Rosser, 4th place. 3rd place went to Cassie Kelly. 2nd place went to Kylie Callis. And 1st place went to Mason Allen. In the Keys Class number 8, 2nd place went to Tyler Welty. And 1st place went to Taylor Nolick.
Let's give each one of these class winners a big hand out here in the key drive. I think there's exceptional quality all the way through. I know it's taken a little longer to get to this point, but I think that each one of them are really good. And kind of what I said all day is, you start at the ground in terms of a functionally correct structural base. Still got to be good bodied, and they got to be muscular. And I think there's a couple out here that for sure do this. In my mind, it's probably more of a two-horse race when you really get to looking at them. So let's give them another big hand, and I'll go show you the ones that I like the best.
So we got an outstanding class again of Charolais steers. The pair of steers that come to the top of this class are a lot alike in similarities, not only their color, but I think in type and kind. With that being said, I've opted to go with the steer. I think his true mobility is better off of both ends. Steer that's really square at his hip. Both these cattle share a commonality, in my opinion. I'd like to make them a little truer and a little more product into their forerib coming out of the back of their shoulder. With that being said, the steer that starts this class, I think he comes up nice out of the top of his shoulder. He's a steer that's pretty good in his shoulder. He's got a little excess at the point of his shoulder. And like I said, if I could join him in with a little more true shape and forerib coming out of the back of his shoulder, I'd probably take that opportunity, as I would with the second place steer. I think this steer has a little more true rib shape and design in terms of his boldness of rib than the steer that comes in second in this class. And I think he's a longer, softer strided cattle in the calf that goes in second. That being said, this calf that goes in second, as I said, they share a commonality behind their shoulder. I'd like both of them to be a little better there. I think the angles on both ends of my first place steer, in his front knee and in his back knee, his hock, if you will, I think he gets a little more restricted and a little straighter there. As a result, I think he gets a little shorter and a little straighter pastured. I don't think the movement is quite as good. Maybe it's because he's a little narrower footed, wants to roll off that outside wall on that back foot. I think that front knee sits just a little closer and wants to toe out just a little more than the steer that goes first in this class. This orange steer here, this is a steer to be admired for sure. He's a steer, and if I could advise you, I wouldn't tap him on the nose anymore, okay? When you tap him on the nose, I already question his mobility when he goes, and when you tap him on the nose, he camps his top up and snaps his ankles over. So I would just hold your show stick up in front of him. I would advise that maybe you don't tap him on the nose because it takes away from him. That's a good calf. He doesn't have as much flank as the two that beat him in the class. He's a steer, I think, with proper hoof trimming. He wants to roll outside on that back wall just a little and wants to get up over on his ankles, but you accentuate that when you tap him on the nose, okay? So I think you'd be better off now. That's a high quality calf to be sure. A little rounder muscle cattle. I love his muscle. I mean, I love the fact that he's got muscle. He gets a little short. I like to stretch his neck out. I'd like to stretch his hip out. Now, you can't deny as much shape and design in that hip as any steer in here. He just gets a little round, a little more basketball shaped, if you will, in his hip design and his rump design and his roundness of shoulder. I'd like to change that. And then I'd like to lengthen his skeleton out ever so much, ever so slightly. The white steer that comes next, a steer that just looks to me like he's got a little more white meat than true muscle shape. He's got some extra rind on him. He's getting a little bit staler up in his front 1/3, and then when I put him in motion, I'm 40. The steer that comes out now, the mouse-colored steer, tremendous through the middle part of his body. With that being said, that body doesn't join into the backside of his shoulder like I'd like to see. He gets a little weaker behind his shoulder. He gets a little weaker in his loin, and then he gets a little more camped up in his tailhead. So I just want to balance him up throughout. I want to pick him up in his chest floor. I just want to give him a little more true balance. As far as rib shape and design, He's as good as any steer in his class. He truly is, through the very center of his body. And then this orange steer comes in. You're in a tough class, sister. This is a really nice steer. Overall, his body length is something to be admired. As I view him to these cattle that beat you, we just got to give you a little more softness of body. We got to set that tail head down in his back just ever so slightly. Maybe give him just a little more performance down in that flank.
In class number 4 of the Charolais Steer Show, we've got 5th place went to Tyler Harper, 4th place went to Rance McIntyre, 3rd place went to Paisley Sturgeon, 2nd place Madison Shout, and 1st place Brooklyn Buckingham. On the Keys Heifer Show, your reserve breed champion goes to Kennedy Lockhart, and your breed champion of the Keys is going to Abby Emberson.
A really nice way to start the Horned Hereford Show, and 2 calves here as we start off that are ultra different in their type and kind, and I'm going to go with the leaner made, slender female that's better in her shoulder. She's cleaner through her throat, neck, and chest, and she's still good in her top line. She's one that wants to pick her tail head up ever so slightly, and to me she's just green enough in her build. Really like the power and the body and the bone in this female that's going to be second. She's wanting to act like a knothead out here, and that's why we bring them to shows and get them out, but she's one that I'd still like to clean up through her front 1/3. She needs to be stronger behind her shoulder and better set into her tail head. Really nice pair of females. Let's give them a hand.
I think there's 2.
So as we evaluate this trio of Charolais steers, the steer that wins this class, young lady says he weighs 1140. Just a very, very nice design steer, bold and prominent in his hip, really big in his loin, good in the backside of his shoulder. And as we approach a closer weight to marketability, although we're quite a ways off yet, still has a really fresh crest to his neck. He's good down into his jawline. Just a really nice steer, nice bone cattle. You stand behind him, his hock sits pretty well true. The steer that comes in second is a steer I don't think his angles are quite as good off his front end, which causes him to get a little wider on his front. I think if his angle was a little different, I'd like to see him set up a little different off that front end. has a little more boldness of shoulder that takes him out of balance just ever so slightly. But with that being said, I still think he's the steer that's got to go second in this class. He's nice through his center body. You probably need to hold his head a little higher and show off that front end. He's pretty nice fronted cattle. He's a calf. As he starts to get a little bolder in his crest, I think you can take a little of that away by keeping his head, being a little more aggressive on his head. As I compare him to the steer that goes first in his class, as you watch him go, and from the side, he gets a little out on those hocks. He's a little not quite as comfortable on his hock. The steer that comes third in this class is a really nice steer. He's really good at the ground. He's got a little more chest floor than the steer that goes out in front of him. Just a really nice calf. Looks a little staler in his kind, and I don't mean he's stale as far as his condition. He's just a steer that his hair is in that stage of the game, which has no bearing on how good a quality is. That's a really good calf too. Probably runs downhill just ever so slightly, but a really good trio of steers.
Class number 5 of the Charolais Steer Show. Third place went to Ivy Cohen. Second place, Michaela Hunt. And first place, Tinley Mefford.
We got a single entry here in our Charolais drive and got a really nice mouse-colored steer. Love his overall body length. He's long of skeletal steer that'll weigh up really nice. I think he's adequate through the center part of his body. Truthfully, that color pattern on him throws away from him. When you first look at him, you think he looks just a tick stale, and with that dapple in his color, you really got to evaluate and read this steer. Again, like I said, he's good in his barrel. He's good enough up through his front end. I'd call him adequate in his hip shape. He's just a really nice, sound, functional calf with a big, good, functional foot underneath of him.
Well, as we think through a horned Hereford effort drive, and all these were class winners, and we didn't get to give them their due diligence in talking about them. So briefly, as I go through them, we talked about the calf as she was in that contested class, about just how slender and sleek she is through her front 1/3. She's good in her body shape. She's good in her structural base. A good-bodied, big-footed, heavy-boned one there, second in the lineup. She's one that has some volume, some spring of rib, and some pin width. Probably if you compare her to females on either side of her, probably just gets a little touch deeper through her throat and her chest, and we'd like to see her stronger behind her shoulder. The next one in line, I really like that one's structure. Her flexibility at the ground and her lower joints is admirable. She's one that's really good in her body. She's awesome in her hip and hind leg. Just greener in her build if you really study her down her top, and there probably is a lot of good future in that one. Next one in the lineup is soft-haired. She's neat looking from the side. Maybe wants to get a little tighter in her top and frailer if you really study heifers on either side of her, but really nice from that aspect. Dark red female that's over here kind of in the corner is one I like in terms of her outline and extension. She's really good in her joints and flexibility. Maybe one we'd like to set down into her tailhead ever so slightly, but a good-bodied, moderate female that's really flexible. Another sensibly sized, bold-sprung one that's there next. I like her in terms of her body shape. Probably just one we need to redesign structurally if we study her through her front end. Much of the same can be said for the next female in line. Huge volume, big-footed, and heavy bone. Probably from a balance and design, eye appeal standpoint, she's plenty open in her shoulder and deep through her chest. We just like to lean her up. The next young man here in the cowboy hats female, I think from the ground up, is one of the stoutest out here in the lineup. Not only from genuine base width standpoint, muscularity, you really study that one down her top and out of her pins. She's wide. She's got some muscularity from behind. I'd like to see her just a little leaner down through the base of her chest, probably a shot stronger behind her shoulder. Then the bred female is one that needs to be commended for being this heavy bred and springing, to be so fresh and genuine in her build. She's bold in her body. She's really flexible in her lower joints, and we like that about her. One that I think that's done everything right. So that's the stuff I'm seeing in them. I think we deserve to give them a big hand for bringing out here the breeders and the showmen that have done this. I'll look through them one more time, select you a champion.
In this Charolais class on this side of the ring, the gold, I guess, is the color, a beautiful color of this deer. I guess I call it gold, but at any rate, just so many good attributes this calf brings to the table. He's getting in the northern part of 1300s, but good bone, nice footed, toes out just ever so slightly up front, but man, he's good through his center body, nice to the touch, good and square from hooks to pins, got some width and dimension through his center quarter, and still being that far along and marked already, he's a steer that's real fresh up through his front end. So if I could change a steer, and like I said earlier in the day, never seen a head of cattle I wouldn't change something about, whether it's yours or mine, who toes out just ever so slightly. That's being critical of an awfully nice steer. Nothing wrong with this steer that matches him in color that goes second in this class as far as his overall body length. What gets him in trouble is his angles concerns me a little on his front end. I noticed this steer in Showmanship. You had him in Showmanship, correct? Love this calf. It's really nice, extended up through his front. He causes me a little concern the way his knee sits forward and he gets a little iffy and a little tentative through his front angle. And as I view him, probably doesn't have quite the insurmountable body width and dimension through the center part of his body as the steer that beats him in this class. But you got your really nice calf there. If we can set that shoulder angle back, that'd probably be the optimum. That's a really nice calf.
And in class number 7 of the Charolais Steer Show, second place went to Kylie Ward. First place went to Briley Fuss. On the heifer side, in the horned heifer division, your reserve breed champion goes to Creighton Carpenter, and your breed champion goes to Emma Lynn.
A really nice way to get started here in the Pole Hereford show, and the young man brings one that in my mind just cowier in her appearance. She's the better bodied option, particularly through her lower body. She opens up better into her forerib and flank. She's a heavier bone, bigger footed, heavier muscled female. Really like this one in second up through her front 1/3. She's flat in her shoulder and probably cleaner through her throat. From there though, she wants to get narrower underneath. We need to pry her apart in terms of rib shape. Two awfully nice females. Let's give them a hand.
So folks, I don't know if everyone agrees with me, but I would certainly think you'd have to agree this was one awesome drive of breed steers here in this Charolais division, starting with the gold steer that comes out in a single entry early in the day or early in this drive. And so much to admire about this steer. He's a calf that gives up a lot of weight to everything behind him, obviously just a baby in this drive. I think the young man, if my memory serves me, said he weighs in that 750 range. And man, he's so nice up through his front 1/3. He's so nice in his angles. He's so nice in his middle. He's a steer that I think's got adequate quarter to him. I think that calf's going to be a lot of fun going forward. Really good in his bone work, really good in his footwork. The young lady that wins the second class, he was a bolder rib cattle in the calf he beat in this class. Really good to the center body. As you can see, what I can see from the sidelines, he's so deep in the middle part of his body, he wants to cut up in his flank, and in doing so, it appears to make him look a little shorter hipped. I don't know if he really is. I think if that flank blended into him just a little better, maybe that would make that hip look a little better. The Gunsmoke colored one, I guess I'll call him, that comes out of the third class. I made no secret about it in class. I like this steer a great deal. He's big footed. He's far reaching. He's real good bone. I love his squareness of hip, and with his squareness of hip, I like the way he carries down. You can see a crease when he walks. He carries down into his stifle. You know, I've always liked to been a little bit of a sucker for square hip cattle, but oftentimes when you get them that square hip, you give up a little in their lower 1/3, and he certainly doesn't do that. He's real good in his underline. He's good in his bone work. As I said, you stand behind him, those hocks sit straight under him. He squares up nice, really nice headed steer. I love this steer that come out of the next class. I love his squareness of hip. Now, he's probably an example of what I'm talking about. I love his squareness of hip. I don't think there's maybe quite as much true shape and design in his lower 1/3, and when he goes in motion, it doesn't just reach out at you, maybe like the little steer that's right ahead of him. This steer, as I talked, he beat a steer in class that I thought his structure excelled the steer in second. Both those cattle I thought needed to be just a little better in their forerib joint and in the backside of their shoulder. They were both of the same color and both of the same quality. I thought structure and running gear is what put this steer in first. The predominantly white steer that wins the next class, just loaded with red meat. Kind of has a hip somewhat similar to the steer out of the third class, not identical, but a lot of shape. Carries that shape down lower into his design, real good through his center. He's a steer as he goes in motion. I think he's just a little narrow on that back foot, and he gets a little out and around on that wall, and I think it causes him, not always, but once in a while, to get just a little tentative on that back wheel as far as his ankles are concerned. The young lady that comes out of the second to last class, the mouse-colored steer, she come in as a single entry. As I admired her in class, I still admire her for her overall body length. The steer, his hair's in kind of an awkward stage right now. I'm not here to judge who's got the best hair. I'm just stating a fact. Makes him look just a tick staler, and that color just takes away from him just a little. So you really got to evaluate this calf. I think that's real good cattle. Probably doesn't blend into his flank as good as a couple of those on either side of him, but a really, really nice steer. And then old Goldie here, the big heavyweight steer that's really, really great in his overall design. Like I said, you're looking at what I'm looking at. Beautiful through the center body. He's a steer that's still fresh enough from the top of his crest down into his jawline. He's got just a little bit of accumulation there in his chest floor, but he's a steer that's bumping 1,400 pounds, so I don't expect him to look like this 750-pounder down here. Really good in his bone. He's a good-footed cattle. Does he toe out up front a little? Yeah, he does, just ever so slightly, and that's if you came to my house and started criticizing one of my kids for that, I'd say, you're getting too picky. That's a really, really nice calf. I don't think his front feet go straight north and south as well as I would like them. There is a steer out here I like a great deal that fits me like a glove. After that, I got it down to a couple more for my reserve hole. I'll go out and pick your champion, and then we'll get you your reserve.
Another high quality class over here in our second class, pulled Hereford heifers. I think it's challenging on top, particularly because both females are really good in their own right. And as you break them down and dissect kind of where your priorities lie, I think the one that's the best balance today in terms of how sleek she is, she's good in her top line. She's really nice if you look in terms of body shape and structural integrity. She's one that I'd sure like to see more relaxed in her spine and go better out of her hip and hind leg. But I think today, in terms of just femininity and balance, she wins. Really like the super power stout cow shape of this one here in second. From the ground up, she's wide, she's big footed, she's big bellied female. I think she's wanting to be a little ornery today, and it just doesn't help her as much if you really want to study her in terms of structure. The next female is one that's moderate in her type and kind. She's got some body shape. She really goes probably as good as any in terms of structural. Today she just gives up quite a bit in terms of weight per day of age. And then we round out the class with a female that has some length and some extension, just greener in her build. She needs more body shape if you study her from forward to flank.
We're looking for Laramie Taylor, class number 3 in the pulled Herefords. Laramie Taylor, we are looking for you. Charolais Reserve Breed Champion Briley Fuss. Breed Champion goes to Mason Allen. We're looking for keys on the steer side. Class number 1 of the keys making their way in the ring right now. Looking for Rylan Williams. Class number 2 of the Pulled Herefords on the Heifer side. 4th place went to Cassidy Pope. 3rd went to Crossland Garcia. 2nd went to Kenneth Silas. And 1st goes to Wyatt McIntyre. Last call for Laramie Taylor in the Heifer ring. Last call for Laramie Taylor in the Heifer ring.
Well, to kick off our key drive, looks like we did it in a really fashionable way. This steer is really, really super good through the center part of his body. Man, you talk about extended and freaky fronted. Now, how he'll feed going forward, time will tell. We got to get him a little better right on the back side of his shoulder, but that's where it seems to always show up on a skinny one is that you wonder if they're going to be quite stout enough and quite marvelous enough right behind their shoulder. If he does that, boy, he's got a lot of good moving parts. I think his flex is good enough, his bone is good, his feet are good. Yes, his tail head drops down in him a little bit raw. As we go forward and fill that in with some fat and some meat around it that maybe won't look quite so pronounced, man, he's phenotypically easy to look at. Be interesting as we go forward and get some feed behind him, how he looks.
On the steer side, class number 1 keys, Jamie Turner, Turner is your champion, or winner of class 1. If you were showing a key steer, if you were showing in the steer show with a key, you please need to report to the makeup area. If you were showing a key in the steer show, please report to the makeup area. We're moving to class number 2 with only 1 entry. 3, 4, and 5, we need you staging.
So as we hold suit in the key drive for another single entry, got a really nice calf here in his single entry. He's good enough through his center body. I think he's a steer. If I could pick him up in his pins, he wants to drop up, but he does show me some true muscle shape. I watched him as he come around the corner past the trailer, headed this way, and he really is bold up in his hip. He has a lot of expression and a lot of muscle there when he goes away for a calf that's still really green, so that's very promising. Good and bold through the center part of his rib. In a perfect world, to make his hip look longer and make his underlying look better, I think if he was dropped down in his flank just ever so slightly, that would balance that calf up. So we get him a little fatter, a little hairier from the sheath back to his cod. That's a really, really nice calf. Now he's a little bit tentative at the ground, and I think a lot of that has to do with the way you've clipped the hair on him. You've left big wads of hair on the front of his ankle, and I think you could help him tremendously if you cut a little more angle to that hair and get him look like he's got a little more true God-given shape to that back leg. That's a really nice calf you got there.
Well, just two in this particular class that are different in their type and kind and at different stages of their weight per day of age and performance in my mind. And I'm going to go with the better bodied, better structured option. This female opens better into her heart. She's softer through her rib and flank. She's laid in neater about her shoulder. She's a female we'd like to make better into her tail head, clean her up through the base of her chest. Really like this female in second through her front 1/3. She's more feminine and fresher if you really want to get down to it. She's probably one that's tighter over the top of her shoulder. Today she wants to flatten plenty into her heart. She runs up into her flank. I just like to see more genuine width when you stand in behind her. Two awfully nice females. Let's give them a hand.
On the heifer side, the pulled Hereford. Class number 3, second place goes to Kylan Oaks. First place goes to Jalen Hammond. If you are showing a key steer, please make your way to the makeup area. We are moving through class number 3 right now.
This young lady brings us a single entry, one that I think if you really from the ground up excels from a foot size, a bone, a body shape, maybe one that in terms of her balance we'd sure like to redesign through the front 1/3 of her body, sure make her move more coordinated out of her hip and hind leg.
Looking for Logan Cook. Logan Cook to the steer ring, please.
Well, we've got an outstanding steer for sure to start this key class. This gray steer, silver steer, I guess we'll call him, just brings so much to the table that I like. He's square hip. He's good through his center body. He extends nice. A young lady was saying he was in that 9 weight range. Is that right? So a lot of future this calf. Love the running gear God gave this calf. Big-footed, great angles. He's just a calf that shows you a lot of width and dimension as you view him and still got an overall show ring presence. Just a really, really nice calf to start this class. Well, as I choose between 2 and 3, I've opted to go with the boulder-bodied steer. Both these steers show a commonality to me. They're a little narrow-footed and they want to roll out around on their outside wall, wants them to get up on their ankles, and I don't think that's optimum. I actually think this steer's got a little foot rot going on, and I can actually see it. So I think that's causing him to want to snap his ankles, but I can't make that judgment. You don't know if it's a structural thing or if it's an added on thing. So with that being said, going back to where I was saying, he's just got more true center width and dimension, and I think more true hip shape and design than the steer that goes third in this class. Really, really good. Maybe runs just a tick out of balance at this stage of his career in terms of having to go forward and get market ready. He gets just a little staler from the top of his crest down into his dewlap, but just a really, really nice calf. Again, through the center body, he's good. And then I just see more true shape and design out in his hip. The third place steer, and it is a little bit tough to read these cattle with this snub in their nose. I'm not criticizing you for having it. I'm cool with you having it, but they always want to fight that. And when they fight it, every time they drop their pins when they walk, because they're fighting it and they go up in their back and down in their pins. So it just gets a little harder to read them. My suggestion, maybe if you can, is back off that snub just a little and use your halter more. If you can, maybe he won't let you. But center body and absolute robustness in his rib shape gives up a little of the steer that beat you. And I just don't think there's as much true shape and design out in his hip. A really nice calf.
Class number 3 of the Keys, third place goes to Bentley Lester. Second place goes to Creighton Carpenter. And first place goes to London Bird.
I apologize on this class, Herefords, for taking a little longer, just studying, lining them up kind of how I'm seeing them. And I think the one that wins from a complete, functionally correct structural base, she's the freshest, but yet the boldest bodied and the widest pinned, heaviest boned female is the one that's going to lead off. She's one that I think comparatively to the female right behind her, you probably like to lengthen her out through her front 1/3. But I think if you actually study her for genuine shape down her top and out of her hip, and follow that from forward to flank, she excels in that area. Really like this female's freshness. She's loose structured. She goes to the ground really flexible in her lower joints. Today, I'd like to see her opened up better into her heart, stronger right behind her shoulder. Sure like to widen her out from behind. The next female is just moderate in her type and kind. She's big-bodied. She's high-volumed. I appreciate that about her. She's one that's getting there in terms of condition in my mind. We'd sure like to clean her up through the base of her chest, make her wider from stifle to stifle. Huge middle, high-volumed, heavy-muscled female here that's going to come next, and I appreciate that about her. Today, and structurally, is where she falls out in my mind. She's plenty upright in her shoulder, needs to be laid back better at her knee. I'd like to see her more flexible out of her hip and hind leg. And then the young man that's going to round out the class, I think ran into an ultra-high-quality class, a female we like from a length and extension standpoint, just needs to put it into a better balanced package. She needs to be stronger down her top and deeper body from forward to flank.
And placings in Class 5 of the Polled Hereford Heifer Division. 5th place goes to Riley Mack. 4th place goes to Dylan Ragstra. 3rd place goes to Keelan Dirksen. 2nd place goes to Emma Lynn. And 1st place goes to Creighton Carpenter.
Well, this is an outstanding class of steers to be sure, folks. And as we get down the line, we'll talk about some differences that made them shuffle down the line a little further. But these two gold-colored steers, and I know it looks like I'm preferential to this color. It just so happens that these ones that keep coming are the top-end cattle are just cattle that strike me as being top-end cattle. That being said, the young man that shows this gold steer, really good through his center body. I love this calf, the way he lays in his shoulder and his freshness front 1/3, excuse me. He's good enough footed. He's a calf that he goes a little wider at his base than this calf that goes second. Now, having said that, over the years, we've always ended up, for my own kids, buying some cattle at track just a little narrower as they were young cattle, and it seemed like we always got them past that. Once we get to this stage, though, when we're up in this weight range, then I think they need to be, I certainly rather that than they get outside their track and get stoved up and short-strided. But with that being said, a couple differentiating factors for me. I love the hip shape and design of my second place steer. I think he carries down into his hock more true than the steer that wins the class. With that being said, I think the steer that wins the class comes out on the backside of his shoulder a little truer. I like the way the steer tracks. He's a steer that doesn't show me quite as much true shape, like I said, down into his lower 1/3. The steer that comes second in this class causes me a little bit of a concern. He's got some puffiness on the inside of those hocks, and I think it's caused from a little bit of a narrower foot and wants to get out around on that outside wall, if I'm correct in evaluating that. That's an outstanding pair of steers. I think the steer that goes second, like I said, maybe doesn't lay into that shoulder just quite as optimum as the steer that beats him. Do I think he has more true shape and design out around down into his stifle? I do. I think that steer has a little more true shape into his lower 1/3. The absolutely deceptive steer in this class is the blood red steer. I love the designation of this steer. I like the way he ties together in his front 1/3. This steer is unique in terms of he is a lot stouter than I thought he would be. Just looking at him from the side, I mean, he's got all the profile in the world. He extends ice up through his front 1/3, but then you get behind him, and he's got truly some center width to his pins and to the center of his quarter. Just a really, really nice calf. The next pair of steers, the really big-bodied silver-colored steer, I really like this steer, but he's just a little shorter coupled from me for what I like for my type and kind. Now, you throw him under a different judge, he can win the class, and I'm not going to argue that with anyone. He gets a little rounder in his shoulder. He gets a little shorter coupled from end to end for me. I'd like to change that about him for what I like in cattle. This gray steer here, a lot of power in this steer to be sure. Big, stout, bold hip in this calf. Quite a bit of shoulder in this calf. I'd like to make him, certainly refine him in his shoulder and make him a little better behind his shoulder, but just a high quality calf. Then the silver steer that comes out now, as I compare him to everything that went out above him, he's a steer that, he's a little shorter spine and he still wants to break behind his shoulders a little, and then quality running from hooks to pins. He just simply runs out of gas a little bit. Nice calf. Runs out of balance a little, got a little extra rind in that chest floor, and then if I want to get him higher, I certainly got to give him more hip, and he wants to camp up in his back when he goes in motion. Beautiful through the center part of his body. The black steer that goes out right now, skeletal length, nothing can compare to him or is any better than him, I guess I should say, in this class. He has all the skeletal length in the world. If I'm going to get him higher or more competitive in this class, I got to give him more barrel and more depth. Just a little less daylight under that calf. He's maybe just, and I'm not trying to be derogatory, he's just a little old school built, if you will, but a really, really nice steer, tremendously long-bodied cattle.
A really nice class over here in the Hereford show, and I think two females that are different in their type and kind, and I think that it's close enough that I'm sure that they've showed against one another and it could get switched, but I'm going to go with the fresh, genuine female the young lady has. I'll be the first to admit she's carrying a little extra throat if you really study her up there, but man, what a flat-shouldered, long-necked female that's strong down her top. She's good in her body shape and flexible in her lower joints. This conservatively marked dark red one is one that I like in moderation. I like from a rib shape standpoint. She's the heavier bone female of the pair. With that, I think she gets a little open into her shoulder and deeper in her chest relative to her flank, and you really stand in and study her from behind. She tapers quite a bit back into her pins down to her stifle. Another big ribbed female that's massive when you study her down her top. I think, though, from a balance and design standpoint, she's plenty open into her shoulder. She's getting up there in terms of condition. We'd like to just see more genuine shape if you really get in behind her. Three nice females. Let's give them a hand.
So in our final key class, this single entry of steer weighing just on the bottom side of 1,300, I think the young lady said 1,270. Phenotypically and design-wise, there's not really a lot to mess around and change about this steer as far as overall look. He's extended up through his front. He's very fresh. He's a nice-headed cattle. He's good backed. Is he the deepest bodied steer we've seen out here yet today? No, he probably doesn't fit that bill, but is he shallow bodied? No, I don't think that would be fair to say about him either. He's a real big footed cattle. I think he's a steer that when you put him in motion in a perfect world, if I could give him a little more bend to that hock and a little more true flex, I'm certainly not calling him unsound. I think that calf is really, really well designed. I think he's wide enough from hooks to pins. I think he's got enough center width through his hip. Not huge butted, but certainly adequate in my opinion. Just a really, really nice, really complete steer.
So we get into these older females, 2 females in this class, and I think the one that leads off wins this class in my mind quite handily. That's the freshest appearing, most genuine, flexible female that's the best balanced if you really study her out of her heart and into her flank. Still's got the most pin shape and stout cow shape. Really long, extended female that comes next, probably one that falls out in my mind from a structural standpoint. She's a little upright in her shoulder. I'd sure like to clean her up at the base of her chest, make her softer through her rear rib and flank.
And we'll go back and capitalize on the keys in the steer side. In class number 4, your top 3 were Chloe McIntyre, Braden Callis, and Kyler Pettigrew. Kylie Dodd won the 5th class as a single entry. As we go back to the polled Herefords in the Heifer ring. Class number 6, Caitlin Scott took 3rd place. 2nd place went to Cash Long. In 1st place went to Charlie Kinder. In the polled Hereford 7th class, 2nd place went to Dyson Dunlap. 1st place went to Kenneth Silas. We're going to crown both breed champions right now. Hereford Steers, we are about to start your division. Hereford Steers, please get to the makeup area. Limousine, we are coming to you next in the Hereford arena, in the Hereford ring as well. Limousines to the Heifer ring and Herefords to the steer ring.
So in our key wrap-up, we had 2 individuals that come out of their first classes, calves that were real green in their type and design. Thought there was a whole lot of quality in those cattle going forward, just some question marks on them, how they respond to feed, you know, filling in behind their shoulder and what have you, but really good through their center body, and I think there's a lot of future in both those calves. The predominantly white or silver steer that comes out of the next class, the 3rd class, as I talked to them in class, really like this calf. love him through his center body. Now, he is so good through his center body and so bold in his rib shape, he is just a little high flanked as I look at him out here, and it tends to want him make him look a little short hipped when that flank cuts up in there. And he might even be just a nickel short hip, but boy, the running gear under him, his top line, good enough in his hip, good enough through his center quarter, nice bone, nice footed, just a really good calf. Then the young man comes out of a class, remember there was 2 gold steers in that class, 2 high quality steers. This steer is really, really nice. He was a little better in his shoulder. I thought he was a little better in his cleanliness of joints, but just a really nice calf. Love this calf in the top part of his crest down into his jawline. Excuse me, he's really good in his top 1/3 of his skeletal going back into his loin, adequate out in his hip. As I talked to him in class, am I saying he's the biggest, shapeliest steer we've seen today? He's got enough. He's not just overpoweringly, but he's certainly got enough. As I talked the second place winner in that class, why I didn't think his structure was quite as good as this steer, I thought maybe he carried down with a little more true product into his lower 1/3, down into his stifle. The really eye-appealing, phenotypically backdrop-looking steer that stands in front of me now, the black steer, phenotypically really, really easy on the eyes. As I get him out here and view him, could I make him a little different in his mid-shape? I'd like to give him a little more spring of rib and a little more depth of rib, and as good-looking as he is, I'd like to give a little more true shape out in his hip. If I'm going to give that up, I certainly don't want to give up his lack of mobility in his hock, and I think he restricts himself in his hock just ever so slightly. I know it sounds like I'm really being critical of an awfully nice steer, but I think if I'm going to give up a little bit of that muscle to get that phenomenal phenotype, I certainly don't want to give up the movement in his hock and down at the ground either. So with that being said, I think it's a really, really nice lineup. I'll pick your champions here, but again, how about a round of applause for a heck of a group of key steers?
A really nice lineup of pulled Hereford heifers, and I think there was some challenge through the classes, but so we get the class winners back out here again as they've lined up all day. I think you like them not only from a balance and eye appeal perspective, but to go out and be profitable and productive, not only from a body shape standpoint, but they're functionally correct from a structural based standpoint. I think there's several different ways you could go, and the beauty of being in the cattle business and having several opinions is I guess that I get to make mine today and show you all the ones that I like. Let's give them a big hand, and I'll go show you the 2 that I like.
In the keys, in the steer show, your reserve breed champion is going to Braden Callis, and your breed champion in the keys is going to Kyler Pettigrew. We'll move on to the Herefords in the steer show as we move to crown the champions in the pulled Hereford show right now as well, and then we'll move into the limousine.
So in this deep red Hereford steer, glad to see this guy come along. My daughter shows Hereford heifers, and we like the Hereford world, and that's a really, really good steer. I think she said he weighs 570. Just really, really good in his design. Love his shoulder, love his extension. He's fresh, he's youthful looking in his head. He's got some top and he's got some loin at this young stage of his career. Love the leg design in his calf. He's got a really long, soft pastern on both ends of his skeletal. Stand behind him. He certainly, not only does he have a phenotypical good look, he's also got some shape and dimension to him.
In the polled Hereford heifer show, your reserve breed champion went to Kenneth Silas, and your breed champion went to Creighton Carpenter.
Really nice pair of calves as we get started in the Limflex show, and I think to me the one that leads off does so from a moderation, a volume and mass standpoint. She's one that moves out better if you really study her in terms of structure out of her front end. She hinges better out of her hip and hind leg. Big scaled, big outline, long-sided female in second. She's greener in her build if you truly study her. One that you'd like to see more mass over her top, probably move freer from hock to ground. Two nice females, let's give them a hand.
Landry Allen and Mason Shout.
Landry Allen, Mason Shout, please report to the steer makeup area. Landry Allen and Mason Shout to the steer makeup area. We're looking for Gabriel Lopez, Olivia Churchman, and Olivia Smith in the heifer makeup area. Once again, that is Lopez, Churchman, and Smith in the heifer warm-up area.
So in this class, Mary Lou started doing her job for me. She placed them before they even come in the ring. So we got them 1, 2, 3. The way they come in, we're going to leave them that way. The steer that wins the class, really, really well constructed. Good through his center body. And that's where he beats the steer. Both these cattle are really good. And I like cattle, as I stated, with a little skeletal length, and both these steers have it. I think you'll agree the steer that wins the class is better coming out of the top of his spine. He's better in his barrel and his rib shape, and he carries back into his flank better, lower into his flank than the steer that he beats in this class. Outstanding calf, big-footed, nice bone, really, really good calf. Likewise, got a really good calf that comes in second. I don't think he balances up quite as well as the steer in first in terms of he's not quite as fresh in his crest down into his jawline. And then as you can view, he's a little harsher in his rib shape. He doesn't have that true shape to his barrel, or at least not yet in his career. I'd like to see him a little bolder in his rib shape. I'd like to see him a little softer in his flank to get him into that one hole in this class. And then again, he's got to balance up just a little. I don't think he's quite as fresh in the top of his crest and his top 1/3 is the #1 steer in this class. This deep red steer that goes third in this class, I like this calf. He's good in his center body, good enough in his center body. Yes, he gets just a little flatter in his rib cage, and he gets just a little plainer in the in the lower part of his shoulder and up in his front 130. I'd like to extend his neck. I'd like to change the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. Actually, comes out just a little low, but I like that calf a great deal. If I could give him a little more boldness and a little more shape, and then in order to get him into the 2-hole, even though that steer has a little bit of the same issues, I don't think this steer has the true shape and design out in his hip as the 2 steer in this class.
And in class number 2, the Hereford Steers, Jessica Hobaugh is going to be 3rd place, Bentley Lester 2nd, and Ainsley McIndoe 1st place in class number 2. We'll look to class number 3 now. Landry Allen is a scratch, and we hope that Mason Shout has arrived. On the Hereford end, we are still looking for Lopez, Churchman, and Smith. Last call for all limousines. Last call for all limousines to the staging area, please.
A really high quality single entry in this Slim Flex class. One I really love from a body shape standpoint. Big volume, wide pinned, heavy bone, fluid moving female that could dang sure stand some more competition.
We are looking for Riley Mack and Jace Jordan. Riley Mack, Jace Jordan to the steer makeup area, please. Riley Mack, Jace Jordan to the steer makeup area. We're about to let your class in.
Another single entry white flanked female that's impressive in terms of her foot and bone, big bodied female. I think though if we're really going to be hard on her, she needs to be leaned up quite a bit if you study her through her chest all the way back to her flank. A really nice trio of limb flex females here as we think through picking a champion. Numbers weren't as big, but I think if you look from the calf all the way to the oldest female, there's some quality pattern females that got some look. Today, I think the one that puts it all together from a structural base in terms of balance, body shape, still lean and fresh enough. The female right in front of me out of the second hole will be your champion today.
In our champion, or excuse me, in our Hereford class over here, I heard the word champion, and we're not quite to that point yet. Got a really nice deep red Hereford to start this class, a bigger frame kind of cattle. Calf, though, that's really solid and really true coming out of the back of his shoulder. Nice extension up through his front 1/3. He's really good boned. He's nice-footed. And with all that look, he's got some true shape and design out in his hip, carries down into his lower 1/3. Just a really nice steer to start this class with. The second place steer, I think, is an obvious second placer for me. I like his muscle shape and design. He's just a tick straighter in his hock than I think is optimum, and he's a little narrow on that back foot, so it causes him to be just a little tentative when he goes. It's not bad. I think it's acceptable, but I would like to change that. I think he has more true muscle shape and design out of the back of his shoulder, out through his loin, coming out of the top of his rib cage. I think his shape is better, and he's certainly got more true shape and dimension out in his hip, like the steer that wins this class, down into his hock. So just a really, really nice steer. Would I try and stand in here and convince you that he's perfectly comfortable at the ground when he goes? No, because he's not. He's a little narrow-footed, and with that, he wants to go around just a little. He's not quite as functional at the ground as what I think is perfect. This is a really nice steer here. He's a steer that I think is a little flatter in his overall design. I don't think there's as much true muscle shape and dimension under that hide as a steer that beats him in this class. Young lady does a pretty good job showing he's being a little bit of a stinker, isn't he? He didn't want to stand still. And so with that, he wants to get up in his top and down in his pins just ever so slightly. Makes you question his true power out in his hip. I wanted to like this steer a great deal. I love the way this steer is designed. He's got a part by his tail head that makes his tail head look worse and makes him look worse rump. With that being said, I considered going at least in the third place with this steer, but then I see him go in motion and he just gets tight in his spine and gets up on those ankles. I do like that steer a great deal when he's standing still. It's unfortunate the way that part is in his hair. Maybe something can be done about that, because I truly do think it accentuates a little higher tail head that probably isn't optimum on that steer. And then this steer that comes next, just a little plainer, just a real good, really honest, good feeding kind of cattle, good in the center design of his body, big enough in his hip, runs downhill just a little, gets a little plainer in his chest, runs into his chest floor, throws him out of balance just a little, but a really nice, really practical head of cattle.
A really nice single entry to get started in the main heifer show. This female is really attractive through her front 1/3. You know, she's one that gets out and is really flexible, holds her top line correctly, really square out of her pin. She gets a little nervous out here every once in a while, but a really good-bodied, good-looking female from the side.
As we go back to the Limousin and Flex breed runoff, your reserve champion is going to be Kamaraja Jorgensen. Breed champion goes to Caitlin Skiles. We're looking for all main Anjou exhibitors, exhibitors to the heifer warm-up area, please. In class number 3 of the Hereford division, in the steer side, you're looking at 5th place went to Ryland Reno, 4th went to Levi Watley, 3rd to Pacey Fretch, 2nd went to Madeline Whipple, and 1st went to Mason Shout. All main Anjou and all main Angus exhibitors, please get to the warm-up area in the heifer division. If you're showing main Anjou or main Angus heifers, please make your way to the makeup pen.
So we got 3 head of cattle, and I really do think, and I've maybe have said this earlier in the day, but this is the toughest class to sort since I've been here, truly. And as good as I think this top pair of steers are as far as their phenotype and their body, I'll admit going in that I'd like to change the running gear under both these cattle. They both get a little choppier in their stride. I love their design, their extension up through their front end. They're good through the middle part of their body. Actually, the steer that's going to win the class is quite a bit fresher in his crest and up through his front 1/3 than the steer that goes second. But I want to make him reach a lot better, and he gets a little straight and a little out on that front end. Tremendous in his design under the hide down into his stifle. Just a really eye-appealing, attractive steer. Likewise, the second place steer, tremendous through the middle part of his body. Not a lot to be desired there. He's not as fresh from his crest down into his jawline going forward, and he's a little straight on both ends. Both these cattle, in a perfect world, if I could get these cattle to go in motion better, it'd be I think I'd still leave them 1 and 2 for the reasons I just said. But man, oh man, you got some really high quality steers there. I wish they could go in motion better off of both ends. The steer that's in third, the contemplation for me is, do I just slide this steer into first? He's the soundest steer of the 3. I'm not going to pretend that he isn't. He's good enough through his center body where he comes apart for me comparing him to the 1 and 2 steers. He's just not as near as much product and near as much steer in his forerib. He sits a little low and a little staler in his chest, and then he picks up in his flank. So if I can blend this steer together better, I'm admitting to you, when he goes in motion, he does better than the 2 above him. As I get beyond that, though, as I compare him cattle for cattle, I just wish he was better behind his shoulder. I wish he had more true power out in his hip, and I wish we could pull him down in his flank and pick him up in his chest just to balance him up. A lot of type and kind difference, even though there was 3 head. The 2 that go 1 and 2 are beautifully designed cattle. I wish the running gear under them, God would have given them a little more freedom.
Final call for all Maine Anjou and all Maine Angus. If you're showing Maine Anjou and Maine Angus on the heifer side, this is your last call. Back to the steer side of things, the Hereford class number 4. Third place went to Lizzie Duvall. Second place went to Jace Jordan. First place went to Chloe Corbin. We'll now crown our champion Hereford steer as we begin the Maine Anjou side of things on the Hereford side.
In our champion Hereford lineup, the little 570-pounder, I think she said he weighed, just really nice constructed steer, just really nice in his body design. This calf, I think, truly has a ton of future ahead of him. Really good in his design, good in his wheels. Huge bone? No, he's not huge bone, probably has enough. And I think his structure's good. I think he's got a good foot on the bottom side of that bone. Just a really nice, love that blood red color. The steer that comes out of second class, really good in his overall kind. As I view him out here, still like him through his center body. As I compare him to the cattle on either side of him, I wish he carried down into his twist just a little stouter. But with that being said, he can get around and motor like a cat. He goes good. He's good-footed, good bone. Just a really nice calf. The deep red steer that comes out of class 3, as I talked to him in class, just really good cattle, a little bigger frame kind of steer, but he's got the top and the hip to go with it, and where I think this steer will shut down, or at least I hope he does. He's got big bone. He's a nice footed calf. He tends to want to turn on that right front just ever so slightly. I guess that's being pretty nitpicky on a calf of that high caliber and that high quality. You stand behind him, he's wide through the center of his quarter, very fresh up through his front 1/3. You can see what I'm seeing in terms of very long and soft pasture and very good reach when he gets out and goes. Just a really nice calf. Likewise, the steer that comes out of the big class, God just designed this calf really, really good as far as his body type. He's a calf that's good through his center body, a lot of shape and design. That shape, like the steer that stands in front of him, carries down into his hock. He's really good that way. If I could change him, I'd want to work a little bit on that front and rear, the knee and the hock behind, in terms of giving him a little more flex and a little more mobility when he goes. But just an awfully, awfully nice constructed head of cattle. Now we get down to the champions here. I've got my champion picked out in my mind. We'll get our second placer back in here, but just an awfully nice lineup. I think there's some give and take in just about every one of these, but I think there's a tremendous amount of quality in this drive.
A really nice single entry main female, I think from the ground up. She's genuinely wide. She's good footed, heavy boned. Really love the midrib and flank that this female has, how extended she is. Congratulations to that young man. Another really high quality main female here, one that's super impressive of flexible she is in the ground, how soft she is in her top, good out of her hip and hind legs. She follows that up with an adequate amount of rib and body.
And on the steer side in the Hereford division, your reserve breed champion's going to Caitlin Scott, and your breed champion goes to Mason Shao. We'll move to the Limousin side now in the steer ring. We are still looking at Main Anjou in the Heifer ring.
Another single entry, a female that has an abundance of volume and rib shape. She handles it correct enough on her feet and legs. Maybe one that's pushing the envelope in terms of condition today.
Once again, want to say a big thank you to our corporate partners, Purina Feeds, Andis Clippers, Weaver Livestock, Bank of Western Oklahoma, Cimarron Trailers, the Western Equipment Company, Scott Consulting, Stierwalt Crave, the Superflex product, as well as Stierwalt Cattle and Clinics, and the whole Stierwalt family for all of their support and dedication to all of our kids, allowing them to come to the Stierwalt Ranch and show off on this beautiful Saturday. Big thank you to Vanderwerk, Hereford, Barber Dyson, Little Bustard Toys, Phantom Halters, Showfresh H2O, Mike Hawk Construction, Cud Energy Services, Hollywood Services, as well as Pembroke Cattle, Walter Cattle Company, and Supreme Trailers. Circle and Vet Clinic, big thank you to those folks as well. All of our corporate partners making this and over $32,000 worth of cash and prizes being handed out to all of the exhibitors this weekend.
Let's give these 4 young people a big hand out here as we think through picking a champion main female. Not very big numbers, but I think quality from top to bottom is elite. I think there's a couple out here that put it all together like they have all day. You know, when you get into certain types of these breeds, it's what they do the best in terms of their breed representation. And I think there's one out here, not only to be this stout and powerful, but that flexible, that good balance, and that good bodied, I think speaks volumes. The female from the 3rd class will be your champion. Let's give her a big hand.
We were looking for a Briley Harmon and a Kylie Dodd. Briley Harmon and Kylie Dodd to the steer makeup area. Limousine show is in order. Your class is about to enter the ring.
In our first class of Limmy steers, I think we got the combination steer to surface in this class in terms of center body, extension up through his front end. He's got a little more throwaway in his chest floor than I think's optimum at this stage of the game. He's a nice-footed calf. He's a square hip calf. He's got some width through him off both ends of his skeleton. Just a really nice calf. Got a little extra jowl there right under his jaw, but I think that's a really nice calf. I guess the deciding factor for me in 2 and 3 was simply, I would tell you right out of the gate, the peach-colored steer is a little round in his hip for my liking, but I think as I study both of these cattle against each other, is under their skeleton, under the hide, if you will, coming out of the backside of the shoulder, I think there's more true product in this yellow steer that goes second in this class. Both cattle are probably equal in their mid-rib section, but again, like I said, I'll restate, the fore-rib is better on the peach-colored steer. I'd like to pick him up in his pin just ever slightly, carries down into his stifle really good, handles that hind leg just a little bit different. And then the 3rd place steer in this class, as I evaluated him, I really contemplated this steer going second, but as I evaluate him under all that beautiful hair, I think he's a little high in his flank. I certainly don't think there's as much true product coming out of the backside of his shoulder. And quite truthfully, with all that nice hair, I don't think he's probably sits up in his pins any better than the peach-colored one that goes second in this class. But a really nice trio of steers, a little different in type and kind. The black one I've opted to start with, to me, was the combination of the two.
As we look at the main Anjou, your reserve breed champion went to Breck Contano, your breed champion, went to Neely Davis. Class 1 of the limousine on the steer side. Third place went to Grayson Jones. Second goes to Samantha Graves. And first goes to Emma Sheenold. If you were showing maintainer in the heifer side, maintainer, you need to get to the heifer staging area ASAP. All maintainer exhibitors, please report to the heifer staging area. We're coming to you soon.
Let's give our main Angus class winners a big hand out here. As we bring them in, they were all single entry, different ages. The young man that came in first, that female's really good in terms of her balance. She's captivating from the side. If you study how good she is from her shoulder, she's strong down her top and out of her hip. She's the fluid moving, fresh appearing female that you like out of her hip and hind leg. The next female is one we like from a length and extension standpoint. She opens up nice into her forerib. We just need to pry her apart when you stand in behind her. The next young man's female that's feeling a little fresh today is really good from a body shape, a foot size, power standpoint. She's moderate in her type and kind, and she's good out of her hip and hind leg. Maybe not just the longest and most attractive through her head and neck, but still plenty adequate in that from that standpoint. The white-uddered female is one that's big-bodied. She's deep-sided. You really like her. Probably one that we'd like to see square from hawk to ground and just fresher in her overall appearance. 4 really good females. I'll take one more look and get you a champion.
On the main Angus side in the heifer ring, we're looking at your reserve breed champion, Hayes Divine, and your breed champion, Cash Long. We'll roll right into the maintainers in the heifer ring as we get class number 2 of our limousines sorted out. All maintainers to the makeup area, please. All maintainers to the makeup area, please. We're about to start class number 1. Looking for Trent Wise and the maintainers. Trent Wise, class number 2 of the maintainers. You need to be reporting to the stage area.
Fantastic way to start off the maintainer show. Both these females are of quality, and the young people need to be commended. And I think when you sort the pair, in my mind, this female that goes ahead and leads off does so in terms of being impeccable in her structural base. She's so fluid in her joints. She's soft in her body shape. She's still got an adequate amount of muscle shape down her top and out of her hip with an exceptional look from the side. I really like this female coming in second. She's soft-haired. She's neat through her front 1/3. She ties her neck high into a point of her shoulder. Today, I'd like to see her go just a shot better out of her hip and hind leg, be a little softer through her mid-rib and flank. Two awfully nice females. Congratulate them both.
Side, man, there's a lot of give and take, and I would certainly say, and I've mentioned it a couple times today as we keep going deep into this was a very good class of steers. I think we were 8 deep, maybe 7 or 8 deep. I didn't count them. And with that being said, as much as I like this one I'm starting with, I'd like to make him move a little freer. I love the way this heifer blends on the backside of his shoulder. I like the way he lays into his shoulder. He's good through his center body. He's got some muscle shape and dimension that carries down. He's got some width in his chest. He's got some width behind his back too. And the way he's designed standing there, you'd think this thing would go like a cougar, and he doesn't, quite honestly. I'd like to see, well, if he led a little better, I think I'd get a little better idea, but he don't exactly flex those back hocks like I think is optimum. Standing still, there's no steer in this ring that can rival him, in my opinion. And again, standing still, you would never guess that maybe he comes up just a little bit short, but I really do like that calf. I admire the way he's put together. This is a little bit of a problem steer for me. I like the steer. He doesn't lay in his shoulder nearly as good as the steer that's going to win this class. He's a little smaller footed kind of a steer. Good enough out of the backside of his shoulder. I guess his top line doesn't blend together near as nice as the steer that beats him. Big-ended. He's a steer that's, I think, adequate in his structure, but a steer that when I compare him to the one steer, it gets a little rounder in that shoulder. I just don't like the way he lays in that shoulder is good. I don't like him in his top line is good, but a very, very high-quality steer. The black steer that comes out next, this steer here, I don't know if he's quite as good in his lower stifle. He's probably adequate when he moves, and he doesn't want to move, and it's a little bit of a challenge to read exactly what I'm looking at. Very, very good-looking steer. I think he's good behind his shoulders. I think he's wide enough in his base. I think it matches up with his overall dimension. Just a really good cattle. I think his structure's sound enough, but like I said, when they don't lead good enough, it's hard for me to just pin my hat on that. The steer that comes out next, possibly the boldest middle steer of the 4 steers on the top end of this class. If I could design this steer a little different, he gets a little rounder in his shoulder. He gets a little tight behind his shoulder. Big-ended, big top. He's a steer that's got pretty good reach when he gets out and goes. Just a really nice steer. I'd like to refine him in that shoulder and make him better behind his shoulder. Steer that comes out next, the yellow steer, he gets a little flatter in his overall design, doesn't have as much true shape. And I'll also grant you, he doesn't have any hair to make him look like he's got more curvature and more shape. But even with that being said, I think his rib cage is a little flatter. I think he sits a little lower and his chest maybe runs downhill just ever so slightly. But that's a really, really nice calf. The golds here, man, gold seems to be the color in demand today. We've seen a lot of cattle like this. As we view him, as far as his show ring presence, I admire his width of skull and his overall dimension. He's got a lot of hip shape out behind him, but he's a steer as you see him. He gets just a little plainer and a little weaker in his top line. Just doesn't tie together quite as well as some cattle above him. And then the steer that comes out next, the steer that just gets a little narrower based. He gets a little narrower on both ends, gets a little higher in his flank, just not as much true shape and dimension under the hide of that calf as though it was above him. You see him go in motion, he gets a little bit tight on those back hocks.
Here in our next class of maintainers, 3 females that are all different in their type and kind, and I'm not going to tell you that any of them are bulletproof in any one area. I think when you step back and you just study them for what they are, the most complete, best-bodied, freest-moving female is the one we're going to lead off with. She's one that we'd sure like to see softer down her top and probably better into her tail head, but when she relaxes, she's still the best in terms of the angle to her shoulder and how she moves out of her hip and hind leg. This black female is really typey in her kind. She's one that blends smooth from forward to flank, but to me, I'd like to make her stronger right behind her shoulder. She needs to have more genuine width if we study her throughout. Smoky female is really moderate in her type and kind. She's big-boned, big-footed type of female. I think today she needs to put it together in a better balance package. She's a shot open into her shoulder. I'd like to see her square, more muscular out of her hip and hind leg.
On the Limousin side of the Heifer ring, class number 2. 6th place went to Kyron Rodriguez. 5th place went to Blake Jansen. 4th place, Mason Allen. 3rd place, Jack Hornberger. 2nd place, Bailey Page. And 1st place, Kylie Daw. In the Heifer ring and the maintainer class number 2, 3rd place went to Tatum Bixby. 2nd place, Weston Johnson. And 1st place, Jenna Donaldson. We are looking for Joe Gacante and Parker Lockhart, classes 4 and class 5 of the maintainers. Joe and Parker be making your way to the makeup pen in the maintainer on the Heifer side.
Really nice class here in the maintainer show, led off by one that wins pretty easily in my mind. She embodies stout cow shape from a rib shape perspective. She's the flexible female that's the best balanced. She's the freshest, most feminine. From there, I think it gets challenging, and my personal preference lies to the better bodied, more moderate female that sets down on a bigger foot. She's heavier boned, just more female there when you stand in behind her. This female that rounds out the class is just greener in her build when you really study her in terms of rib shape. She just needs to be softer from forward to flank, have more width when we stand in but view her from behind. 3 nice females. Give them a round of applause.
Last call for Joe Gacante. Last call for Joe. Class number 4 of maintainers. Class number 5, be ready.
So in this Limmy class, the combination cattle, the calf that blends everything together, and he's kind of a combination of the two behind him is the deep red steer here. I think this steer is really, really nice the way he's constructed. He's real practical. He's real good behind his shoulders. He's a steer. When she gets him set and puts his top down, I think he's good enough in his hip. Is he the biggest ended Limmy I've seen in this drive? He's not. Is he adequate? I'd say he's certainly adequate. Good through his center body. I think he's really sound. I think he's just an obvious place where to start in this trio of steers. The steer that comes second in this class, I'm not going to lie to you, it's really hard for me to read this steer. He's fighting that noselead, and I can tell he's got a little bit of ornery in his eye. I'd say that calf probably give you all you want if you didn't have that thing in him. When he gets stopped and decides to relax just a little, that's a good calf. He's nice up in his crest. He's a steer that's got some true shape and design. The part that gets so hard to read on him is when he walks, he's more concerned about that noser in his nose, so he tends to want to get his top up, and I'm not exactly certain what I'm seeing, but when he relaxes, I do like what I'm seeing. I think he's good at the ground. He carries a lot of muscle and shape down into his hock, into his lower 1/3. The steer that comes out third reminds me a lot of the steer that stood fourth in the last class. Admirable through the center part of his body. In fact, to the degree he's so big in the middle of his body, it tends to make him look a little tight behind his shoulder with a little shoulder, and the way that rib shape is so bold and pronounced and then so deep, he looks high flanked. When they look high flanked, they look high flanked, and it just tends to shorten up their hip look. Just a really nice cattle. As far as overall body shape and dimension, he's the biggest barreled, biggest bodied steer of the three, to be sure. It just takes away from his overall look. Just a really nice trio of steers. A little bit tough to sort.
Class number 3 of the maintainers. Third place went to Cash Bixby. Second went to Rustin Fraser. And first went to Rylan Fleener. On the limousine, class number 3, third place went to Ellie Solis. Second went to Jace Jordan. And first went to Skylar Sturgeon. We're looking at class number 4 of the limousines now. Fourth and final class, Main Anjou. Please report to the steer warm-up pen. Main Anjou steers, be getting ready. This is class 5 of the maintainers in the Heifer ring as well.
In our final class of limmies, we've ended the drive with a really nice black steer, tremendous in his barrel. The most noteworthy thing of him is the way his rib cage comes out of his spine. He's so nice and out around. He's got some true shape to his hip. He's got some depth of body. He's got some bone. He's a steer as I put him in motion. He wants to get plenty tight when he goes. I'd like to soften him up at the ground. But man, oh man, that thing, you're not going to find one designed much better from the top of his spine out around. Really good and stout in his hip. If I could free him up in his motion, it's probably something I would want to do to make it an optimum. But really a nice calf to end up this drive. We'll get him back out here and compare him against his peers.
And Samantha Graves is going to win class number 4 of the limousines. We're looking at class number 5 in the maintainers in the Heifer ring. We will bring back all of our champion limousines, or winning limousines, to decide who the breed champion will be.
A really nice class of maintainers, led off by this Brockle female that's the most feminine in her look. She's the freshest fronted, biggest bodied, soundest structured one that balances up the best in my mind from a composition standpoint. From there, I thought the decision became quite a bit harder, and I can see probably switching it ever so often. I elected to use the more moderate, sounder, flexible female. She's better in the angle to her shoulder. When you watch her go away, she fills her track more appropriate. She's square out of her pins. Big, stout female here, and I really tie into her from a muscle shape standpoint. She's square down her top and out of her hip. Big, heavy bone. Probably today gets a little flatter into her forerib. I'd like to see her stronger down her top. Move better when we really set her into motion off of her hip and hind leg. Nice 3 females. Let's give them a hand.
In the final class of maintainers, 4th place goes to Parker Lockhart. 3rd place goes to Kelton Dowdle. 2nd place goes to Champ Davis. And 1st place goes to Reagan Wilborn. We'll bring back all of our winning maintainers to decide the breed champion.
Let's put our hands together for these 4 young ladies with exceptional class winners as we think through picking a champion maintainer. I think, again, if you kind of study them all, not that they all look alike in this particular lineup. We just started strong with the Heifer calf from just a balance and a structure perspective, and we went all the way down to the Brockle female that we described out of that last class, being the fresh, big-bodied, good-footed one. I'm going to take one more look, and I'll get you a couple champions, but let's congratulate them.
So in our wrap up for our limousine drive, the black steer that wins that first class, really nice in his design. Got a little extra navel under him and just a little extra chest under him for this stage of his career. He's still got quite a ways to go weight-wise to get him to a kill weight, but just really nice. What's deceiving about this calf is he looks like he's really hairy, and he does have some hair, but he has no guard hair whatsoever. So when he walks away, his hip just screams at you. He's got a lot of top and a lot of hip. Could I clean him up in his undercarriage? I could, ever so slightly. I feel like he wants to bow on that left hock, and I think he wants to get up on his ankles. Not always, but every once in a while. As far as the way this gold one's designed, I don't know what's really left to be desired as far as the way God made this calf. He's a calf that's beautiful in his design. He's sharp-headed. He's sharp the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. Certainly adequate through the center part of his body. He's got some hip shape and dimension. Yeah, his tail head sits in him just ever so slightly a little higher than what's optimum. When he stands still, you would just bet the ranch that when he goes in motion, he can do so just exactly like you'd like. And that's probably, truthfully, not the case. I'd like to see him go a little better, to be quite honest. I think more than anything, he wants to drag on that halter, and he kind of doesn't flex that hock. I think his angles at the ground are real good. I just don't think he flexes his hock as good as he should. The red steer that comes out of the third class, just a really complete kind of a steer. He doesn't have as much hip shape as the steer in front of him, to be sure, but just a really, really good calf. He tends to want to duck down in his pins just ever so slightly. Young lady, you want to keep that top down on that calf when you set him up. That's a really, really good calf. And then the black steer that come out in a single class, tremendous through his barrel. He's the best coming out of the top of his spine, the way he comes out around. Good-looking rascal. He's a steer, though, when he comes in the ring and when he comes back in. He's certainly too restricted in his hock and down at his ankles. Most often, he wants to get up and around on his ankles. Am I going to tell you that my champion Limmy is going to be that I'm incredibly comfortable with? I think there's a flaw in each one of these that I would like to change, and I'm just admitting that going in. There's one out here that's designed, I think, as good as you could design one, and I think I'm just going to have to live with the fact that I think the structure could be a little better on this calf. I certainly like the way he was put together. With that being said, we'll wrap up this drive.
A really nice way to get started in the Red Angus show. This heifer calf comes out. She's long and extended, flat in her shoulder, good out of her hip. Probably one that's just greener in her build, as most of these calves have been. We'd just like to see her pulled apart a little bit more. Let's give her a nice round of applause as we get started in the Red Angus. Another single entry here in the Red Angus heifer show, one that's adequate in her body shape. She's parallel in her lines, square out of her hip. I'd like to see her go better out of her hip and hind leg, be squarer from hock to ground.
On the steer side in the Limousin, your reserve breed champion, Skylar Sturgeon. Breed champion goes to Kylie Dog. We're looking for Benjamin Edwards. Benjamin Edwards in the Red Angus on the heifer side. Red Angus heifer. It's been a long day. Red Angus heifer, Benjamin Edwards. Please report to the makeup area. Main Anjou, we are going to you on the steer side.
Another high quality single entry Red Angus female. This one, I think, of the ones we've seen, is the best balanced. She's the most flexible. She sets down on the best shape to her foot. She's still strong and level down her top and out of her hip. Congratulate that young man with a round of applause.
For both of them? Last call for Benjamin Edwards. Last call for Benjamin Edwards in the Red Angus. Main Anjou, we're going to you.
So this young lady brings us a really cool black and white heifer to start out our main drive. Man, she couldn't be made much better. Phenotypically, she's really extended up through her front end. She's real square, level out in her hip, real nice in her center body, really big bone. You brought us a really nice heifer to start this drive. Congratulations.
Young lady brings us another really nice Red Angus female that's sensibly sized. She's flexible in her lower joints. You gotta like her volume, her depth of body. She's been the widest pinned, heaviest bone female. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
And Kaylee Schilling's going to win class number 4 in the Red Angus on the heifer side. As we look to the main Anjou, class number 1, Emery Chamberlain is going to win that class. We'll move on to class number 2. All main Anjou steers, please report to the makeup area. All main Anjou steers, please report to the makeup area.
Well, we started the mains with a single steer, and now we got a pair here, and just a really nice pair. when they come at you in the lighting, they look like they're really, really quite similar, and I guess in certain ways they are. They're both big back cattle. They're both good rib cattle. I think the differentiating factors for me, I think they're both on a level playing field as far as their bone structure and their bone makeup. I think both cattle go just good enough at the ground, but the separating factor for me is the true shape and design from the hip down to where he's stifling his lower 1/3. I think this calf is a little truer carrying back into his flank, and I think as I view him from front and rear, there's just a little more base width in this steer. So there's just a little more true shape and design. Both are great looking cattle, get great phenotype cattle that are good enough in their rib shape. I just think under that hide, there's a little more true shape and design under the lower, in the lower 1/3 of the first place calf. Really nice pair. That's what differentiates. And I also think the first place steer is probably just a tick tighter in her chest floor, his chest floor. I don't think that it's his chest floor so much that it doesn't run up into his throat latch as much as the steer that comes second in this class. Really nice pair. That's what differentiates the two for me.
And in class number 2 of the main Anjou, second place goes to Blake Miller. JC Vega is going to win class number 2. We're looking at class number 5, Red Angus heifers right now.
A trio of nice females that are opposite in their type and kind, and I can see where you could probably form some different opinions. And I think today, how I go with it, the fresh, feminine female that's the best bodied, she's still the best structured, and when you get behind her, she's the most muscular and the widest based, and I appreciate all those things about her. You put them both positives together, and she wins this class quite handily, I think. And then you go from there back. I really like the depth from rear rib to flank in this female. She's strong in her top. It's probably more of a issue. She's a little heavier condition, and when she wants to get out and move, she wants to roll out of her shoulder. We'd like to see her go better out of her hip and hind leg. Really big-footed, heavy bone, muscular female that comes next. I like all that about her. She's probably one that needs to tie her neck higher into a point of her shoulder. She needs to be stronger down her top out of the backside of her shoulder. Just put it together in a better balanced package. 3 nice females. Let's give them a hand.
Class number 5, Red Angus. Grady Schilling takes 3rd place. Caitlin Skiles takes 2nd. And Cade Sweeney takes the win in class number 5.
As we get into the older females in the Red Angus show, this female is really nice. Her abundance of ribs. She's got some stout cow shape from a muscularity standpoint when you stand in to view her from behind. Again, she's probably one at this stage of the game to me is getting a little cresty over the top of her neck. You'd like to see her cleaner at the base of her chest, but a good stout cow for that young lady. This young lady brings us a unique power cow in my mind. Heavier bred. She's really fresh. She's good haired. The young lady's done a nice job with her. You like her rib shape and volume. She's a sound structured female that feet point ahead. Really good entry for that young lady. Let's give her a hand.
So we got a little trade-off in this pair of main steers. The deceptive part about this steer is how unbelievably powerful he is. He's big back, tremendously big hip. Would I trade off his flank shape for the one that stands second? Yes, I'd like to drop this one down in his flank. I like his freshness of his front. I like the way he gets in motion. Now, he hasn't been cooperating at all, and I wonder how he is in his top line. He tends to want to get up in his loin just ever so slightly. He doesn't do it when he relaxes. The problem is he doesn't relax very often. He isn't giving us a very good look. I like the design of his leg. I like the way he goes north and south on his front two. He sets down good, and like I said, the deceptive part about this steer is as good looking as he is, even though he needs more flank and more body today, he's tremendously big-ended and tremendously big top, tremendous amount of powder coming out of the backside of his shoulder. The steer that comes in second, I wish we could put the flank in the first place steer that we got in this second place steer. With that being said, this steer gets a little straighter in his hock for me. I'd like to drop him down in his tail head ever so slightly. And going forward, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge, or at least in my opinion, to keep that chest fresh enough. I think he's okay up in the top part of his crest, but he does throw me a little extra throwaway in his chest floor at this stage of the game. And again, like I said, when he parks, he's quite straight-legged on those back two. He bends them relatively good, or at least his right one, he is quite restricted on his left when he goes. The red steer is a little plainer kind of a steer, good cattle for sure, good enough in his barrel. He gets quite restricted in his forerib where he joins into the backside of his shoulder. And as I view this calf compared to 1 and 2, as I view him from both ends of their narrow between his front legs, a little narrower between his hind legs, I just like to see a little more true explosion in that steer, a little more red meat, if you will, under the hide. And then the steer that comes out next, a steer that I think needs a little more in his lower 1/3. We talked about a few other cattle today. To me, if you're going to give up that muscle, which he does, you certainly can't give up the muscle that restricts movement and the movement out of their hock and down at the ground. And I think that becomes a little bit of an issue with this calf. Structurally, the way he's designed at the ground gets him a little trouble. Phenotypically, the way he's designed above his knee is very, very acceptable. Very good looking calf.
Let's put our hands together for our Red Angus class winners out here. Big breed. I know we had a bunch of single entries, but if you get them back out here, there's still plenty of phenotype. There's plenty of quality and look. I think there's one that takes it a notch above. And again, probably like I said in a breed before, when you get them to that stage of the game and they're still fresh and powerful, they embody some stout cow shape and they're just good in terms of flexibility. I think you got to run with them. Young lady with the heaviest bred will be your champion today.
Shorthorn and Shorthorn Plus heifers, please report to the makeup area. Shorthorn and Shorthorn Plus heifers, please report to the makeup area. We are going to the Shorthorns right now. In the Red Angus and the heifer side, your reserve champion is going to be Cade Sweeney, and your breed champion will be Finley Meyer. We'll move to the Shorthorns with the heifers. We are finishing up the main Anjou on the steer side. Class number 3 results: Connor Miller 4th, Brooklyn Buckingham 3rd, Jace Jordan 2nd, and Timber Mefford. Shorthorn and Shorthorn Plus, please report to the heifer staging area.
A young man brings us a white-flanked female that's got some length and extension. She's deep-sided. If you get on from the side, she's square and long and level out of her hip. Let's give that young man a big round of applause for coming out here today.
Well, we got an awfully nice main steer to start this class. He's just a combination steer, in my opinion. Not the biggest ended steer I've seen all day, but certainly nice shape to his hip. He's got some width through his center quarter. What's hard to evaluate, and my kids are too old to show now, but I can remember when my daughter was about that age, and he has a little trouble keeping that head up, and so it gets a little harder when these cattle are in motion to read what their spine is like, but I think he's plenty good there. I think his angles are really good. He's still real fresh looking. He's nice through his center body, not just completely bold body, but really certainly adequate. Just a really, really nice calf, nice footed. I think when he goes in motion, he certainly is adequate. The black and white steer that goes second, really phenotypically backdrop kind of steer. I mean, he's extended. He's more extended out through his front than the first place steer. With that being said, he's a steer that gets a little straight in his hock. He gets a little straight off of both ends. He is, as I view them from behind, I don't think he carries down into his twist quite as optimal. And then he wants to bow out on both hind hocks. It's not just wretched, but it's plenty. He's a little straight for my liking, but man, oh man, as far as good looking, he's got all of that. Want a little more true shape, and I want to set those hocks in him just a little different. The deep red steer that comes third in this class, really nice calf. I wish he could blend together in his top line for me to justify him going two, because I think his angles are just as good or better than the steer that goes two in this class, but I want to pick him up in his pin sets. I want to make him a little stronger in his top line if I can get him into that two hole. Just a really nice, functional, practical kind of cattle though.
A young lady brings an all-wide shorthorn as we get started in the shorthorn female show. One, you really study her at the ground. She's big-footed and heavy boned. She's got some mass and power from a muscle standpoint when you get in right behind her. Again, I read her to just be a shot greener in her build. You study her through her heart and back to her flank, but a good functional type of female to get us started in the shorthorn show.
Class number 4, the main Anjou. Third place goes to Kyron Rodriguez. Second place goes to Rhett Schneider. And first place goes to Chisholm Setzer.
a high quality pair of females here in the next class of Shorthorns, and I struggle a bit with this pair, and I go with the bolder bodied roan female. If you really study her from a rib shape standpoint, she's better into her heart and back into her flank. She's the wider pinned, heavier muscled female. I'd sure like to see her go, and that's where I think that this white bellied one keeps it close, and she's better in the angle of her shoulder. She moves freer out of her hip and hind leg, but today she's plenty concave and flat into her forerib. I'd like to see more depth from rear rib to flank. Two nice females. Let's give them a hand.
Class number 2, the Shorthorn Heifers. Second place goes to Macy Burns. First place goes to Haley Helmke. We're looking at class number 5. Class number 5 is the final class of main and Andrew steers. In class number 3 of Shorthorn Heifers.
Another nice class of Shorthorn females, and I think the top two are plenty challenging in my mind. And the young man who leads off with the white roan is one that I think just blends better. She's better into her shoulder. She ties her neck higher into a point of her shoulder. She's the fresh feminine female that's the best out of her hip and hind leg. I'd sure like to clean her up in her navel and set her down into her tailhead, but a good, functional, practical female. The red and white female's one that you really like from a moderation standpoint. She blends really good from forward to flank. She's probably getting a little thick and short over the top of her neck, plenty of chest. Really what hinders her, if she'd want to take out and lead, she's one that gets a little open into her shoulder and off in her hip. And then the other roan female that's going to round out the class, really sleek and slender through her front 1/3. She's long and extended from there back. Just if you compare her to the two above her, she needs pried apart into her forerib, deepened and softened up through her rear rib and flank. Three nice females. Let's give them a hand.
So in this, our main class, we've got a steer. I think he's got to start this class in terms of just overall. He's very functional as far as from his knee up. He's beautiful through his center body, fresh enough up through his front 130. He's got some width and dimension off both ends of his skeletal. He gets just a little straighter on that front end and what I like, especially on his left front, and that causes me a little bit of concern. But I think when he goes in motion, he sets down pretty good. He's a pretty ample-footed kind of cattle. Just a really nice steer. He's got some good set to that back leg. Really good cattle. The calf that goes second with reminds me of a class winner a few classes ago in terms of I'd like to give him a little more body. But what's impressive about this steer, he's got a lot of shape and dimension out in his hip, a lot of product coming out of the backside of his shoulder where those high cuts of meat are. He's very, very sufficient there. He's got some shape and turn to his hip. He carries down into his stifle, and I think he's certainly adequate in his overall thickness. Would I make him a little softer bodied to run any higher? Yes, I'd like to drop him down in his flank in particular, but that's a really nice calf. The meat and potatoes practical cattle is a Baldy coming out next. This calf is really nice. He's not quite as powerful in his hip as 1 and 2 in this class. Really good through his center body, lays into his shoulder near perfect. He's a steer when he goes in motion. He certainly does so adequately. Where he is better than the steer that goes out behind him, while they both present a phenomenal midsection and rib shape, that steer carries into the backside of his shoulder better. This steer, I've seen some fourth place steers today that were of incredible high quality, had so much shape and rib that it made them look too big shouldered and too tight behind their shoulder, and they were a little that way. And I think that exemplifies this steer a little. He isn't quite as stout coming out of the back of his shoulder down low or up high, and it just takes away from his overall look. He is tremendously big in his barrel. The young lady with the black steer coming out next, a little taller, narrower base kind of cattle, if you will. I'd like to see him wider sprung from the ground up. He gets a little straight in his hock, a little higher in his flank, just a little taller and narrower base cattle, if you will. Likewise, the white-legged steer coming out next is a little bit that way. He doesn't share the same boldness of rib shape as the steer that goes out ahead of him. He gets a little flatter rib. He gets a little shallower, and his lower 1/3 just gives up a little too much power, wants to bow out on that left hock just ever so slightly. And then the black and white steer here, again, a high-quality steer. Angles off both ends are what get him in trouble. He just is so straight off of both ends. I love your calf. His design, man, his front 1/3 is awesome. He's certainly good enough coming out of the back of his shoulder. As you can see him, though, he camps up pretty straight on those fronts. He gets real straight and rigid off those backs, but you couldn't design one that's much better looking. I got to change the angles at the ground.
A young lady brings us another shorthorn female that's moderate and sensibly sized. She's flexible when you get her on the move. Her angle to her shoulder and her knee are appropriate. Probably one that I read just to need more muscle shape if we study her out of the backside of her shoulder, down her top, and out of her hip. Really nice female for that young lady.
Class number 5 of the main Anjou. 6th place goes to Ivy Cohen. 5th place went to Maddie Gray. 4th was Carter Weber. 3rd was Jana Branch. 2nd, Piper Cohen. And 1st, Parker Lockhart. Looks like we are now bringing in all of our Shorthorns. Shorthorn, class number 5. A single entry as we crown the champion on the main Anjou side in the steer class. Shorthorn steers, please be in the makeup area. Shorthorn steers, please be in the makeup area.
Red and white heifer here as we round out the Shorthorns is one that's got some practicality from a depth of body standpoint. She's one that blends good into her heart. She's soft through her rib and flank. To me, we need to lay her back better into her shoulder, lengthen her out through her front 1/3.
So as we wrap up our main division, head toward the Shorthorn division, we've got really a nice foursome of steers, and the ones on either side of the ends of the spectrum are both somewhat similar in type and kind in terms of middle section of their bodies, boldness of spring or rib. All these cattle, I think, are fresh enough fronted to go the distance with. Their cattle are pretty good and level in their hip. I do like the shape and design of this calf standing still. When we put him in motion, he causes me a little bit of concern, more on his left hind than on his right hind, but really a good calf when he goes in motion. The steer, as I talked out of the second class, is a steer that I'd like to give him. He's pronounced as he can be when he walks away from you. As far as his hip and top, just scream boldness. He's really wide in the center part of his body. I would like to make him a little softer in his flank. And I really probably haven't quite gotten the look at this calf I'd like, in fact that he's rushed this young lady all day long and he wants to get his top up. I don't know if that's part of what God gave him or if that's just something he's doing because he's not wanting to be quite the show steer yet. The young man with the steer that comes out of the third class, as I talked about when I had a daughter showing when she was itty bitty, like he is, it's hard to get these cattle to know exactly what you're looking at when they go in motion. Obviously, we want these cattle to be led with their heads up, and the young man can only do so much. He's doing a whale of a job showing this steer, but he can only do so much. So I think his front 1/3 is certainly fresh enough. I think this half, his spine is good when he goes. That's probably something that's hard to read, and I'm thoroughly convinced his structure is very good off of both ends. And then the young man with the big steer, the more mature steer that comes out of the last class, bold bodied, big top, very, very well presented, very well shown. When he goes in motion, he does so very, very well. I probably didn't even notice it in class. He's quite narrow-footed behind, but it hasn't affected. It doesn't make him roll over or pop up on his ankles, so I can certainly accept that. I'm just acknowledging the fact I must have saw him in some more shallow shavings than the first time. I would like to widen the foot on this calf. With that being said, we'll get you a champion in reserve out of this so we can move on, but a really nice division of main steers.
Let's put our hands together for all our class champions here in the Shorthorn show. Had some big numbers, and I think from top to bottom there's some quality. To me, when we get them back out here and we run them to a comparative sense, I think there's one that embodies kind of what we've been picking all day, just from a rib and body, a practicality, flexible structural base. Young man out of the third class will have your champion today. Let's give him a big hand.
Main Anjou reserve champion is Chisholm Setzer, and your breed champion goes to Parker Lockhart. We'll move to the Shorthorn steers now, as we crown a Shorthorn Heifer breed champion. And on the heifer side of the Shorthorn division, Stanton Hooper is going to be your reserve breed champion, and Dason Cash is going to be your breed champion of the Shorthorn Heifers. We'll move to the Shorthorn Plus now in the heifer side, Shorthorns in the steer side.
Well, we certainly start off with a bang over here on the Shorthorn side. These two young ladies brought us two really nice steers. The blood red steer that's going to win the class, I'm going to leave the cattle the way they come in the ring. That is really a well-constructed calf. He's big-ended. He's just a baby. Got nice angles to him, really nice up through his front end. He shows some real quality in his top 1/3, carries down into his rump really good. I think his angles are really nice. His chest floor is nice, wide through the center part of his quarter. Just a really nice calf. Young lady, you brought an awfully nice black one to the ring. Maybe if I was to compare him to the red one, I'd like to make him just a little stouter behind his shoulders, but I realize he's young and he's skinny. A lot of times that area right there will get way better in itself as you start feeding him. So if he does that, then we maybe can get him out here and give him a little more shot of winning this class. Might not have quite as much true power from hooks to pins as the one that beat you, but an awfully nice calf. He's still skinny. Put some feed in front of him.
Well, as we get going through the Shorthorn Pluses, we went ahead and the only contested class, we went ahead and run out here, and I think there's varying types and kinds if you really line them up, and I'm not saying any type or kind is bad in this particular instance. I guess my kind and how I lead off this show is the solid black female. She's the freshest, the biggest outline, the best in terms of her shoulder angle. She's the most flexible if you really study her lower joints at the ground. She's the squarest out of her hip and hind leg. I like the body shape and the power in this white roan female. That's one massive rip when you get behind her. She's big-footed, she's heavy boned, she's stout down her top and out of her hip. Today, she just wants to give up in terms of being a little coarser in her shoulder. She's shorter into her neck, more opened up into her chest. And then the red female is just functional in body type. She's deep-sided. She's opened up in her heart. From a balance standpoint, she falls out in my mind. She rolls out of her shoulder. She's a little deeper through her chest in relation to her flank. I'd like to see her go square from hock to ground. Three nice females for those young men.
As we continue over here on our Shorthorn side, we come with another pair of steers. Really got a nice steer to win this class. He's kind of a carbon copy of the deep red one that won the last class, just bigger, more steer. Really good through his center bar. He lays in his shoulder really nice, extends up nice up front. Good from hooks to pins, got ample width from off of both ends of his skeletal. The spotted steer that comes second, man, this is just, I talked about a white-legged calf here a couple classes ago in the main breed that was a meat and potatoes type of steer, and young lady, that's what you got here. That is really a good calf. He's really good through his center. He doesn't have quite the rib shape and explosion of the steer that beat you, but he's still really a good calf, a real good feeding. I want you to hold his head a little higher though, okay? Because he just gets just a little plainer neck, and I think if you work really hard at holding that head up, I think you can make your calf look just a little better. I don't think he has quite the massive shape and design out in his hip. Am I going to call him adequate? Yeah, I think he is. You got an awfully nice calf.
All Simmental heifers to the makeup area, please. All Simmental heifers to the makeup area, please. Shorthorn class number 2 results. Olivia Jones, second. Sophia York was your winner of class number 2.
As we get out here, let's give a big hand to all our class winners. I'll briefly go through and talk them. These all were class champions, and we're running them through here just to time's sake. But the young lady brings a calf class champion out here that you like. Structural base, body shape, her look and her balance is as good as any. She's high quality when you get off to the side of her. She's stout down her top and out of her pins. A lot of the same can be said about this Class 2 champion. She's got some length and extension. She's big-footed and heavy bone. Probably gives up in terms of depth of side and practical rib shape as you really study the female in front of her. The red and white heifer's one that's long and extended, particularly through her front 1/3. She's one that I would like to see just go a little better when we set her into motion. We get into the older females, and this young lady brings us a moderate, practical, big-bodied, heavy-boned female. To me, as I study her today, and as we've talked all throughout the heifer show, she's getting excessive in terms of condition. I'd like to lean her up and make her fresher, particularly through the front 1/3 of her body. We talked the Class 5 winner, and she won that class on her flexibility, her outline, her scale. She was the best in terms of her shoulder, her hip, and hind leg. And then the red and white female that's going to round out the oldest class and be a class winner today is one. She's flattened to her shoulder. She's strong down her top and out of her hip. Probably just a little greener in her build if you study her in terms of a practical body type, but a nice entry for that young lady. I guess that's the way I see him. I think if we've kind of gone with a functionally correct structural base and a female of quality, the first class winner will be your champion. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Blake Miller, please report to the staging area for the heifers. Blake Miller, please report. Shorthorn Plus champions, reserve breed champions going to Dason Cash. And your breed champion in the Shorthorn Heifer division is going to be Cassie Kelly.
So this is a class of steers that you certainly got to just evaluate these cattle, what's under the hide, in my opinion. The steer I've opted to start with, I think in this group of 4, you've got to start with this steer. With that being said, I certainly would like to see the way he handles his back legs. He wants to get up on those, and I acknowledge that. He's got some muscle, he's got some red meat. He's a steer that's ample in the center part of his body. And as I explain the cattle go behind him, you're going to say, well, that one you said he isn't sound enough. I acknowledge he's not sound enough, but I think all things considered from the ground up, he has to start this class. The red steer that's never been clipped, or hasn't been clipped for this show, I should say, a lot of quality in this steer. And so I got to read underneath that hair. He's really good through his center body. He lays in his shoulder pretty good. He's huge-footed cattle. He's got some shape and design out in his hip. Structurally, he just better than the steer I'm going to talk next. The white steer, beautiful to the eyes. I mean, beautiful profile. This steer causes me concerns on both ends. This young man does a great job showing this calf. This calf, his angles off of both ends just need fixed in terms of we need to set the angle back on the front, and we need to set the angle back in that hock. That's really a nice calf. But with that straight angle, I think if this calf had more proper angles, I think he would be deeper bodied. Typically, they don't feed quite as good. I love the calf is gorgeous. He's presented well. He's shown well. He's just too straight off of both ends for me. Young man does a phenomenal job showing him. Then the steer that comes next, a little harder haired steer. I only say that because it's the obvious, not because I'm being critical of him being harder haired. He just is harder haired, but I think under that hair, under that hide, I'd like to see just a little more power. I'd like to stand in front of him and see a little more chest width. I'd like to stand behind him and see a little more base width. Really nice calf. For no more maturity than he's got, he's starting to get a little more crest and a little more jaw right under his jaw. I'd like to change that about him. A nice class of steers. Quite honestly, that was a hard class to judge, to just come out with a profound winner.
Bryson Blue to the Heifer staging area, please. Bryson Blue to the Heifer staging area. Shorthorn class number 3 in the steer division. 4th place goes to Hudson Scribner. 3rd place, Hudson Hunt. 2nd place, Savannah Neighbors. And 1st place, Treg Harper.
Well, what a way to start off our Simmental show with this heifer calf, and I think that she wins and does so quite easily. Most of the ESTs you could break out on her, but for what we've seen this late in the day, she's the best in her structural base, the best bodied, the best balanced female that's the most captivating when you get on the side view profile. Ultra muscular, red baldy female, and I appreciate that about her. There's a lot of shows that she would be a class winner. You just ran into a buzzsaw, young man. I like her muscularity down her top and out of her hip. She needs to be set smoother into her tail head, be softer from midrib to flank. Another greener type of heifer calf that has some length and extension that I can appreciate. She just needs to open up wider from the ground up.
A results out of class number 1 in the Simmental Heifers. 3rd place goes to Blake Miller. 2nd place, Bryson Robertson and Mackenzie DeBerry. 1st place.
This Baldy heifer that goes ahead and leads this class off, just so good in her silhouette. She's nice in the angle of her shoulder. She's the flexible, smooth jointed female that hooks up the best right behind her shoulder and down her top. You really like the sweep to her midrib and flank. You like the power in the foot and bone under this red one. She's ultra good in terms of body shape. She's stout out of her pins. Today, comparatively, she needs to be stronger right behind her shoulder, fuller into her heart, smoother out over her tail head. Another powerful, muscular female here that's got some length and extension. Balance-wise, she falls out. In my mind, she's open into her shoulder. She's deeper through her chest. She needs to be square from hock to ground.
Very nice class of Shorthorn steers. That being said, we've got a front runner in this class, and this calf, he wants to go, and he can go. Big back, carries down like his barrel, nice and wide out in his hip, nice bone. Young man does a really nice job with that steer. The blood red steer that goes second, he's the most like him in type and kind in terms of his wheels underneath of him, his center body. He's got some true shape and dimension. He's real fresh up through his front 1/3. I think his running gear is certainly very good. The colored up steer, I guess the roan steer, the dusty roan steer, something a little different the way this one handles his back leg. He's really big topped and he's big through his center body. He's a little out in his hock. I think specifically his left hind, he actually acts like he's not quite putting all his weight down, but I think it's bowing on his hock is what's getting him in a little issue. Love him up high in his hip. Man, that thing is wide and pronounced. Certainly want to change the way he gets off his wheels. I considered switching 4 and 5. I think the white steer under the hide has true more muscle shape and design. I think he's more out around in his hip. I like him, definitely like his robustness coming out of the top of his spine, the way his rib shape is in him. He's not perfect behind his shoulder, but I think he is bolder, and I think there is more true product as I view this calf from front and rear. I think there's more width between those front legs, more width between those hocks. I think there's just more true red meat under the hide of this calf, and still maintains a degree of show steer attractiveness. This steer that comes out next, and like I said, I contemplating putting him in 4th. He gets just a little flatter in his muscle. He gets a little flatter in his rib cage. I'd like to just make him a little more out around and give him a little more shape and design, if you will. Want to set that tail head down in him ever so slightly. Really, really powerful class of steers in 5 deep.
Really high quality all red November heifer that dang sure could stand some more competition. You just study this one's outline and her balance. She's so smooth into her shoulder, and for the breed, she's soft through her midrib. And
in the 4th class of Shorthorns, 5th place went to Emily Lucas, 4th was Lane Smith. Cassie Kelly was 3rd, Gage Watley was 2nd, and 1st place went to Landry Fuss. We'll move to our 5th and final class of Shorthorn steers now, as we roll into the class number 4 on the Simmental heifer side. Once again, I want to say a big thank you to all of our corporate partners from Supreme Trailers, Mike Clark Construction, Cut Energy Services, Phantom Halters, our friends at Vendor Work Herefords. You see them all over the banners and the posters for this show, all the way from Cimarron to Western Equipment, Scott Consulting, Weaver Livestock, Andis Clippers, Purina Honors Show, as well as the Bank of Western Oklahoma. All of those corporate partners, every one of these kids got a goodie bag when they left here from registration this morning. A lot of those having clippers and all of these great prizes and cash that we're handing out today. As we've had a long day already, it is super, super good to have these corporate partners a part of this, making this one of the best shows, most in-demand shows in North America. Look forward to doing it again in 2022 as we round out today's performance.
Another really nice class here in the Simmental Heifer Show. Females that I think sort themselves, particularly in my mind, from a structural standpoint. Structurally speaking, this one that wins is just so much more flexible at the ground. She's cleaner in her lower joints. She handles her top line and shoulder more appropriately. She still blends fresh enough in terms of her body shape. She's soft through her midrib and flank. Ultra powerful one when she come in, and what you see is what you get. And she's genuinely a muscular female that I can appreciate. She's got some foot size and bone. Today she wants to get outside of herself. She's open into her shoulder. I'd like to see her flex better out of her hip and hind leg.
Over here on the Shorthorn side, I've opted to go with the predominantly red steer, a little more moderate in his frame, not just simply because he's more moderate. I think from his spine down around to his rib curvature, I think he shows me a little more true shape and design. I think he's adequate from hooks to pins. As I said, he's a little more moderate in his frame, and that's not what gets him in the top of this class, but just for the reasons I said, I think there's a little more shape there. He does part just a little wide on those front two, and I'm not so sure it's just because of skeletal width. He does get just a little straighter in his shoulder maybe than what I think is optimum, but I think as I compare him to the steer in second, I think they're just more true product, still show steer look. The taller steer, he's also got a show steer look. He's very nice and extended up through his front, pretty good in his shoulder. I don't think there's as much product behind his shoulder as a steer that beats him. I certainly don't think he's quite as good in his flank. Like to set that tail head down in him. And then as I compare him to the red steer, I don't think there's as much down in his lower twist as what there is the red steer that goes out. Really nice pair of steers. They're quite a bit different in type and kind, both really nice big-footed cattle.
Shorthorn class number 5, second place goes to Abby Helmke. First place goes to Bailey Page. We'll bring all of the Shorthorn winners back to crown the champion there as we look to the Simmental class number 4 on the heifer side. Second place went to McCoy Landwehr. First place went to Wyatt DeBerry.
Another high quality class, and there's two females in front of you that are as opposite as you could probably make them, and both do a lot of good things for this breed. And I guess what it comes down to me, or what I just studied them, both heifers that are fresh and genuine still in their look, but different in their build. This Baldy heifer just goes better out of her hip and hind leg. She's the power female in terms of rib shape. She's stout out of her pins and good in terms of her shape. I bet she's been one that's maybe a little harder to manage, but she's still, like I said, fresh enough if you study her lower shoulder and her chest. I really like this blaze-faced, snip-nosed one when she come in. She's the soft-haired, deep-sided, angular female that's really nice shouldered. Probably today, though, when she goes and she's a little amped up, she wants to get up in her top and dip in her loin, we'd like to see her go better out of her hip and hind leg.
Calling all Simmental steers, you are our next division. We are crowning a champion Shorthorn right now. So all Simmental steers be getting your way to the makeup area. Simmental percentage Simmentals be getting ready in the Heifer makeup area. Percentage Simmentals be getting ready in the Heifer makeup area.
A really high quality class here as we get into these older females, and again, the ones that are fresh and good structured rise to the top quite easily in my mind. And then what this female does so uniquely in my mind is she's sensibly sized, she's ultra flexible, she's one that maybe gets a notch tighter out of her hip and hind leg, but I still like the angle to her shoulder, how soft she is when she hits the ground. She blends the back forward to flank, just has the most width when you really get behind her. Big, heavy-boned, stout power cow here that I think just goes second in my mind from a freshness and condition issue. She's one that's getting plenty full in terms of her chest. She's shorter and thicker over her neck, but one, I think, comparatively to the one right behind her, you like her sheer mass out of her pins, her width from stifle to stifle. And then the Baldy female is, again, one that I think in terms of moderation you have to appreciate. She's still deep enough sided. Today where she falls out, she's plenty narrow down her top, and when you stand in to view her from behind, just needs opened up. Three nice females for those young people.
As we wrap up on the Shorthorn side, boy, we started this drive with an awesome little steer, and he truly is a good little calf. He's blood red, love his color, love his design. That thing's going to be a lot of fun going forward. That's a really, really good one right there. I like this calf that comes out of the second class a great deal. Really designed well. He's good through his center body, good through his hip. He turns out just ever so slightly, I think, on those front two, but man, that's being critical of an awfully, awfully nice Shorthorn steer. When he goes in motion, he sets him down good. He's a good bone calf. Just a really complete, good kind of cattle. Young man's really hairy steer to come out now as I talked to him in class. That was a tough class to put together in terms of, while there was some real quality in that class, I thought there was a couple glaring holes in each steer in that class. This steer is beautiful standing still. I think his angles are just a little wrong. I love him through his center body. He's a calf that gets a little straight in his hock, but man, that's a high quality calf. This calf coming out of the fourth class is just really, really good. He's good in so many different areas. He's good through his center body. He's good in his shoulder. He's good in his front 1/3. I think those front two go pretty much straight north and south. He's a calf when he put him in motion. He does so quite well. He gets pretty soft at the ground. I think he does it with a lot of comfort and a lot of ease. He's not uncomfortable at all. And then the red steer beats a taller steer in that division. I think that's really a nice design steer. He's got some shape and muscle out around as I talked to him, and he really doesn't look at standing there. A couple times I caught him standing pretty wide, but I think he's certainly adequate there. Again, I love his rib shape and design. I love his smoothness. I've got one picked out here that I think wins this in a cakewalk, in my opinion, and then I think it gets a little tighter race for the reserve. We'll keep this moving on. I know a lot of you are going to go home yet tonight. But with that being said, there's one here that stands out like a man amongst boys, in my opinion, and then we'll get your reserve.
Just a single entry female here in the Simmental show. One you like her depth of body and practical body shape. She opens up nice into her heart, and she's soft through her flank. Maybe one balance-wise, if we compare her to something we've seen today, we sure like to clean her up through her front 1/3, especially take away some of that navel. Nice female for that young lady.
Results in Class 6 of the Simmental Heifers. Third place went to Darby Darbone. Second place, Bryson Robertson. And first place, Swayze Dunsmore. Just finished up class number 7 in the Simmentals. We're looking for Simmental Steers. Simmental Steers, please be getting to the makeup area. Percentage Simmental Heifers. Percentage Simmental Heifers, make your way to the heifer makeup area, please.
Another single entry the young man brings us that embodies stout cow shape. She's still moderate, good-footed, heavy bone female that I like her moderation and her body shape. She's still practical enough if you study her from a muscle shape and design standpoint. She's really fresh and genuine.
Reserve breed champion. My bad, Jeremy. Reserve breed champion Sophia York and the Shorthorn Steers. Breed champion Landry Fuss, Shorthorn Steers. We've just crowned class number 8 in the Simmental Heifers. We will bring back all of our winners and decide our champions.
This is our first show. Go forward a little bit, first.
Well, like we started out the Shorthorn drive, we started out with a really, really nice black and white Simmental steer here. A lot of good parts and pieces of this thing. I'll start with his neck. He's just so cool neck. Comes out of the top of his shoulder really good. He's a calf that's really dominant out in his hip. If we can keep him mobile on that hock, he gets just a little restricted. I think he's excellent at the ground. I think his length and slope of pasturing are really good. I do think he's just a little suspect right there in his hock. With that being said, as you go forward with that calf, in my opinion, if we don't push too hard on this calf, that he's as nice made as that deep red one that won his class in the Shorthorn drive. Awesome way to start the semi-drive.
And Presley Cox takes class number 1, single entry in the Simmental Steer Show. Judge Jeremy Lesser choosing the champion Simmental Heifer.
Let's put our hands together for all our class champion Simmentals out here as we think through getting another breed champion. I think, in all honesty, and I sincerely mean that to the showmen and the breeders and anybody that's helping on these, that this has been the deepest breed today. From top to bottom, we've had really good classes. with quality, and there's some good cattle that got second in my mind. So I think that's a testament to how good this drive is out here. I think there's a numerous few ways that you could go, and personal preference and your opinion can only take you so far. But again, as we've went through and picked just functionally correct cattle that are still fresh and genuine, put the basics together, I think there's a few out here that do that. Let's give them another hand, and I'll find you a couple champions.
And on the heifer side, your reserve champion Simmental is going to be Mackenzie DeBerry. And your champion Simmental heifer goes to Blake Henrich. We'll move to the percentage Simmentals now on the heifer side as we make our way, just starting class number 2 of the Simmental Steer Show.
So in this class of 3 semis, we've got an obvious steer to start this class, in my opinion. Just blends together really nice, ties in good, he lays in his shoulder nice, very attractive headed, attractive up through his front 1/3. When that young man gets a stick on that calf and levels that hip up, that's just really, really a nice calf that I think is going to be a lot of fun going forward. I think those front wheels go straight north and south. He's got some length of pastern. He's got some flex. Does he go perfect at the ground? I wouldn't call it perfect, but I think he's certainly adequate. Just a really, really nice calf, and I think he's an obvious choice that has to start this class and start so quite handily. It's a little tougher call for me on 2 and 3. What I've opted to do, both these cattle could go a little different at the ground. I'll tell you what I see when I see these cattle standing still. As I view both these cattle from a front 1/3 angle, they're just truly more quality and more power and more hip in the second place steer in this class. Both cattle are adequate through their center body. I think both cattle compare to each other very well coming out of the backside of their shoulder. But as far as true mass under the hide, that's where I think the young man in second gets the young lady in third. I think they're just more true hip shape. Both cattle are a little restricted in their hock. Another advantage this steer's got, in my opinion, as that meat carries out into his hip, it carries down toward his hock. The calf behind him gets a little higher in his twist. So that being said, I guess I've actually talked this calf too and saying what accentuates his being in second over yours. I think he's probably just a tick better behind his shoulder, and I think there's just a little more true power out in his hip. Really close call for me on that pair.
A really nice way to start the percent semis. The young lady brings a single entry that's got some length aside. She's long through her front 1/3. Probably today it needs redesigned structurally, particularly out of her hip and hind leg.
Class number 1 of percentage Simmental heifers, J.C. Coffin is going to be your winner there. On the Simmental steer side, 3rd place goes to Sophia York, Jackson Nichols 2nd, and Barron Mitchell, your winner of class number 2 on the Simmental steer side.
really competitive class here in our second class of percent semis, and you got one of about every kind in here. And if you kind of sort through them, the Baldy female is the soundest, most flexible female, toes ahead the truest, and gets out of her hip and hind leg the best, by still combining that with being the best balanced, neatest made female from the side. Sure enough, the stouter, more powerful, deeper bodied, heavier muscled females here in second, and I really do appreciate all those things about her. I think from a balance standpoint, she's one that gets plenty open into her shoulder. I'd like to see her tie her neck higher into a point of her shoulder, be stronger and better down her top and out of her hip. Young man has a moderate, sensibly sized, deep-sided type of female. To me, she gets a little upright in her shoulder. I'd like to make her more comfortable out of her hip and hind leg.
Well, as we progress forward in this semi thing, certainly isn't disappointing as far as quality that runs into these classes as we get into bigger cattle. The Brockle face steer that starts the class, just a combination cattle in this class. He wows you in a few places. He's nice through his front 1/3. He lays in his shoulder good. He's good behind his shoulder. He's a steer that's adequate from hooks to pins, and I think he goes at the ground adequate. Like he's moderate frame. He looks like he's a close rib cattle. I haven't been actually feeling these cattle, but just a steer that going forward looks to me like there's a whole lot of quality. I guess I don't know why I thought of this when this steer comes in. I thought of a horse of a different color. You don't see that color very often. I'm not even sure how I would describe it. That steer has practically no hair, and there's really not a lot of need for hair to know that that's a really good calf. Really good through his center body. He lays in his shoulder good. He's big ended. He's a steer that has got adequate through the center part of his body. He gives up a little bone work to the calf that beats him in this class, but he's fresh fronted. He's a steer that I think is adequately sound at the ground. You get behind that calf, there's a whole lot of shape and design. That's a really good calf you got there, young man. When I go home and describe his color, I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do that, but that's a really good calf. Young lady with the white stocking-legged calf coming in third, big muscled. He's got as much muscle as either two that go out in front of him. He just doesn't handle it quite as well. He's extended up through his front. He's a big loin calf. He doesn't want to cooperate very well, and I know as we get later in the evening, this is going to get tougher because it's feeding time, and I've never seen a head of cattle that likes to get showed at night anyway. With that being said, when he moves, I want to see his top line stay down him and a little better. Certainly want to see him keep his ankles down a little better. This deer that comes out next, I contemplated putting him in the third hole. I think there's more true shape and design in the steer that just precedes him in this class, and I think there's certainly more shape and design in the lower 1/3. I think that's where this steer runs out of gas. Really nice calf. They're quite comparable in terms of their overall look, obviously. I think they're really similar in the middle part of their body. As I judge true muscle shape, I don't think there's quite as much muscle. He flattens out in his hip just ever so slightly. I think that's what puts him in the fourth hole for me, rather than justifying switching that pair. A little flatter sided steer here that come in the next spot. He's a deep bodied steer. He's a steer that gets a little plainer in his front 1/3. You can see he's a little more throwaway in his chest floor up into his jowl line. And then as you view him from the side, you can see they're just not the true shape and design out in his hip of cattle that go out in front of him. And then the young lady with another really nice baldy steer. He gets a little wastier in his front 1/3, runs downhill for me just a little bit. He's just a little staler fronted at this stage of the game, a little shorter couple cattle. I like these cattle. I don't want them so long bodied that we can't make them look deep bodied, but I think if I could, he's just a little short coupled throughout for me, and I'd like to stretch him out.
A really interesting class in my mind in this percent Simmental class, and I think there's three particularly females that just kind of do something a little different for you, and they're different in their type and kind. And I landed on the young lady's female to win this class, not only from a balance and a silhouette perspective, but she's the most flexible when she gets out and reaches out of her shoulder. She's the best out of her hip and hind leg. You really like how attractive she is, body depth from forward to flank. Really powerful, stout cow here that's going to be second. And this one comes in and at the ground, she's big-footed, she's heavy bone, she opens up wide in terms of her muscularity. But we set that one into motion, and that's where I get concerned. She wants to roll out of her shoulder, and I'd sure like to make her go better out of her hip and hind leg. Really neat, attractive, fresh female here in third. And young lady does a really nice job getting her shown. She's flat-shouldered and strong top. From there, to me, though, when you compare her to the other ones, she's sure flat enough in her body shape. She's cut up into her flank. I'd just like to see more sheer power when you stand in behind her. Young man has a really nice calf, and I sincerely mean that. From a depth of body, from a practicality standpoint, she's one that's as good as anything. There's three awfully good heifers in this class, and comparatively, she wants to open up into her shoulder. She wants to get weaker into her top and narrower from behind. Four nice females. Let's give those young kids a nice round of applause.
Class number 3 of the Simmental Steers. 6th place, Ella Hawley. 5th place was Brogan Devlin. 4th place, Tyler Manis. 3rd place, Avery Blakey. 2nd place, Delkin Lesky, and 1st place, Blake Jansen. On the heifer side, we're looking for all AOBs. All AOBs to the heifer makeup ring, please. Simmental, percent Simmental, class number 3 heifers. 4th place, McCoy Landwehr. 2nd place, or 3rd place, Charlie Kinder. 2nd place, Jenna Donaldson. And 1st place, Abby Emberson.
Two females in this next class, and as we speed things along, and the baldy heifer that wins this particular class is just so good in her silhouette. She's captivating in how her shoulder blends into her forerib. She's dynamic in terms of the softness to her rear rib and flank. You really like how much muscularity she has, still feminine enough in her look. A really heavy boned, big footed female that's wide and bold bodied in her own right. From a balance standpoint and comparatively, she's plenty open into her shoulder. She needs to be smoother over her tailhead.
Well, we've got a really nice complete cattle to start this class. This thing just ties a lot of things together good. in this group of 4 and his peers, he has to win this class quite handily, in my opinion. Lays really nice in his shoulder, extends fresh up through his front word, in his front 1/3. His skeleton can certainly handle some more weight, good through his center body, and I think he's got just enough true shape out in his hip and down toward his stifle, so he's got some true muscle and shape. What I call him just flat overpowering. Wouldn't try to do that because I'd be deceiving you and myself, but I think he's certainly adequate. Then we get into a little bit of an issue here. The yellow steer's certainly got some muscle. You can see there's a lot of red meat in this calf. Do I love the way it's designed? I'd like to square him up in his hip. I do appreciate the fact of the high quality cuts of meat in his top 1/3 of his skeleton. He's good coming out of the back of his shoulder. You need to do him a little more justice. You need to put that top down and present him a little better, okay? But that calf's really a nice calf. Like I said, he's a little high flank and just a little off in his hip. You need to help show him off just a little bit better. The black steer that comes out next is a steer that is just, and this isn't to be offensive, that's a really well-designed calf, but he gets a little heifery muscled, if you will. He gets a little flat in his design. I wish we had a little more true explosion under the hide, and with that, I'd want to pick him up in his chest floor. He wants to run a little bit out of balance, but it's a really, really nice calf. Young lady, I love the color of your calf. You got the prettiest colored calf in the show ring, and I like that color. What is that, mouse colored, I guess? And it's a good color. I like your calf. He gets a little short-fronted for me. He gets a little wastier in his condition for me going forward for your end point. Just like I said, I've criticized a couple cattle today. I just think he goes over the line just a little bit, being just a little short couple. Big middle calf. Nice calf. That's the prettiest calf in the class.
Simmental Steers, class number 4. 4th place went to Bryn Bush. 3rd place went to Quade McIntyre. 2nd place, Hope Scribner. And 1st place, Caitlin Adams. On the percentage Simmental side, class 4 in the Heifer division. 2nd place went to Kennedy Dudley. 1st place went to Claire Cunningham.
Another really good trio of percent semis over here in the Heifer ring, and the Baldy that wins, much like most of the cattle have all day. She's the functionally correct on her structural base. She's the best in the angle to her shoulder and blends the best in the body shape. She's fresh and genuine when you really study her condition-wise. Really like this Brockle female from a stoutness. She's bold-bodied. She's wide down her top and out of her hip and heavy bone. Today, I'd just like to see her move better out of her hip and hind leg, be better set into her tail head. And then the blaze-faced female gives you that look of a soft-sided, real practical type of female, and that all can be true, but today, from a structural standpoint, and structurally speaking, she's a little too upright in her shoulder. She needs to move square from hock to ground. 3 awfully nice females.
So we're going to leave this trio of steers just the way they came to us. And with that being said, this is a good old rascal here we start in the class with. Man, we've seen a lot of cattle today with that color, and I'm not looking for one to win that's that color necessarily, but we've seen a lot of high-quality cattle that are of this color. This calf brings just a whole lot to the table. He's big-middled. He's good enough in his shoulder. His shoulder matches. You know, I've talked about some cattle that got a little too much shoulder, a little round-shouldered, but this calf's got just a nickel of shoulder, but man, it matches his hip. He's good bone. He's got good angles. He goes good. He's wide on both ends of his skeletal. I love the good feeding head this calf's got. He looks like a calf that should be that stout, and he is. Just a really good calf to win this class. Second and third, the second place calf, he just got a little more true boldness through the center of his body. He's not quite as tidy from his crest down into his jawline as the third place steer, but man, you got to admire this calf. He's good behind his shoulders. He's very smooth. He's wide enough from hooks to pins, got some base width to him. He's a calf that's just really, really good, really practical, beautiful through his center body, a lot of rib shape, a lot of explosion and dimension. The steer here that comes next, this steer here probably gets just a little straighter fronted for my liking as I compare him to 1 and 2 in this class, but that's a high caliber, high quality calf. Yes, his hair looks a little rough today, makes him look just a tick staler. I'm not suggesting he is stale. I'm just saying his hair coat gives you that first impression. I don't think he has the natural shape and robustness coming out of the top of his spine. I think he flattens out in his rib just ever so slightly. And I don't think there's quite as much true pin width in this calf as the steer that goes second in this class. But in his own right, a very, very good calf.
As we get into our final percent Simmental class, young lady brings one that's really fresh and soft hair. She's a stout power cow in my mind. She's bolder into her forerib. She's softer through her flank. Every once in a while, she might want to get just a shot up right on her pastern, but she still toes ahead good. She's nice in the angle to her shoulder. I think this slicker-haired female is one that I really like, being attractive through her front 1/3. She ties nice and probably better at the top of her shoulder. She moves good out of her top. To me, I'd like to see her softer through her midrib and flank, maybe handle that hind leg just a little better from hock to ground. Another moderate female that's bold-bodied. From a balance and structure standpoint, she falls out. She's too open into her shoulder and tied out of her hip and hock.
AOB Heifers. AOB Heifers, we're going to run Class 6 first. Class 6 of AOB Heifers is going to be first.
What was that last one? 3, 2, 1.
Percent of Simmental, class number 6, Morgan Miller. Third place. Second place went to Kylie Callis, and first place to Jody Mead. On the steer side, Simmental, class number 5. Third place was Ember Cohen. Second place, Pacey McIntyre. In third place, Jace Jordan.
So in this case, this pair of Simmental steers, in my opinion anyway, this is a pair of steers you have to address them standing still. For the simple reason they both suffer from the same iniquity in my opinion, and they're both too straight on both ends. The steer that's going to go second in this class, the black steer, he gets a little straight off both ends and he wants to accordion, he wants to get up on his top, and I'd like to change that about him. But I'm also going to be admitting here in a second that I think the angles are too straight on the black and white steer. Both these cattle are very easy to look at. The black and white steer is so good through the center part of his body. He's nice up through his front 1/3. His depth to his, in relation to his chest floor is so good, he's level from hooks to pins. Having said all that is above his front knee and his hock is so good, but as we get from the hock down and the knee down, where we get in some trouble on this steer. He gets too straight up his front and he wants to toe out up front, and he gets quite short and choppy in his movement. So you're saying, well, then why does he win the class? Well, now I'll tell you what I see in the black steer, and they're both really, really good standing still. The black and white one surpasses the black one just simply because he's better in his flank, he's better in his barrel, and he's squarer from hooks to pins. We have a little bit of issue when we put them both in motion. Therefore, the way I sorted this pair of cattle was just simply standing still, because they both have some issues when we put them in motion. That's what I see in this pair of cattle. Both outstanding in their own right. I'd like to get them out and get them mobile a little better.
Let's put our hands together for our percent semi-drive out here as we're getting later into the evening. Really high-quality set of females out here from top to bottom. Again, as we're getting through the day, and I know we're getting late enough, cattle are going to start not cooperating. I think there's a couple out here that, again, kind of the basis that we've picked them on all day, and they're good balanced, they're good structured, they're still female-like in their appearance, but they're practical and functional in their body type and structural base. To me, the young lady in front of me will have your champion.
Once again, all AOB heifers, we're going to run Class 6 first. Class 6 of AOB heifers will be first.
Drive for Simmental. Is that Jenna?
And in the Pursuit Simmental Heifer Show, your reserve champion's going to Claire Cunningham. Your breed champion goes to Abby Emberson.
So as we wrap up our Simmental drive, just like the drives that have proceeded before us, every breed so far, and I know we're down toward the end, has been very, very well represented. You got a great calf come out and lead us off. This little thinner calf here, just, I think if we keep the hocks right on that calf's going to be a lot of fun for that young lady. The young man's star-faced calf that comes out of the second class, that's a really, really good calf. I just like so many things about that calf. I love his center body. I like his shape out in his hip. Every once in a while, he'll show me just the slightest hint of getting up on his ankles, but he certainly isn't, I don't think, a profound problem. The black and white steer, as I talked him in class, just a really, really nice, complete calf, good from hooks to pins, good through his center body, a lot of show ring attractiveness, and still brings some quality and some meat and some product to the table. The steer that wins the next class, the black and white steer, he's a steer. As I compare him to steers on either side of him, could I give him a little more true shape in his lower 1/3? I could. He's constructed very, very well. That calf's going to be a lot of fun when you get that hair broke loose. Give him a little more look of a shape and design, but he does flatten out in his hip ever so slightly. The gold steer that wins that class, I made it no secret, I like this calf a great deal. I love his center body, big hip. He's a calf that the construction of his back leg is really, really good. Now, I'm not going to pretend like every once in a while I don't see him get up on his ankles, because he will, not often, and I don't think it's a continuing problem, but to sit here and say that, oh, he's never done that. Now, the way you stand here and look at it, you wouldn't believe he ever even would know how to do that. That's just a really, really good calf. And then the black and white one, just so easy to look at standing still. His angles, I certainly would like to change them, but I love that calf as far as his overall body depth, his squareness of hip, his bone. That's just really, really good cattle when we put him in motion. I'd like to see him do it just a little differently. Take one last quick look and we'll get you moving on here.
AOB Mini Hereford, we're looking for Cody Heath. Cody Heath, AOB Mini Hereford on the steer side. We're looking for you in the makeup area. Simmental Steers, your reserve champion, is going to be Baron Mitchell. Your champion, Simmental Steer, is going to be Jace Jordan. Still looking for Cody Heath and the AOB Mini Hereford Steer class number 1. So we move to the AOB classes in the steer side.
What are we doing on the heifer side?
Baron Mitchell will move from the steers to the heifers and show in Class 6 of the AOB heifers. Class 6 will go first, then we'll do the runoff.
we get started in our AOB show and we're getting later into the day, I think the one that wins this particular class does so quite handily in my mind, not only from her correct structural base, she's still the best bodied, biggest rib, boldest sprung female. It's still powerful enough and handles her hip and hind leg appropriately. The other Charolais appearing female is one that's genuine in terms of muscularity. She's stout in terms of her pin. She's wide from stifle to stifle. With that, she's a little more open into her shoulder, and we'd like to see her move better out of her hip and hind leg. And then the red female that's going to round out the class is one that you'll like her moderation, her depth of body, and her length of side. Today, in a structural standpoint, she's plenty upright in her shoulder. She needs to move better out of her hip and hind leg. 3 awfully nice females. Let's put our hands together for them.
AOB class number 6, third place goes to Madison Blair. Second place goes to Barron Mitchell. And first place goes to Jackson Nichols. We'll bring all of the 1 through 5 AOBs into the arena. And our winner from class 6, Jackson Nichols, to crown our AOB Heifer champion.
Some really nice class winners out here for the AOB drive, and the orange female from the ground up, she's built functionally wide. She's a big ribbed, bold sprung female. Do you like the pin shape she has to her? Maybe one that we'd like to lengthen her out through her front 1/3. The next female in line is one that I'm going to just assume is a miniature Hereford heifer, and I think for that breed needs some merit. She's really captivating in her silhouette. She's bold in her body and transmits where she's soft through her rear rib and flank. The other red female is big outlined and long-sided. Maybe if you really compared her to some other females in here, she just needs to be softer in her look. The next female, again, the red-necked female is one that we like from a stoutness standpoint. She's wide from the ground up and big-footed and heavy-boned. Here, the Charolais appearing female that's circling out, I like that one's look. She's moderate in her type and kind. She blends good from forward to flank. She's flexible enough in her structural base. And then the class champion we just had, we talked to her as being a big, broody, deep-sided female that you like her. Maybe when you compare her to some out here, you'd sure like to lengthen her out through her front 1/3. But those are the ones that I'm kind of seeing today. I'll go get you a champion AOB. Let's put our hands together for them.
Man, I didn't mean to say like no more beer.
Would you like me to go get one?
You,
Is this your cup?
He's good.
Oh, that's just I am here on business.
Make sure to stop by and grab.
Yes, ma'am.
Say, dude, I'm pretty sure we're past the way over. So I hope we're past
Okay, perfect. Perfect, thank you. And in the AOB on the heifer side, your reserve champion Jackson Nichols, Zoe Williams is your breed champion. We are looking for all of our commercial heifers. All commercial heifers, please make your way to the staging area.
In our trio, we put these three cattle together. Quite a variance in weight and size in these cattle. I've opted to go with the miniature Hereford that I think is the most optimum made. Lays in that shoulder, nice and extended out through that front, real good through his center body. Could I pull him down in his flank just ever so slightly? That would probably be where I'd change him. A big bone, big footed, just ties everything together so much better than the other two in this class, in my opinion. The blood red steer that goes second, huge in the center part of his body. If I'm going to put this steer on top, which I considered it, I just got to tie this steer together better. He gets a little weak behind his shoulders. He drops out of his chest floor a little, and his top line needs corrected in terms of just the way God made this calf. He just isn't designed quite as good under the hide, I don't think, from end to end as the miniature Hereford that's going to win this AOB division. And then a really nice elongated hairy calf that goes next in this class. Just a little harsh in his forerib, a little harsh in his flank. I just want to soften him up in his side, give him a little more of a look at doability, but a really nice calf, really long and extended out through his front end. A good trio of cattle, and I think you'd agree they couldn't have been any different in type and kind.
All commercial heifers, please report to the staging area. All commercial heifers, this is your second call. All commercial heifers to the staging area. AOB on the steer side. Your reserve champion goes to Bryce Roop, and your champion AOB steer goes to Cody Heath. We'll move now into the Crossbred steer division. 7 classes.
I'm getting a giant horse in there.
In a single entry, boy, this is this one would be fun to walk out of the house and look at anymore. There's a lot of color. This ought to wake you up every morning. Really extended up through his front end. He's a steer that's really got a lot of eye appeal and attractiveness. Real good from hooks to pins. Nice in his body swoop, skinny little calf. got a ways to go. Just keep bringing the feed bucket to that calf, and I think he'll reward you. That's an awful nice calf to start out with. Okay.
Abby Veer to the prize table. Abby Veer to the prize table. Miss Carol's got something for you.
I'm going to leave this pair of crossbred steers just the way they're situated. I'm going to start with the black steer. Big pronounced top on this steer, big hip, big ended, nice top steer. Could he be a little softer? Yes, he could. But with that being said, we got a really young pair of calves here. I guess I'm going to bank on the fact that I hope this calf gets deeper in his flank. He's a bigger bone cattle than the steer that's going to go second. He's a steer that I think there's more true product coming out of the back of his shoulder. You couldn't design one to come out of the top point of his shoulder much better than this calf. Does he get up on his ankles just a little? He does. I'd like to improve that. He does have more substance of bone than the gold steer. I'll talk now. The gold steer can match with the black one the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. These are both very profound that way, very youthful looking, very good. He's not as good coming out of the back side of his shoulders. You can see there's more give there. I'd like to see him better the way his forerib joins into the back of his shoulder. And then when he goes in motion, he goes on less bone and he gets up in his top. His top line isn't not quite as nice as the black steer. He is got a little more shape to his rib than the black one, but those are the differences I see in him. In a perfect world, I'd want to set that tail head down ever so slightly.
A really nice way to start the commercial heifer show, and the red Hereford marked female wins this class. I think she's the best bodied, best structured, best balanced female that ties her neck the best into her shoulder, and she goes out of her hip and hind leg appropriately. You really like the power out of this cream and white one. She's big-footed and heavy-boned. I question her maturity pattern, how quick she is in it, but from the standpoint of just muscle and rib shape, she's impressive. Then we round out the class with a black female that's got some length aside and some extension. She's just greener in her build, shallower in her body type today.
Big, powerful rear end on this mouse-colored steer here. Good through his center body. I think those front wheels go north and south. Boy, that thing's got a big old pronounced hip on him, and I really like that. Now, what I would like to change, and it'll be better, I hope, when this young lady comes back in the championship drive. You can see as this steer goes, he goes out around on those back legs. He don't hinge that hock. But he's wanting to run, he's wanting to gas, and he's wanting to rush this girl. So when we get some more cattle back out here, maybe what I'm viewing as being a little bit of a structural issue on those hind wheels and maybe transpiring out of his spine, maybe that'll change when he gets some cattle to relax him a little. Big ended, big top, high quality steer. I'm thinking the way those back wheels go in motion needs to be changed just a little.
Our next class of commercial females. The black female wins this class of this pair. She's the flexible, better bodied option. She's stouter through her pins. You really like her moderation, how she gets out and moves out of her hip and hind leg. The Hereford marked female is long and extended through her front 1/3. Today, structurally, she needs to move better out of her hip and hind leg.
So over here on the steer side, we definitely got it set on speed dial. I think we're 4 classes in now, but they've only been single entries, so we've been ripping right along here. And this gray colored steer, really nice representation of this class 4. He's long from his poll to his tail head. Just a really nice calf. Yeah, he could be a little better right behind his shoulder. And young lady, I want you to put his top down. Can you? Can you put his top down with your show stick? I want you to. Oh, he likes that. Okay, see how much better he looks when you do that? His hip looks a lot better. And he is just a tick off his head. So when you set him up, I want you to set that top down, okay? That's a really nice calf, really elongated in his body. Yeah, he gives up just a little in his lower twist, but you got your good calf there. We'll be anxious to see him when you come back, okay? Okay, you can go and wait.
Class 4 commercial heifers, you're entering the ring. Class 4 commercial heifers, you are entering the ring. Don't miss your class. All commercial heifers to the staging area, please. All commercial heifers to the staging area. That was Harley Helmke on the steer side. Winning class number 4 is a single entry. We'll move to class 5 on the steer side. Quite a few in that class. Commercial heifer class 3. Second place, Tucker Smith. First place, Trevor Williams. Last call, class 4 commercial heifers. Last call, class 4 commercial heifers.
17-7. Almost a half.
24.
I was late.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah,
Say,
Our next class of commercial heifers. I like to use the line-backed Hereford marked female from a balance and structural standpoint. She's the best bodied. She's the most attractive out of her hip and hind leg. The blaze-faced female is one that's moderate in her type and kind. Today she gets a little open in her shoulder, easy down her top. We just need to redesign her from a balance standpoint.
Outstanding class of crossbred steers here. Having said that, the silver steer, the smoky steer, whatever you want to call it, I saw this calf in Showmanship earlier today. I thought, boy, that's a pretty doggone good calf. And this late at night, he still hits me that way. He's really good from hooks to pins. He's got a real feed and steer neck in him. He's not freaky, geeky neck. Doesn't need to be. Love the way he comes up out of his shoulder. He's a real attractive headed cattle. Good through his center body. Like his angles, he goes pretty much straight north and south on those fronts. Would I call him just massive ended? No. Would I call him certainly thick enough? He certainly doesn't give up enough ground product-wise that he couldn't justify winning this class. That's a nice calf. A little bolder-shouldered cattle that goes second in this class. Big top, I mean pronounced top. Pronounced out in his loin, big from hooks to pins. He's a calf. I think his front two go a little more straight north and south than the steer that I'm going to talk here in a second. I think that's a close call for me. I like the length of spine of this white steer possibly a little better. I don't think he's too long-bodied by any stretch. He's still beautiful through the center part of his body. He wants to reach out around. He doesn't flex his hock quite as good. Certainly not as good as the steer that beats him in his class. But man, oh man, that thing's got a ton of meat. He probably bows on that hock a little more than I think's optimum. The mousy colored steer, and I admit that's a really close call for me. I don't think there's as much true shape and muscle in this calf, although I think he's certainly got enough. He wants to twist out on that front end, quite pronounced actually when she gets him set. Something bothered him over here a little bit ago, and it's made it a little tougher to show him, hasn't it? But you're doing an awesome job sticking with him. But you can see, for him to be comfortable, the angle of that shoulder is a little off. He wants to stand quite out on that front end. That's a really, really good, I love his color. It's a good color, you bet. This steer here that comes out next, good colored cattle too. As you view him to 1 through 3 though, you can just see he doesn't have the shape and design out in his rib cage. He's a little flatter throughout, a little flatter out in his hip. Just not as much true shape and design as the 3 cattle that brought above him. Phenotypically very, very nice made calf. Then we come out with the black steer here, really big through the center part of his body, just gets a little plainer in his overall makeup, gets a little higher in his tail head and a little deeper in his chest. He's a steer that can get out and go in motion adequately well. I just wish he tied together a little better. The black and white steer, as I've talked some cattle today, he gets a little higher in his twist, gets a little flatter in his lower 1/3, gets a little harsher in his flank, but he's a calf that's really good, high quality calf. Just like to make him a little stouter in his lower 1/3. Then the same goes for the black steer coming out now. Just a little narrow. You get in front of him, you get behind him. He's a little narrow based. I'd like to just see a little more true product in that calf, a little more true hip in that calf. Just really, really nice. Same goes for this really hairy calf. From a distance, this calf doesn't look to me like he goes low in this class. When you get on him, though, and study him on there, all that beautiful hair, he just doesn't have enough hip. and he doesn't have enough forerib to get him any higher. Now, as we get that calf on feed, maybe we'll get a little more explosion. He wants to get just a little tight in that hock. I'd like to see him with a little more freedom of movement.
Class number 5 of the Crossbred Steers. 5th place goes to Kennedy Davis. 4th place, Baron Mitchell. 3rd, Lexi Rosser. 2nd, Brooklyn Buckingham. And 1st, Emery Solis.
Kinley Long, Class 6.
Kinley Long, Class 6. Kinley Long, Class 6 of the commercial heifers. We need you in the staging area, please. Kinley Long.
You're going to be 4th. Yep. As we get rolling again here in the commercial heifer show, the black female that the young boy has out here wins and wins quite emphatically in my mind this late in the day. I think ones that's at good in their body type, good in their structural base. They still got plenty of balance. They still got plenty of length. I think she wins this class quite handily. From there, I think there's plenty of sort and give and take on 4 particular heifers, and the other good balance, good structured one that still blends adequate in her body shape, particularly through her rear rib and flank, is the Hereford marked female. She's wanting to fight the halter ever so slightly, gets up in her tail head. She just needs to move a little freer out of her hip and hind leg. A pair of red heifers here that are kind of similar in their type and kind from a muscle shape and stoutness standpoint. Both of them probably have the same problems, that they need a shot more body shape, particularly to the lower part. I think the darker red female's one that's just genuinely wider, stouter, and heavier boned. And the Brockle, she's the flatter shouldered alternative, but today she's too round out of her pin. She needs to be set square from hock to ground. And then the black heifer that we round out the class with is one that's neat and elegant through her front 1/3, but from there she's plenty tight in her top. She's off in her hip.
Kinley Long.
Last 6, Kinley Long, Class 6 on the commercial heifers. Kinley Long, last call. Last call for Kinley Long for Class 6. Commercial Heifer Class 5. Fourth place goes to Kenzie White. Third place, Tyler Manis. Second place, Tucker Smith. First place, Cattle Craft. We'll move into Commercial Heifer Class 6 now.
Well, just a single entry here in our next class of commercials, and one that I sincerely mean could stand some more competition. That female is good in her shoulder angle. She's strong in her top. She's muscular when you view her from behind. Big-footed, heavy-boned female. Look forward to seeing her back in the drive. Congratulate that young lady with a round of applause.
Well, we've got an outstanding trio of steers on the top of this class, and while I see some types and kinds differences, the steer that fits me the best is the black steer that's going to win this class. He's a steer. Now, I'm going to tell you, and if you aren't up close to him, from the side, I like the way this steer goes. He does bow just ever so slightly on those back hocks. His front feet are more true than the steer that's going to go second in this class. He's just a combination cattle to me. He's nice-necked. He's good behind his shoulders, as is the gold steer. He's a steer that's got a lot of product out in his hip. Love standing behind this steer. For the show steer attractiveness he has, he's still real wide through the center part of his quarter. He's wide when you stand in front of him, and he's wide when you get behind him. Would I like to set that hock in him just ever so slightly different? I would. He goes more straight north and south, to be sure, than the gold steer that we'll talk now. The gold steer, if you just get eat up with just mass and power, he has got that. He's just tremendously, both these cattle are tremendously well shown, tremendously well presented. I think the angles are straighter on both ends of this steer than the steer that beats him in this class. He definitely wants to paddle that front end when he comes towards you, and he wants to toe out on that front end ever so slightly. Love, like I said, the presentation, the freshness of his neck. He's got just the right amount of shoulder to match his hip. I want to change the angle to that hock, and I want to change the toeing out on that front end. That's a powerful, powerful pair of steers. The steer that comes third, as I compared him to the two that go out above him from both angles, specifically coming at you, there's just not as much true base width in this cattle as the two that go out ahead of him. Super easy on the eyes. He's probably just a little taller kind of a cattle, but as I view him to the two that beat him, there just isn't as much lower 1/3 in this beautifully presented, beautifully shown calf. Phenotype-wise, I call this calf an awesome backdrop calf. He's going to give you an awesome picture, but as I get a show steer and a product field steer, I just don't think there's as much in the lower 1/3 of this steer as the two steers that go out above him. The peach-colored or gold-colored steer that comes next just gets a little plainer in his overall kind. I'd like to give him a little more show ring attractiveness, if you will. I'd like to stouten him up in his hip, beautiful through the center part of his body, gets a little plainer in his chest floor, definitely flattens out and gets a little plainer out in his hip. The blue roan steer, I think this is the first blue roan steer I've seen today, and if it isn't, I missed one. He's really good in his hip. He's a calf that gets a little wastier in his chest, just gets a little cut up. His underline just doesn't tie together for me quite as well as I like, simply because I'd like to tidy him up in that chest and drop him down that flank. He gets a little low in his pin set, gets a little rounder in his hip. A really deep-bodied steer, which is admirable about this steer that comes out now. You know, when you see a steer like this come out at the bottom of the class, you know it had to be a really good class, because that's a really nice cattle. He gets a little wide on his front, a little throwaway in his chest, but that's really good cattle. I admire that calf through the center part of his body.
A really nice female to lead off this particular class of the commercial show. This all-black female does so. She captivates you from the side with her silhouette. The way her neck ties into a beautiful shoulder, and she's strong and square down her top and out of her hip. She's the most flexible when you look at her lower joints. The cream and white female is one that's sure enough stout. If you like them big ribbed and big topped and big ended, to me, I think that comes at some sacrifice, particularly when you study her through her front 1/3. She's one you'd like to see just softer through her center body. And then the red female, again, a big-footed, heavy-bone type of female that's got some muscularity out of the backside of her shoulder. Today, though, she gives up plenty in terms of rib shape and body depth.
Class 7 on the commercial heifer side. Third place went to Ryland Reno, second to Ella Danielson, and first to Bailey Wilborn. Results in Class 6 of the Crossbred Steer class. Fifth place went to Cashton Moser. Fourth place went to Aubrey McIndu. Third place, Madison Shout. Second place, Chloe McIntyre. First place, Grady Chaplin.
A really big class here in the commercial show, and I think there's varying types and kinds, and really when you kind of sit back and look at it, this one that wins to me does so the way she moves out. She's flexible in her lower joints. She gets out the best out of her hip and hind leg. Now I'll be the first to admit, condition wise, she's got plenty of chest for me today, and we'd like to see her just a little fresher, and I think this is where the gray female keeps it relatively close in my mind. She's better at the base of her chest. She's flatter into her shoulder, but today she wants to get a little too tight in her top. I'd like to see her flex better out of her hip and hind leg. A really wide base, muscular, big ribbed female that's coming next. She's moderate in her type and kind. Today, though, she runs a little bit into where she's shallower through her flank. I'd like to see her smoother over her tail head. And the same can be said about this all-black female that's big ribbed. She's muscular and wide base. Just needs to go better off both ends of her skeleton. And then the Hereford marked female, deep, practical, soft-sided type. She gets plenty open in her shoulder, deeper in her chest, and rounds out of her hip.
So I hope I'm saying this right. I think this is our last class of crossbreds. This old gold steer enters the ring, and I was like, Knights of Columbus, where has this one been? That thing is really nice. I love his extension up through his front end. He lays in his shoulder just about right. I mean, yes, he's got just the tiniest nickel worth of shoulder, but then you compare it to that caboose that he's pulling around, and he pulls it around so well. Yes, he's long, soft pastured. I've heard people beat cattle like that and said, well, they're coon-footed. And I guess when I see so many cattle in this industry that are pretty straight-hocked and short pastured and straight pastured, I guess I'll take one if that's what he's called, coon-footed. I like the way that calf goes. I love his body length. He's not long as a well rope, but he's certainly long-bodied. His extension up front is good. Love him out in his hip, center body, and then he's got really good bone. The young lady does an awesome job putting that steer in the ring. Coming up with the second steer, a steer that I think is really smooth. He just doesn't have the overall definition that the calf that stands in first in this class. You get behind him and watch him go away. There just isn't the shape out around, starting at the top of his spine and going around. Just so much shape and design in that calf. Just a really, really good calf. Just doesn't have quite the expression of a really expressive calf in that gold calf. The calf that comes next is a calf that's tremendously big-butted. He's too big, round-shouldered for me. I'd like to change that. This calf has practically no hair left, and as I viewed them one last time against a steer that's got more hair, he has got so much tremendous shape out in his hip, out around, down into his stifle. Just a whole lot of boldness in this calf. I'd like to see him a little more refined in his shoulder, but that's a really, really good meat-filled calf you got. Young lady, you got an awfully nice calf also. I don't think he sits in his chest floor quite as nice as the steer that beat you in his class, but he is a little nicer shouldered. He's a steer that I think could be pulled down in his flank to balance him up a little. And again, as I said, comparing red meat to red meat, there just isn't as much mass and power in the hip of your steer as the calf that goes third in this class.
Pair of really nice females here as we get into some older heifers in the commercial heifer show, and I think this black one that wins, particularly for me, of females that are built similar body type and muscularity. This one's just the more flexible alternative, particularly in the angle to her shoulder, the bend to her knee, and then she still gets out attractive out of her hip and hind leg. Again, that red female is as muscular and wide based as you'd probably want them, still moderate in her type and kind for that much power. Today she's wanting to get outside of herself and open up at the point of her shoulder. I'd like to see her softer off her knee.
Commercial heifer class 9. Second place goes to Ella Danielson. First place goes to Kendra Walter. As we look back to the steer side, it's class 7 of the crossbreds. Third place went to Riley Sims. Second place went to Cooper Stanley. Second place went to Cooper Stanley. First place went to Berkeley Bird. We'll make the drive on the crossbred steer side now.
a gray female that's going to win our oldest class today in the commercial show. One that what you see is what you get, and there's nothing wrong with that. She's as genuine as you view her from the side as any we've probably seen today. She's good in terms of her body shape, how it blends back and transmits into her rear rib and flank. Flexible, heavy bred. You can appreciate all that. Congratulations to that young lady.
Congratulations, commercial heifer class number 10, Michaela Hammond. We'll crown our breed champion in the commercial heifers as they enter the pen. Judge Bob May is looking at our crossbred steers to figure out who's going to be the breed champion.
So I'm going to lump together 4 cattle on the front end of this crossbred drive just simply because they share a commonality. They're thin, they're green, and I think there's a lot of good pieces in all 4 of these cattle to go forward with. With that being said, then we drop down the young lady circling her silver steer right now. Really, really high quality calf. Good through his center body. He's a steer that when he gets out in motion, I think he does so adequately. Just a really nice steer. She does an awesome job putting him together. Really, he's just one of those steers. He doesn't blow you away anywhere, but he's pretty darn good everywhere. Just a really nice calf. The young man that comes out of a really tough class, second to last class, I really like your calf. I like the way he's designed. I like the way the neck comes out of his shoulder. He's a calf that's good enough through his center body. I think when you get that calf in full hair with good flank hair, I like the way he balances up. I think he goes adequate off of both ends. And then I think the thing that's surprising about this steer, when he hit the ring the first time, I didn't expect to see that much steer. With that much look, I didn't think to see that much steer. And he's certainly got some product. Good calf. And then old Yeller here, or Goldie, whatever you want to call him, comes in, and I made no bones about it. I really like that calf. I love his extension. I mean, he acts like he wants to get his head up there in the rafters if she'd let him. He comes out really high out of the point of his shoulder. He's elongated through his front end. He's nice in his chest floor. He's good in his full rib. Now, is he as deep in his flank as the calf that just circled? I'd say maybe not. I'd say it's a close call. Maybe he doesn't carry back there quite as well. But if you're going to say that about that calf, I think you're certainly looking for something to say negative about one. And I think they've all got a negative. I don't think there is such a thing as the perfect beast. I think his front wheels go north and south. I love his length of pasterns. He may be too soft pastern for some. He certainly isn't for me. I like him out in his hip. Could you pick him up in his pins to make him perfect? Well, I suppose you could, but that's a really nice calf. I like the way his rib looks. I haven't been feeling these progress cattle, but I like the looks of that calf. I like the looks of the calf in front of him. I like the looks of the silver calf in front of him. Like I said, I wasn't being disrespectful for these 4. They're just cattle that are quite a bit behind yet. We got to get the feed bucket in front of them and see what we actually got. With that being said, I'll go out and pick you the one I like best. We'll let a reserve come in.
Let's put our hands together for each one of our commercial class winners out here as we get to picking our last breed of the day. I think that from top to bottom, again, it's been a fun day, and I know we got a supreme drive, but there's a lot of quality out here. My hat's off to the young people and the people that have helped them get here. It's getting long into the day. There's one out here that I think winds it up just from a structural based standpoint, a body shape, a balance, a look, a silhouette standpoint. There's one that kind of gets to you pretty good, I think, out here in my mind. I'll go show you the one I like, champion. We'll get you a reserve. Let's give them a hand.
Let's On the steer side of the Crossbred division, reserve champion goes to Grady Chaplin. Your Crossbred champion is going to Berkeley Bird. For the grand drive, we will have all winners, all champions in the arena, respective to your gender. We will hold the reserves outside of the ring and fill in when necessary. On the commercial heifer side, your reserve breed champion, Sage Schilling, and your breed champion, commercial heifer, goes to Trevor Williams. We'll finish up in the steer ring now with the slick steer. One entry, Bailey Page, Shamrock, Texas. Slick steer, final one of the day. That's turned on.
So with this microphone in my hand, I can say whatever I want. You don't know if I'm sincere from the heart or not, but that is a good dude right there. What does he weigh? What's he weigh? So he's approaching 1,100 pounds. Would you say you're going to San Angelo with him? San Angelo? Yep. Really, really good calf. Good from hooks to pins. I guess, we only get to look at one of them, but that's quite a treat to get to look at that one. I love the way he extends up through his front, fresh-chested. He's got a ways to go yet to get him market ready. I love when he walks. You can see that crease in his butt. That's a really, really good calf. Regrettable we don't have some to show against him, because I'd say he'd be out here in the champion lineup, even against a lot of competition. That's a nice calf. All right, we're going to start it with the Heifer Grand Drive. All winning heifers.
Yep, it's going to be Jeremy. He's judging.
Jeremy Lester, Oklahoma State University, Stillwater, Oklahoma, will be the judge. Judge Jeremy Leister. You told me wrong in the past.
I didn't care. You should have slapped the crap out of me so I could blame him.
Got me looking like a doggone fool. All right, so the grand drive, here's how it's going to work. Big prizes, big money handed out. Fifth place is going to get Andis ZR Clippers, pallet of cedar fiber, Phantom halter, and a champion banner. Fourth place is going to get a circuit blower, a pallet of cedar fiber, Phantom show halter, and a champion banner. Third place is going to receive a Weaver Pro Air Blower, Phantom halters, and a champion banner. Reserve Grand Champion is going to receive $1,000 of Bomberg Trophy Buckle Superflex, Purina Stress Tub, and a champion banner, as well as a Phantom Show halter. Grand Champion's going to pay $1,500 Bomberg Buckle Superflex, Purina Stress Tub, and a Phantom halter, as well as a champion banner. We'll bring in all of our champion heifers. We'll let Mr. Jeremy decide which one is the best, as we appreciate each and every one of you sticking with us today. It has been a long day. We know it, as we got started a little bit late this morning with all of the entries. And I can honestly say, in the 2 years we've done this event, record number of entries this weekend. Record numbers, and we're looking forward to having this again in 2022. So mark it on your calendars, and we'll see you right back here at the Stierwalt Cattle Battle.
We had the order.
You got the people?
Yeah.
You got the people in the order? Do they come in this order? Yeah, I said let's go, right? Sports all right, we're ready to champion. Grand champion, female, Stierwalt cattle.
Did you, is mine Hi, Lennox.
All right, let's do it. Grand drive in the heifer classes. We'll start it off. What started this morning before noon? Your breed champion in the pre-junior mini Herefords, Miss Brooke Fuss. And we'll roll to the second class, the Angus division, and that champion was Camden Colby. In the Composite Charolais, it went to Braden Callis. The Polled Herefords, and it went to Creighton Carpenter. The Limousine and the Lim Flex, that champion was Caitlin Skiles. In the main Anjou, your breed champion, Neely Davis. In the main Angus, it went to Cash Long. Maintainers went to Reagan Wilborn. And the Red Angus went to Finley Myers. In the Keys, the breed champion was Abby Emberson. Horn Herefords and Emma Lynn. In the Shorthorns, it was Daxon Cash. Shorthorn Plus and Cassie Kelly. Percent Simmental went to Abby Emberson. AOBs and Zoe Williams. In the commercial heifer went to Trevor Williams. These are your grand champions from the heifer show today. How about a big round of applause for all of these kids showing up and showing out in 2021 at the Stierwalt Cattle Battle. From Oklahoma State University in Stillwater, Oklahoma, Mr. Jeremy Leister. Jeremy Leister, your judge, walking through to decide who is going to win the grand champion, $1,500, a Bobberg buckle, some Stierwalt Superflex Purina stress tub, as well as a Phantom show halter and that champion banner.
Well, folks, let's put our hands together for all these young people out here. I know it's getting late in the day, and I don't have very many speeches to make, and probably nobody really wants to listen to them anyways, but what a first-class event. And when you get asked to do something by Kirk Stierwalt to stand out here and evaluate cattle, the only answer yes. And a young kid from a small town in Missouri flipping through magazines, and you get to stand out here and watch someone like Bob May sort through steers and show that there's 600 head of cattle come to, you know that you've probably got to do it all. And so I tell everybody out here that your dreams do come true. You do get to evaluate shows, and you get to work with young people, and there's just nothing better, to be real honest. And I can't thank Kirk and Julie enough for everything they've done for me and my family in the last 5 or so years. You know, and this is a family deal, and they treat you like family 100%, and there ain't nothing better. I'm fortunate my wife and my daughter are here. We got another little one on the way in April, and then my in-laws are here as well. And so ain't nothing better than family. I've always loved cattle shows. I've loved looking at cattle, and this is a humbling experience that honestly I take seriously. And when you get to judge shows, no matter what they are, you do a good job. You take it seriously because there's an integrity behind this that's second to none, and it's a cherished deal that I respect. There's awfully good heifers out here, and I don't need to tell distinct cattlemen that there's a lot of good ones. I think there's a handful of them that do it for me. Like we've talked all day, they're functionally correct in their structural base. They're good balanced. They're good bodied. They're functional cow prospects. Give them a hand. I'll go show you the ones I like.
And your results out of the Heifer Show. Your grand champion, $1,500 Bomberg Buckle Superflex, Burrito Stress Tub, the Phantom Show Halter, and champion banner goes to Caitlin Skiles. Reserve grand goes to Blake Henrich, $1,000 and all the goods. Third place goes to Trevor Williams. Fourth place, Abby Emberson. And fifth place, Creighton Carpenter. And apologies, we have a correction. Third place went to Caddo Craft. Third place was Caddo Craft with a Weaver Pro Air Blower, Phantom Show Halter, and championship banner. We're getting the steers lined up for their final drive.
I believe this is the order for steers.
So as our steers get to coming in, we will welcome them. Our champion steers is going to be Devry Derbon. Market Hereford, Bailey Wilborn. The American. And Tyler Harper, Rance McIntyre. Our Angus went to Carter Weber. Charolais champion was Mason Allen. The key champion, Kyler Pettigrew. Hereford went to Mason Shout. Limousin and Kylie Dodd. Main Anjou, Parker Lockhart. Shorthorn and Landry Fuss. Simmental went to Jace Jordan. AOB and Cody Heath. Crossbred and Berkeley Bird and Slick Steer, Bailey Page. As our steers come in, Judge Bob May will take his look and decide which steer is the best of all.
So as we wrap up the night, just a couple things I'd like to say. Nothing about the cattle. We've talked about the cattle all day long, and you're probably sick of hearing me talk. But I would address some things that I'd say, starting at ground level, I guess. I knew it was going to be a good day when I pulled up over the hill coming up here from Elk City this morning and saw that huge American flag hung about as high as the Stierwalts could get it. And you know, I'm from a blue state. I'm not really proud to admit that. But it's nice when you come to a blue state and you see people start the morning with the Pledge of Allegiance and they're not afraid to invoke the name of Jesus Christ. You know, they're not ashamed of that. And I come from an area where, man, oh man, we deal with a lot of stuff I don't think you folks have to. So with that being said, I knew long before that it was going to be a good day. As Jeremy stated a little earlier, I've been friends and competitors with Kirk Stierwalt for nearly my whole adult life. And that's the neat thing about my friendship with Kirk is we've gone head to head when we were 18 years old. And luckily for us, we had a deep enough friendship even back then that we never became enemies and competitors against each other. We just stayed dear friends. Our families have stayed dear friends. And make there no mistake, there's been nobody in this industry anywhere in any state, red or blue, that has brought more to the youth of this nation than Kirk Stierwalt. There's no question, that isn't even in question, and not only that, there's nobody that's a close second. So with that being said, I was dignified and honored that he asked to be here and judge today. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Jeremy said, you know, we got to judge beside each other and got to listen to his reasons. It was awesome. My ring help, I always forget to thank my ring help, and I'm not going to forget today. I had Richie and Mary Lou today. They were awesome. They kept the cattle coming to me. And so lastly, you know, it's late, and for all you faithful that put all your kids in a truck and trailer and bring them to these things, I know that's the side I live on most of the time. I like being in here judging, I like evaluating cattle, but I spend more time on the side of the fence as you are than I do on this side, and I appreciate what you do for these kids. And kids, if you think of it on the ride home tonight when it's late or whenever you go home, thank your parents. That's like fuel to their tank. So with all that being said, I got 3 or 4 or 5 steers out here I like a great deal. I thought the breeds were incredibly well represented. Again, I want to thank Oklahoma for letting me be a part of this today, and I know there was other states here too, but I just physically staying in Oklahoma. So thank you all for having me. We'll get you 5 steers and we'll move on.
And your grand champion steer goes to Berkeley Bird, $1,500, the trophy buckle, and all the spoils.
Hey. Where are they from?
Idaho.
Idaho?
Y'all never seen that, right?
Oh, no. Where are you from? Yeah.
Reserve grand champions going to Mason Allen. Third place goes to Grady Chaplin. Landry Fuss takes fourth place. As Mr. Bob May makes his way around. Parker Lockhart takes fifth place. So, grand champion Berkeley Bird. Reserve goes to Mason Allen. Third goes to Grady Chaplin. Fourth goes to Landry Fuss. And fifth goes to Parker Lockhart. Folks, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this amazing day. It is something very, very special to be a part of anything that the Stierwalt family does, as I echo the thoughts of Mr. Bob May, Mr. Jeremy Booster. It has been a pleasure. God bless. Drive safe. We look forward to seeing you in 2022.